terms and conditions of entry to the venue for any ticket holder to engage in any conduct, whether through the use of language, gestures, or otherwise, which is likely to offend, insult, humiliate, intimidate, threaten, disparage, or vilify any other person, including players, match officials, or spectators, on the basis of their race, religion, culture, color, descent, nationality, ethnic origin, sex, gender, sexual orientation, disability, marital status, and/or maternity status. Such action will not be tolerated and is likely to result in ejection from the venue, the imposition of other sanctions such as being banned from the venue in the future, and possible further action, including criminal prosecution. We ask that you listen carefully to the following important information for your safety. In the event of an emergency or if the lights go out, patrons are asked to remain in their places and listen for instructions from the public address announcer and security staff. Any announcement will be repeated and patrons are asked to follow the directions given.
Yep, 1 2 1 2. Hear me, Gav?
Check 1 2 3, Nana.
No. This is just what is up. What is up? Let's get into the camera now. I will.
Very good.
Is this where I am? Ricky?
Where do you want me, Bish? Just the other side here? Or
Well, okay. We have the marker on the tee. He's on the tee.
I'm on the tee. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm hearing something now. Thank you. Yes, I can. Craig, can you hear me? Craig, close here. Close here. Yep. Yes, Leslie. Yep. Okay, sweet. So just talk me through the top, Craig. Yep. Right. Yeah. All right, so Greg comes in after the toss is complete. All right. So let's do our run through now, please. Ready? A series of new beginnings. The first test match between the West Indies and Australia. The start of a new World Test Championship cycle. The action coming live from Kensington Oval in beautiful Barbados. Sunshine across this wonderful island nation. Blue waters. And the first test match will conclude here on the 29th. The second will be played in the Spice Isle of Grenada. And we move up north for the third test in Kingston, Jamaica. Happy to have you with us for the start of this very important series. Let's go to the middle now and join Darren Ganga with the captains. No problem. Just tell me how much time and I'll adapt to suit. Right, so we're off the toss. Right. Yep. 3:43, you said it, Craig? No, that's okay, that's okay, that's okay. Yeah, yeah. Right, that's fine. Yeah, yep. Great honor to have Greg Blewett, the former Australian opening batter and come all-rounder. He likes to be known at Greg Blewett, who will talk us through the team and Australia. And this is Bluey's, and Bluey will go through this, da-da-da-da-da-da, and then we move on to the West Indies and their 11 name prior to the start of this test match. Yep, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, right? Yeah. And then we move on. What are Australia hoping to achieve given the loss in the World Test Championship final? They'll be smarting, start of a new test cycle and all of that. Team in transition or not, da-da-da. Yeah. Right. Yeah, show us that, show us that. Still making. Thank you very much, Greg. Let's find out a little. Perspective, yeah. Of course. Of course. Yeah. No problem. So we'll join Carlos Brathwaite now, who is standing pitch side.
The all-important day one. Let's have a look at the pitch. Kensington Oval, in the recent past, we're quite unsure of what we'll get, but I have good news. It looks a beaut. The grass is rolled in, and if we have a look at this patch on a good length, it's just enough for the bowlers on a good enough length and quite straight as well. They'll be aided by a nice soft breeze coming across, hitting me in my face at the moment. But I think if you bat first, you bat long, you bat well. It's going to be very important. I'm not sure how long this pitch will last. Day 4 could be interesting. It's important that on day 1, if you bat first, you set the game all the way up.
Carlos and da-da-da. Yeah. Right. Right. So I'll grab a quick comment from Greg off the pitch report, depending on what happens. All right, good. I'll keep it very tight. No problem.
Registration number MA2400, MA2400, marked under the foyer of the PW stand. Failure to remove that vehicle immediately will result in it being towed. So this is the final warning, final notice for the driver of that vehicle, MA2400. Please remove it now or have it towed.
2, 3, 4, R2, R2, R2. 1, 2, 3, 4. The DJ is really loud. I can't hear where he is. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So ladies and gentlemen, we will have a toss of the coin at 9:30. 9:30 will be the coin toss. Thank you.
More history to be added to the Sir Frank Worrell Trophy in this first test match between the West Indies and Australia. Of course, I've got both captains alongside me, the home captain Roston Chase, the away captain Pat Cummings, and Javagal Srinath, our match referee who will oversee proceedings. I think Roston, home, you have the coin?
Heads.
Call is made.
We'll have a bat.
And it's a head, but Pat, could you just confirm your decision?
We're going to have a bat first.
And tell me why is that?
Look, it looks like a pretty good wicket. Sun's out. Maybe there's a little bit of spin later on in the game.
We looked at the last Test Championship final. You went down against South Africa. This new one, I'm curious to get your views on this series in particular, in the context of it being the first of the cycle and you wanting a better outcome.
Yeah, I mean, the first goal is to make that final, and that starts today. But I think, you know, even more importantly in some respects, it's a three-match series against West Indies. You know, away series, they're always tough to beat, so you need to get off to a good start.
And could you give me a sneak peek into your 11 today, your batting bowling combinations?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same as, you know, a couple of weeks ago. Two changes, though. Marnus misses out. Sam Constance comes in, and Josh Inglis comes in, instead of Steve Smith.
How big a loss is Steve Smith to this Australian side?
Oh, he's always pretty hard to replace, Smithy. Not only his batting, he's him around the group and he's catching as well in the field. But you know, Josh Inglis is coming off a great Sri Lankan series earlier on in the year, so we think he's well suited.
Okay, go well. Thank you for your time. Let's get Roston in here. Roston, happy to bowl first?
Yeah, I mean, we would have batted first as well, but we have to do what we have to do up front, so it's okay.
How are you coping with all these significant moments? Of course, your first test as captain of the West Indies and your 50th test match, and again, getting the chance to play in front of your home crowd.
Yeah, I think playing at home is a good feeling, so I think that's calming me a bit. So, yeah, I just want to have a good performance at home. I mean, I have a good set of memories here at Kensington Oval, so I'm looking to add a new one.
And your expectations for this 3-match series, and in particular, your message to your 11 for today's test?
Yeah, well, obviously coming into any series, you're looking for a victory. So hopefully we can come out and play some good cricket over the 3 matches and come out victorious to start the Test Championship on a good note. And I just want my guys to play with passion, play with heart, and give the best effort. That's all I can ask.
I understand there's a debutant in your 11. Give us a little bit about your team for today.
Yeah, Brandon King, he's making his debut today. I mean, he's usually in the white ball setup, but this is his chance to play in the red ball. He has a good first-class record, so I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes in the Test arena. And our 11, yeah, Brandon, John Campbell, Craig Braffett, Casey Carty, Brandon King, myself, Shea Hope, Justin Graves, Warwick Khan, Jaden Seals, Azari Joseph, and the next Joseph Shamar.
Good recall. Congratulations. All the very best to you.
Thanks.
Right, the toss decision, it's Australia winning and opting to bat first.
Under most circumstances, any person at the ground using a mobile telephone or other method of communication device to communicate or in any way use or transmit any form of monetary matter, audio, video, photograph, text, statistics, results of other material in relation to the match taking place, or any unauthorized commercial purposes, or for any such action will not be tolerated and affect the results of objectives of the venue, the imposition of other sanctions such as being banned in the future, and possible further action, including criminal prosecution.
lap number 343. In a year where West Indies celebrates the 50th anniversary of winning the first World Cup, what that went on to do still inspires this generation. I know how passionate you are about your game, how passionate you are about Test cricket, and today brings that opportunity for you to start something special for yourself. I heard you go out there with yourself proud, your family, your teammates, but most importantly, understand what this stress represents. Wear it with honor, and all the best to you, sir.
Glorious Test match cricket returns to the Caribbean. We are now on Australia's 13th Test match tour of the region. West Indies versus Australia, the start of a new World Test Championship cycle here at Kensington Oval, Barbados. Three Test matches in this very important series before we move on to the shortest format of the game, 5 T20 internationals culminating in St Kitts and Nevis. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to Bridgetown, where the sun is out, as it always is in this part of the world, and to kick things off at the start of this very important series. Let's join Darren Ganga to find out who bats or who bowls.
More history to be added to the Sir Frank World Trophy in this first Test match between the West Indies and Australia. Of course, I've got both captains alongside me. The home captain, Roston Chase, the away captain, Pat Cummings, and Javagal Srinath, our match referee who will oversee proceedings. I think, Roston, whom? You have the coin?
Heads.
Call is made.
We'll have a bat.
And it's a head, but Pat, could you just confirm your decision?
We're going to have a bat first.
And tell me, why is that?
Look, it looks like a pretty good wicket. Sun's out. Maybe there's a little bit spin later on in the game.
We looked at the last Test Championship final. You went down against South Africa. This new one, I'm curious to get your views on this series in particular, in the context of it being the first of the cycle and you wanting a better outcome.
Yeah, I mean, the first goal is to make that final, and that starts today. But I think, you know, even more importantly in some respects, it's a 3-match series against West Indies. You know, away series, they're always tough to beat, so need to get off to a good start.
And could you give me a sneak peek into your 11 today, your batting bowling combinations?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same as you know, a couple of weeks ago. 2 changes though. Marnus misses out. Sam Constance comes in, and Josh Inglis comes in instead of Steve Smith.
How big a loss is Steve Smith to this Australian side?
He's always pretty hard to replace, Smithy. Not only his batting, he's him around the group, and he's catching as well in the field. But you know, Josh Inglis is coming off a great Sri Lankan series earlier on in the year, so we think he's well suited.
Okay, go well. Thank you for your time. Let's get Ruston in here. Ruston, happy to bowl first?
Yeah, I mean, we would have batted first as well, but we have to do what we have to do up front, so it's okay.
How are you coping with all these significant moments? Of course, your first test as captain of the West Indies and your 50th test match, and again, getting the chance to play in front of your home crowd.
Yeah, I think playing at home is a good feeling, so I think that's calming me a bit. So, yeah, I just want to have a good performance at home. I mean, I have a good set of memories here at Kensington Oval, so I'm looking to add a new one.
And your expectations for this 3-match series, and in particular, your message to your 11 for today's test?
Yeah, well, obviously coming into any series, you're looking for a victory. So hopefully we can come out and play some good cricket over the 3 matches and come out victorious to start the Test Championship on a good note. And I just want my guys to play with passion, play with heart, and give the best effort. That's all I can ask.
I understand there's a debutant in your 11. Give us a little bit about your team for today.
Yeah, Brandon King, he's making his debut today. I mean, he's usually in the white ball setup, but this is his chance to play in the red ball. He has a good first-class record, so I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes in the Test arena. And our 11, yeah, Brandon, John Campbell, Craig Brathwaite, Casey Carty, Brandon King, myself, Shea Hope, Justin Graves, Warwick Khan, Jaden Seals, Azari Joseph, and the next Joseph Shamar.
Good recall. Congratulations. All the very best to you.
Thanks.
Right, the toss decision, it's Australia winning and opting to bat first.
Thank you very much, Darren Ganga. I would call it Genesis Series, a series of new beginnings, new World Test Championship cycle. Debutant in Brandon King, the 343rd Test player for the West Indies. Of course, he's already played 63 T20Is and 52 ODIs, but a first Test match cap. And we love the first. It's not the first time Greg Blewett, the former Australian batsman, is here in the Caribbean. 2 Test match tours, 1995, 1999, to talk us through. Bluey, welcome, first of all, and talk us through this Australian team.
Yeah, thanks, Bish. Lovely to be back in the Caribbean. A lot of talk about the West Indies being a new-look side. Well, it's a new-look Australia top order. Of course, no Stephen Smith, no Marnus Labuschagne. So we've got young Sam Constance up the top of the order, just 19 years of age. A lot of people really interested to see how he goes about it. And also, we've got Cameron Green at number 3, and Josh Inglis comes in at number 4. Pretty steady from there on. Very formidable Australian bowling attack, but a new top 4 for the Australian Test side.
Yes, it is a series of firsts. Craig Brathwaite, though, has been there for a while. John Campbell returns after the absence of a couple of years, and we saw Brandon King receive his Test cap a little while ago. A first Test captaincy for Ruston Shea. Shea Hope is back as well, but it's the bowling group. Alzari Joseph, Shamar Joseph, Seals, and Graves with Warwick and Chase. There's so much to talk about here in this series with the sun glaring down on us. Greg, just quickly for me, the context of this series for Australia, given they lost the World Test Championship final.
Yeah, well, that would be stinging a little bit, Bish, having lost that final, but also I think the Australians want to be a little bit more settled going into the Australian summer. So 3 Test matches here and then England at home. So Australia will want to find out what their best combination is for their summer.
And the West Indies, similarly, a number of new faces, a number of familiar faces returning after a couple of years' absence. So there will be some sort of sorting as well for the West Indies. So all to play for. West Indies need to do better in this iteration of the World Test Championship. They have not competed for a final in 3 previous editions. Can Chase and Sammy lead them to the promised land, which is in a couple of years a World Test Championship final? Australia have won the toss, elected to bat first. Let's find out about that strip. Carlos Brathwaite. Remember him? He's in the middle.
The all-important day one. Let's have a look at the pitch. Kensington Oval, in the recent past, we're quite unsure of what we'll get, but I have good news. It looks a beaut. The grass is rolled in, and if we have a look at this patch on a good length, it's just enough for the bowlers on a good enough length and quite straight as well. They'll be aided by a nice soft breeze coming across, hitting me in my face at the moment. But I think if you bat first, you bat long, you bat well. It's going to be very important. I'm not sure how long this pitch will last. Day 4 could be interesting. It's important that on day 1, if you bat first, you set the game all the way up.
Yes, Carlos said if you bat first, the teams are lined up there for the anthems. A few visitors from Australia have come in, and the West Indian fans are here. Let's get to the anthems.
us here to this region, but through it all, we have risen above. Through our flannel nights, flashing their willow and leather, these keepers of the flame must feel our undying love. This Caribbean nation is rising fast, a sunbeam cutting through a clouded past. A passion fills the world like a raging fire. As the sun shines, you know we can take it higher. Let every voice be raised. Everybody give praise. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and forever. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and
The historic Frank Worrell Trophy is back on home soil. Welcome to the first test of a 3-match series between the West Indies and Australia. And it's a sun-drenched morning here at the Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados. What a beautiful day. Great anticipation of what is in store. West Indies v Australia. Time for you to grab your cricket, folks. It's time. Here are the teams. The West Indies led by a new captain, Roston Chase, the 38th captain for the West Indies Test team. And there's a debutant in that of Brandon King. Carlos Brathwaite, the former West Indian all-rounder, is alongside me. Australia as well, with a few new faces.
Yeah, Sam Constas, Josh Inglis. I think this is where the experienced West Indies bowling lineup will be looking to target. They have first crack at them if they're to go anywhere close to winning this test, and dare I say the series. It's important that they show the ability to get 20 wickets consistently, and it starts right here, right now. The elder statesman on short, Usman Khawaja, would want to usher the youngster on the other end, Shea Hope, skipper in the white ball formats. An elder statesman, you'd say himself, in international cricket. However, he'll feel as though he has a little bit left in the tank for Test cricket, and he has a second chance to do so. Sam Constas had a very entertaining start to his Test career. A few ramps, bit of chatter. 150 in his first 3 games, and you'd have to think he is the future. Usman Khawaja has been the past, been the present. And you hope right-handed, left-handed, old and young. Jaden Seals with an impressive average of 22. 75 Test wickets so far, best of 6 for. It's important that he uses this new ball and employs the 3 slips in a gully that Captain Roston Chase has started with.
Now we're getting set for the first ball. Jaden Seals ranked 12th as a Test bowler in the world. One of the informed fast bowlers for the West Indies. He will have that responsibility to lead this attack alongside Alzari Joseph.
Heavy bails.
Here we go. Off the mark straight away. Just say with Sam Constas, of course, 19 years of age, youngest opener in the Test format for Australia, 4th youngest overall. Regarded as a highly talented batter, coming out of Australia, been given this responsibility, has that attacking intent in his game.
And he compliments this man on screen, Usman Khawaja, the elder statesman, 38 years of age. He's been very prolific for this Australian Test side. Straight away the focus will be on the pitch and the conditions and how the ball reacts off the surface. There is a hint of swing into the left-hander. Going full on that occasion. Jaden Seals trying to allow the ball to swing. Carlos, you had a chance to look at the pitch a little bit closer.
Yeah, this spot just to the bottom of the screen here, I think that's important. Jaden Seals would be targeting that. It's an even-ish covering the grass, well, fairly patchy if we be honest, and a few barren areas as well, but I think the grass should hold it together, make it play really nicely. I'm just concerned that where those barren patches are, it may not hold up all 5 days.
To the onside of the mark. Usman Khawaja had a very good run with the bat in the last Test Championship cycle. Many of you will recognize Jason Gillespie, former Australian fast bowler.
With a double 100, he may want to be considered an all-rounder.
Indeed. Just short of Alzari Joseph. So what you often see from this surface on day one is a little bit of extra moisture that creates some tackiness. And find yourself playing a little too early on occasions.
Yeah, also with the Aussies coming from England, I expect the pitches there to be slightly more true. Played at Lord's when the recently concluded World Test Championship final, of course. Just generally a little bit slower. Good start. 2 without loss.
Sun-drenched morning here in Bridgetown, Barbados. Two teams, of course, starting a new phase in this format of the game. And the focus will be on that Australian top 5. No Marnus Labuschagne, no Steve Smith, two players who featured in that batting lineup for Australia over the years, and a part of the 11 today. Jamar Joseph will recall his exploits against Australia the last time these two teams met. 7 for 68, of course, a match-winning effort. Led the West Indies to a win at the Gabba. Well, he's up against a man who, as I mentioned, had a very good World Test Championship cycle the last time around. 1,428 runs at an average of 39. 206 half centuries. He's going up in age, though.
And Carlos, it's the first time for Shamar Joseph opening the bowling for the West Indies. No Kemar Roach in this West Indian squad. How big a challenge is that for him? And maybe a word of advice?
Yeah, it'll be slightly different to what he's accustomed to. Normally gets the lacquer off the ball and able to swing it around. Sometimes even more protection, maybe an extra cover. He gets into his work. He is now the one tasked with setting the tone. It's important that he's very consistent and make the most use of this new ball. And you made note of the omission of Kemar Roach, which has been very controversial. 5th in the all-time leading wicket takers for the West Indies in Test cricket. What's your take on it? I have my beliefs on it, but interested to hear your take on that situation.
Well, I'm not privy to that conversation that the West Indies director of cricket had with Kemar Roach. Of course, that was made public. There was a discussion. But I just wonder if in that last series that the West Indies played against Pakistan, if that discussion was raised or there was a soft landing to him not moving forward. Little blemish there from Shamar Joseph, overstepping. And clearly over the line, so not ideal a start for Shamar. Bounce just over the slip cordon.
On a good length, a little bit of kick from Shamar Joseph with that new ball, making it count and just over the head of the slips. But this is what Captain Ross and Chase would want. First day, new ball, good pace. His pace is definitely up. It's an interesting field that normally would go directly to square leg, but for Usman Khawaja, they have the square leg behind square, well behind square as well. You think back to that first over from Jaden Seals where Khawaja flicked the ball, it was actually in the area, so we're starting to see some set plays of sorts. And I'd love to see that from the West Indies. I think sometimes we're too mundane and we just think this is the way Test cricket is supposed to be played. You're supposed to play, however, they're going to get wickets, 20 of them, and win games of Test cricket. So that is a good start.
A bit of glove. End of the second over, 7 without loss.
One of the hallmarks of Kensington Oval. A view of the party stand, fusing two things Barbados are known for, the beach and the cricket.
Hey Carlos, just to finish that conversation with Kemar Roach. And of course, he wasn't featured in that Pakistan series. That dialogue would have given him an indication that the West Indies had intentions of moving forward with younger players, giving more opportunities to a new group of players. And I also believe there's a balance to respecting longevity and service.
Yeah, I could completely understand new coach in the test format and potentially wanting to attack a new World Test Championship cycle. That's fine, and I agree with wanting to go your own way as coach. And we see a lot in football. A new coach comes in, he brings his backroom staff and he brings fresh ideas. But I still think as an institution, West Indies need to value, celebrate and appreciate the legends, appreciate and celebrate longevity. And it's not as though he's someone that has played sparingly, but over a long period of time. He's someone that will etch himself as a modern legend in West Indies cricket. All these three guys that would take part here would speak to how important Kemar Roach has been in their young fledgling careers. And I've seen it. We've seen Ramnaresh Sarwan, Chris Gale, Shivnarine Chandapal, Kemar Roach, add to that list. Some would say Desmond Haynes from eras before. As an institution, we looked to last summer, the celebration of Jimmy Anderson. He wasn't ready to finish. But the whole week in the lead up to the West Indies England series and the first test at Lord's was all about Jimmy Anderson. He was given his time in the sun. And I just felt as though it was romantically set. Kemar Roach final test match at his home ground. Albeit a new test cycle. Give him that one test under a new captain, a good friend of his. And instead, like the guys on screen, they waved him away. Without that celebration, without that romance.
More romance for Ruston Chase. His 50th test match. Being appointed the captain of the West Indies test side and having the chance to play at home. Evidence of how strong the wind is. Few West Indian fans already at the ground. Much better from Jaden Seals. 8 without loss. Look at what is in store for you in this West Indies versus Australia 2025 series. Of course, 3 test matches, 5 T20 internationals. And for the first time, the West Indies will play a day-night test match. That will be the 3rd test in Jamaica. Passing the outside edge. Good start to the over from Shamar Joseph.
The lengths have been very, very good from the West Indies. Just enough movement away. This has been high quality fast bowling on day 1 of a test match.
Both teams, they're playing for this prestigious trophy, Frank Worrell Trophy, at home. A great man, of course, from Barbados. Currently with Australia. Last time these two teams played was back in Australia. Series drawn, 1 apiece.
The 3 W's. You grow up as a young boy and you hear about the legacy. Mr. Garfield Sobers Pavilion. The famous opening partnership. Desmond Haynes and Gordon Greenidge.
On appeal, that's very close. Might be a bit of bat on that one. It has sparked a discussion with the captain, Ruston Chase, bowler, senior players gathering, and the review is taken. The umpire, Adrian Holstock.
TV umpire to the director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision, not out. I've checked the bowler's feet, fair delivery. Front on, please. It doesn't appear to be any bat. Can I go to Ultra Edge, confirm bat or no bat, please? Standing by for Ultra Edge, Nathan. Ultra Edge coming up. Keep running it through for me, please. Keep going through. There's a clear gap between bat and ball. No bat involved. Ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision not out. Pitching out sort of impact in line. Wickets hitting. Mitten, I need you to reverse your not out decision to out. Stand by. The on-screen signal now.
Fabulous review. Fabulous outcome for the West Indies. Shamar Joseph with the first wicket and breaks the opening partnership. Sam Constas going back for 3, 8 for 1. So bright start for the West Indies. In comes Cam Green, given the opportunity to bat at number 3. We heard Pat Cummings speak about an investment in this player in that position. He's a quality player from Australia. Has the all-round ability to take wickets too in this format. Tall in stature, quite elegant when he's on the attack. Big things are expected from him.
Shamar Joseph just reward for a very good length again. On this occasion, just nipping back. Set him up beautifully. A few away, then one nipping back, and that is the jubilation. A fantastic execution and a perfect result.
If you followed his career, you know he's a strong back foot player. Loves to play the ball square off the wicket. He's been susceptible to the LBW and bowled because of deliveries being pitched up. Ball beating bat. So that might be a first line of attack by the West Indian bowlers to Cameron Green.
Which is funny because you normally associate tall players with being very good full and down the ground, and the shorter players being good square of the wicket.
Dropped. In and out. Brandon King, the debutant, couldn't hold on. A let off. 8 for 1.
Shamar Joseph again causing havoc, creating the chance. Brandon King shelving it. Got into a funny position to try to take it at gully.
Not the ideal start if you're a debutant in Test match cricket. Swing too high, so Jaden Seals gets into the act.
Yeah, you see it from this angle. Never quite made his mind up if he was going fingers up or fingers down. You'll see it straight in the bread basket. Stay on your feet, fingers pointing down. That's as straightforward as you get at gully, but the West Indies will be happy. Chances are being created.
Yeah, looking at that dropped opportunity from Brandon King, he was also unstable. He was falling to the ground on the move, not ideal. Often told to get yourself into a strong base to complete the catch, and again that indecision. As to whether go with the fingers up or fingers down.
I think fielding behind the wicket is so difficult to get on your knees. You always want to be in a strong position.
Wide. Swing from Jaden Seals, just trying to target the stumps. He's also aware that Usman Khawaja is an LBW candidate, so probing.
Just a step away from the drop catch and onto this fielding position again. Normally that's in the area, see just to the bottom left of screen, Jamal Warrican, who fielded that ball just now. Normally that's an easy single for Khawaja. Lets it come, nice use of the wrist. West Indies have plugged that gap. And that is a little too straight, but what it does is it now forces Khawaja to come at the ball a little bit more, which could potentially open that bat and pad. And with the angle, Jaden Seals coming around the wicket and swinging the ball back in as prodigiously as he is now, it is a real catching position, but it also brings LBW and Bold into the equation by forcing Khawaja out of his comfort zone and playing a little bit earlier than he normally likes to.
In the last Test Championship cycle, he only was dismissed 4 times with balls coming into him. So that's a strong area for him. So what the West Indies team has done is, of course, plugged that easy single that he gets in that backward square area that you referred to, Carlos. Young West Indian fans showing support to the home side. A solid stroke from Khawaja. Just a couple runs. 10 for 1. Aerial view of Bridgetown, Barbados. West Indies already with a wicket, Constance.
Beauty of Barbados, white sand, bright blue beaches. One of the only things that Barbadians love more than the beach is a good game of cricket. A good start from this man, 1 from 1 review, 1 wicket. Someone I know quite well. We went to school together, albeit me being a few years older than him. But a steely determination as a character. And we've seen that all through his rise from school cricket to Barbados level, that first class level, and then to international cricket. And I'm sure that that's what we'll see throughout his captaincy. There's a level of passion. There's a level of passion that he brings to his game, and he's what you call a cricket badger. He loves the game, and it doesn't always appear as though he does, but when you sit and have a conversation with him, he talks about stats. He remembers games from way back when. What was the feeling, what was the dismissal, what was the state of the game. And I'm sure he will relish this challenge. I can only imagine it would have been left field for him, like many of the public.
Yeah, last played for the West Indies in Test match cricket against South Africa in 2023. Hasn't had a lot of captaincy experience, but did have the chance to lead the West Indies 1 time in T20 internationals, 1 time in one-day internationals. Had a little stint with the West Indies A team, so he will rely a lot on his senior counterparts in this side, likes of Shea Hope, Craig Brathwaite.
What I would say is, although he hasn't been a captain, he's been a leader. And I think back to, we had parish cricket years ago in Barbados, and I was leading Christchurch, parish where I was born and grew. And Rossum was on that team, and even as a young man, obviously he was one of the better players in the team, but in age and in stature, he was a quite young man. And as a captain, I could always go to him. He always has his thinking cap on. Now, it's very different being in the field and thinking versus having to make the decision. And I think that would be the biggest challenge for him, not only now having the ideas, but communicating it to his players and leading his troops.
Another very good delivery from Shamar Joseph. Sustaining the pressure. And if you want to hear more about Boston Chase during the lunch interval, we have a feature with him, as we appreciate the effort from Shamar Joseph. Just on that good length, drawing Cameron Green forward. Will change now in the field. And goes deep, square leg. Maybe some mind games unfolding. Quite a few Australians making the trek across to the Caribbean. You often hear Australians say that it must be on your bucket list to travel to the Caribbean to watch cricket. Quite a few of them achieving that in this tour. Gets off the mark finally. Cam Green. End of the 6, 11 for 1.
Good start from the West Indies as we say hello and good morning to everyone across the globe. And immediately it's quite obvious that there's been some planning into some weak areas of one or two Australian batters. The Sam Constas dismissal, absolutely typical of the way he's been dismissed in under-19 cricket and in first-class cricket. We go back to the under-19 World Cup final where Rajlan Barney dismissed him in exactly the same way, except it hit the stumps. Greg Blewett alongside me will have a look at this. The nip batter is something that he has struggled with. He's mentored by Shane Watson, the former Australian all-rounder who had a similar problem with the LBW, to be honest, as I didn't mean to greet you, Greg, on your third trip to the Caribbean like that, but hello and good morning.
Good morning, Bish. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, solid start by the West Indies, and they have struck young 19-year-old Sam Constas back into the side and out LBW. That shot there, no runs, but that'll just start to maybe settle Cameron Green down a fraction. He's been promoted to number 3 in the Australian batting order. Started in the World Test Championship final at number 3, lasted 5 balls over the 2 innings. So there's no doubt that there will be some nerves there for Cameron Green.
There are a number of ways that you can attack a batter. Green himself, remember the World Test Championship and how he was dismissed. So 2 balls ago, I wouldn't blame Seals for going full, risking the drive, because it's the way Shamar Joseph got Green out when they were in Australia last time. It's the way Green was dismissed, nicking off behind in the World Test Championship final. That sort of area right there is where Green has struggled, although he was dropped off something a little bit shorter early on.
Looked like the attempted in-swinger there from Seals. I've been very impressed with Seals, his debut. He's 75 wickets before this test match at an average of 22, but just as importantly at a strike rate under 40. Very impressive numbers, and he can move the ball both ways. A little bit of outswing there. 11 for 1.
Bridgetown, Barbados. We are in the southeastern Caribbean, most southerly of the islands, Trinidad and Tobago. Right there is where Khawaja has had his struggles, particularly you look back to Rabada bowling to him from round the wicket recently.
Few Aussies here today. A lot of them staying in our hotel here at Barbados. They've loved their green and gold. And it's been 10 years. I've been speaking to a few of them, Bish. It's been 10 years since Australia have been to the West Indies for a test.
Oh, another one goes down, Ruston Chase, and that is exactly what we talked about. The weak area for Usman Khawaja, which has been exploited by no less than Kagiso Rabada recently, now Shamar Joseph.
Yep, the perfect delivery. It was just angled in a little bit towards Usman Khawaja's off stump, and then it just straightened a fraction. Usman Khawaja just getting caught on the crease. And that is a fairly simple catch, just to his right. And the second straightforward chance has gone down for the morning. It looked like he saw it all the way too. Moved okay. Just to the right-hand side of that right knee and in and out, bang.
It's good on Shea Hope did not move, so he could not be impeded, Ruston Chase. The seam of the ball as it goes down, so definitely bowlers are planning to come round the wicket, those who can angle the seam away, and I thought it curled just a little bit in the air in the path as it arrived at Ruston Chase, not making any excuses. It just swerved a little bit away from him, but should have pocketed it. That's the area again. Excellent from Shamar Joseph. Good execution. 12 for 1. I think Shamar Joseph has gotten green 2 out of 3 innings that he's bowled at him in Test match cricket. One in Adelaide, one at the Gabba. Should have had him today as well. The length of that last ball. Go back again to the World Test Championship. Go back again to the Gabba and Adelaide in 2024. Shamar Joseph to green. Perfect. The other Joseph, Zari takes over from Seals.
I saw your comments on Alzari Joseph, Bish, and you'd like, I mean, that average of 35 is probably a little bit higher than what he would like and what West Indian fans would like. He's got some talent there. He just has not got the results, but he's got the pace, he's got the attributes, he's got height.
Yep. I love Alzari, and I know you admire him as well, and I know that people like Stuart Broad have been singing his praises because he's an athlete, a nice bouncy run, a lovely wrist position at release where he can get the ball to move away from the right-handed batter into the left-hander, and then he will bowl the scramble seam or the wobble seam from round the wicket at pace. I think my expectations for him are very high. So you're right, when I see the average of 35, he's been much better, I think, in the last year and a half, I would think. But I think he's a guy that can easily average 25, 26 per wicket in Test cricket.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. When he came out to Australia for the last tour, I was slightly disappointed with the way he went out there. I was really looking forward to him coming out, and I thought he'd really enjoy the pitches in Australia, but just didn't quite go his way. I don't think he would have been happy with the way he bowled. And that's a better line to Usman Khawaja, just getting in a little bit tighter, probably just a fraction short, but none of the Australian players are looking comfortable at all. Usman Khawaja's still out there, but just have a look at this shot from Usman Khawaja. Wide of off stump. That's for a top order player, should have been left. Just a little flirt at it. West Indian slips coordinator should be getting ready again.
So it's not too dissimilar from the one that was dropped 2 balls ago to Khawaja. You could see the bat away from the body. So he's ended up defending something that's not threatening the stumps. For 1. Transitional time for Australia's batting lineup. Very good. This is very good from Shamar Joseph. And go back to the Khawaja, Greg Hewitt. If they can freeze it on impact, that's what we're talking about. The bat face opens on contact, the bat away from the body, and that's partly caused by the angle from round the wicket, forcing, and you know this as a top order opening batter yourself, forcing you to play at something you think is coming back into you. That is the way that he's been exploited recently.
Mentioned that the Australian players have been a little bit nervy, and this is from Australia's new number 3. That's his very first delivery that he's faced. Way wide of off stump. This is the drop. Now, if you're going to bat at number 3 for Australia or any test side around the world, you need to be a little bit tighter in your defence than that from Cameron Green. Now, that to me is just nerves, pure nerves, that he wants bat on ball. And the second ball, got the edge and it was put down. So he's still there. And even that one there, he's looking, and I get it, Bish, like you've got to look to score, but also if you're getting wide of off stump and you've got 3 slips, a floating slip and a gully, you've just got to be a little bit more focused and playing it a little bit better than what Cameron Green is at the moment. Now, he's played 30 test matches, and our captain, Paddy Cummins, has said he's our new number 3. They're going to stick with him for a while, but I think right now he's a better player than this. He's just showing his nerves at the moment.
This time, and Shamar Joseph has Green for the 3rd time in Test match cricket in exactly the way that he has been dismissed in the last couple of weeks in the World Test Championship final. Deja vu for Green, and they're probably having a little bit of a look.
TV umpire to the director. We have an umpire review for fair catch. We've checked the bowler's feet. There's fair delivery. Best angle for the catch, please.
It just looked like it carried. They're just double checking, but the West Indies should have their second wicket.
Forward. Keep going forward, keep going forward. Fingers are underneath the ball. It's clear evidence that the ball hasn't been grounded. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
And they do. Confirmation. The West Indians have taken another catch. They've dropped a couple. Joseph has been superb, and he gets Cameron Green batting at number 3 again for Australia. He's failed again, a nervous 3. The West Indies, a very, very impressive start on day 1 of this Test series. 14 for 2.
Josh Inglis with 100 against Sri Lanka on Test match debut earlier this year. Playing in the subcontinent recently in the shortest format. I thought he looked extremely good. No Steve Smith because of that injured hand in this Test match. And you'll see a batter who is quite unique in the way he takes his stance at the crease. He bends and flexes the knees, gets very low with a deep square leg in place now. And he is a player born in Leeds, Yorkshire in the UK. Went back to Australia, WA at the age of 14. And off the mark in the Caribbean.
Well, Shamar Joseph deserved this. Couple of drop catches and then gets the outside edge again, and it carries to second slip. Cameron Green just looking to get a little bit of bat on ball outside off stump. And bowled a superb spell here.
It's okay, you risk that drive to Khawaja at this stage. 17 for 2. Joseph. 2 wickets. He's been very good. Could have had 3 wickets, Shamar Joseph, Alzari Joseph. Greg, I'm very interested in those super slows that we're seeing and where the ball is pitching, given the sort of abbreviated nature of some of the grass perches on the surface. And that again is what I'm alluding to. I think when the ball hits the grassy area, it can react differently from when it hits the drier or more bald patches. Alzari Joseph was standing down at that end after his last over, pretending to be a batter. What he was doing was looking at which patch would give him a guide as to what is the best length. I like doing that. I like a visual cue of where I needed to land my deliveries, and they're quite distinct.
Yeah, totally agree, and a lot of players do use that visualisation. You see before games, a lot of the top probably 3 or 4 of the batting lineups might go out there before play, or maybe even come out at lunchtime and just stand at one of the ends, or go to the other or both ends, and just sort of visualise bowlers running in at them, and probably looking around about where the dangerous length and line might be on a surface. Ball sent back. Sent back. Usman Khawaja didn't want anything to do with that single. Josh Inglis wanted to get up the other end. And for a second, just in a little bit of trouble, but just a little push into the offside and set off straight away. Nice soft hands. See, he's committed to the single, and there gets a late call there, and nearly got onto the side of his shoe, and if he had slipped, could have been trouble there for Josh Inglis. Just couldn't get the hand of the ball in the hand cleanly, and I think Inglis would have got back anyway, but just some nervous moments here for the Australians.
It's also a pitch that's doing a bit. It might be a little bit too paced at this stage of the innings. 19 for 2. Number of characters in the ground, fancy dress, and just above actually the Joel Garner end in the 3W stand. One of the tour groups from Australia in a striped outfit. I keep thinking that there's a group of Spider-Men up there in the way they're dressed. Great to have Test cricket back in the Caribbean, and wonderful to be in the island of Barbados. 3 Test match series followed by 5 T20Is, ending in culminating in St Kitts. Joseph. His heroics at the Gabba early 2024 shook the cricketing world. And he's been part of this group that have been hammering away at a good length. Just short of it, sometimes just full of it. So Ravi Rampal, the former West Indies seamer, will be very pleased as the newly instituted bowling coach of the West Indies. Credit Justin Greaves at second slip for that catch as well. Remember at Adelaide when the bounce started going out of the pitch, Greg, and you were there in that first test against the West Indies. He put the helmet on and he crept in as close as you could ever do it. And when it was done in the World Test Championship, my mind immediately, well, prior to that, was going back with the low bounce to Justin Greaves, a leader in the team in his own right and a superb catcher. He's going to drop 5 of them in a row now that I've said that.
Well, he's bowling beautifully here. He does look a difficult customer to face, Shamar Joseph, I feel. He's not overly consistent. I wouldn't class him as someone like a Scotty Boland where you sort of know where the ball's going to land. But I tell you what, he can move the ball both ways, and we know that his speed's up there. I feel like he's one of those bowlers that's just hard to get some sort of rhythm against.
He's been very unlucky, Greg. Of all the bowlers, of the top leading guys in the world, and I say leading, it's not a great record. The bowlers of whom the most catches have been dropped recently: Rabada 11 off him, Stark 10, Jasprit Bumrah 9. I felt all of those 9 for Bumrah were dropped in the Test match the other day at Leeds, to be honest. And Shamar Joseph 8. He's been very unfortunate with missed catches. Almost there against Bangladesh, I think it was at Sabina Park. He must have been missed about 4 opportunities off him.
Yeah, and the great positive out of that, yes, there's catches going down off his bowling, but what he's doing is creating a lot of chances, and that's what he brings to this bowling lineup. And he's all over Usman Khawaja here. He almost had him caught down the leg side early in the over. He bowled a good bouncer. He squared him up once or twice already this over. And it's been a very, very good first hour for West Indies.
If he forced Khawaja to retire in the second innings of that Test match in Adelaide last time West Indies were there. Anyway, we'll think about it and have a pause for the Dasani water break.
first test match cricket at its best. Australia winning the toss and opting to bat first. Well, they've lost a couple wickets. West Indies have been quite diligent with their bowling to date. And that's the wicket of Sam Constas. Shamar Joseph, how impressive has he been? Not out initially upon review though. The decision had to be reversed. And guess who again? Justin Graves with the catch, and that man Shamar, he's been a thorn in the side of the Australians and continues to give a lot of problems to their top order. He's been unlucky as well. Couple chances going down. Seals and Joseph really adding to the pressure. 4 maidens in the first hour, no boundary yet, which underscores how good they've been. And the Sani water break coming to an end. And we're here in the beautiful island of Barbados. So many things to do if you love the water activities, snorkeling, and the water adventures. Just look at that aquamarine beauty, sailing, all of the water sports. If you love the sand, the sea, and the beach, this is the place to be. We also have a similar sort of setup here at the stadium. At the party stand, there is some sand around, if you're so inclined, and it's nice to see folks coming out on day one as Ari Joseph continues. Shakira Selman alongside me. Shakira, good morning. What have you made of the test match so far?
Good morning, Samuel. Good morning, viewers. It's been a great start by West Indian bowlers. At the toss, Roston Chase said he too wanted to bat, but I'm sure he's smiling and he's pleased with the start from his pace bowlers, in particular Shamar Joseph. The opportunities he's created and the fact that they've taken 2 wickets so far.
I suppose there'll be a little discontentment with the catching though. And that is something that we'll keep a close eye on throughout this match and the series. How do these guys support their bowlers in that slip region? A test match that recently got completed in England, we saw that as being perhaps the deciding factor, the fielding. And Bishop was mentioning previously how many catches have gone down of that man's bowling, and he smiles every time. So you see Shamar Joseph and you wouldn't tell whether the catch was taken or whether it was dropped, because he's always playing with that broad smile on his face. Such a lovely young man. Shakira, what did you do when your catches went down?
Yeah, I think I smiled too. But I'll tell you what, inside I was gutted. I was so angry. Azari Joseph, another one who has had a lot of drop catches off his bowling as well across his career. Of course, he reacts differently to Shamar Joseph. The fielding is so key, Badri. You keep asking your bowlers to execute, and the only way a plan really comes together is if they have the support from the fielders. Brandon King, the first culprit, putting on a simple chance at Gully, and then it was Roston Chase himself, captain of this team. Ball did dip and swerve a bit, but he should have caught it by his standards.
There is something in the surface, no doubt about it, as you'd expect. First morning of a test match, the preparation, moisture. And the ground staff, they've had a lot of time to work on the surface. And there was an international series played here. Actually, it finished just a couple of days ago, but this venue wasn't used. It was played across at the 3Ws Oval, West Indies women against South Africa women. So they've had a lot of time to get exactly what they wanted, you would think. should be a couple. Good presentation of the face of the bat from Inglis. But the West Indians have been good, really good in the first hour. Mentioned before, 4 maidens creating pressure just short of the fielder there. Some bounce and beating the bat on a couple occasions. And that was the wicket, creating opportunities. Brandon King with that drop. And he's been unlucky, you'd say. Another opportunity going down. Ruston Chase with time, not taking it. And then Justin Graves, low catch, perhaps the most difficult of the 3 created. Ravi Rampal, bowling coach, would be very pleased with what he's seen so far. And they've been rotating their bowlers as well. Jaden Seals from the Joel Garner end.
Yeah, the West Indian bowlers have just gotten the ball to react differently depending on where it's pitched on the surface. A few grassy patches, especially when Alzari Joseph was bowling in particular. He got a few to jig back to the right-hander. And I suspect they'll continue to utilize those areas. They'll also continue to try to draw the batters forward. Seen a couple of the Australian batters just feel for deliveries wide outside off stump.
Yeah, and Khawaja especially has a high leave percentage. You notice that the West Indian bowlers are bowling round the wicket to him, understanding that that's his modus operandi. He looks to leave quite a lot of the deliveries early on, 29% of it actually against pace as he gets himself set. He was sparkling in that last World Test Championship cycle, scoring the 5th most runs overall of all batters and the most for Australia. There has been, Shakira, a sort of revolving door for the opening batters for Australia since the retirement of David Warner. Usman Khawaja has been the one constant. So there's a lot of, I suppose, responsibility on his shoulders as they project towards the Ashes later this year and what they want to do. They've been dominant in World Test Championship since the advent of this particular tournament. And no doubt they'll be looking at him to be quite productive.
Yeah, certainly. He does have a responsibility as the one constant at the top of the order for Australia in this particular test match, paired with 19-year-old Sam Constas. He scored that double 100 against Sri Lanka in Colombo.
There's a bit of cloud cover around as well, which would help the West Indian fast bowlers. And that's the wind factor that's ever so present here at the Kensington Oval. White fluffy clouds just getting a little bit darker. It's been start-stop rain throughout the last few weeks here in Barbados. What a year for Josh Inglis. We'll get back to that. 22 for 2. Yeah, that's the batting to come for Australia. Travis Head with his experience. Zari continues. Yeah, Pat Cummins mentioned at the toss one of the reasons anyway for winning the toss and batting is that he expects this pitch to turn a lot more as the test match goes on. And so Nathan Lyon should feature heavily, perhaps in the second innings.
Yeah, also the fact that recently teams have won the toss here at Kensington Oval and opted to bat first. I think though that's particularly the reason West Indies will be very pleased with the effort so far.
Short extra cover catching now for Usman Khawaja. Yeah, straight in front of him in the eye line. So if he's thinking about driving, we just have to factor in that fielder there. John Campbell making a return to Test match cricket. Last played in 2022. So it's been a sort of comeback theme from a West Indian perspective anyway.
First 4 deliveries of this over just being full and a bit wider, having employed that short cover. There's still that fielder, that short backward square. Should he decide to go a bit straighter to Khawaja, so it still gives him the option of attacking the stumps. Just as we say that, Jamal Warwick can now being put forward of square.
Indeterminate from Khawaja. They thought about playing and decided perhaps a little bit belatedly to pull away. We've seen that resulting in dismissals before. Zari has a phenomenal record at this venue in one-day international, 30 wickets in just 12 matches. Yeah, that's what those dot deliveries eventually do. 22 for 2. Boundaries inside the first 15 overs. 5 maidens. That's in the air. Shea Hope, he wants it. Should be taken, it's taken. Wicket for Jayden Seals. Another one falls for Australia. It's been all West Indies this morning.
Yeah, this one short of a length. Josh Inglis deciding to take it on. He is attacking in nature. Yeah, but just goes from low to high. An easy catch for Shea Holtz. Done in the gloves after some time for West Indies. Jaden Seals into the wickets. West Indies continue to dominate. Watts back for 5, Josh English. 22 for 3.
Travis Head, the new batter for Australia. 9 centuries to him. And with Australia in a spot of bother, they've lost their top 3. Khawaja is still there. Only 22 on the board. He's been quite persistent, Jaden Seals. And that persistence finally pays off. Sheho is never going to drop that, and the fans are ecstatic. Jaden Seals with his first wicket of the match. So 2 left-handers out in the middle. And Jaden Seals will be round the wicket to them.
Josh English being dismissed from a shorter delivery. And I think back to the IPL that recently concluded, and there was a period where it seemed to be a plan against him. Sometimes he's a compulsive hooker. It's good planning from West Indies, good execution by the bowlers as well.
Yeah, this is what Travis Head does. He's a high intent batter. He has a good record against the West Indies in 4 tests. He scored 431 runs, average of 86. His highest test score of 175 came against the West Indies at Adelaide in 2022. Yeah, just confirmation of what he's done against this opposition. So he has good memories. But just look out for the way he starts his innings. He really likes to put pressure on the opposition bowlers. But with at 22 for 3, what's his approach? In addition to creating opportunities, they've been quite frugal, the West Indians. Usman Khawaja perhaps feeling the pressure. The last ball of the previous over, this was the shot, maybe not short enough. And then first ball of the next over, Josh Inglis trying to perhaps get the first boundary of the day. How long can they absorb the pressure? This is what this format requires, doesn't it? Travis Head at his best. First boundary of the test, head off the mark. 26 for 3.
Just a hint of room outside off stump. Yeah, transfer of weight through the shot and nicely dispatched through cover.
Yeah, beautiful Barbados, white sand beach. And the last ball of that previous over crunched through the offside in typical Travis Head fashion. There should be at least 2. They'll press for 3. Just 2. Check your thoughts on this new look West Indies team.
Yeah, interesting decisions being made by the selectors. They've gone for lots of white ball players. Change to Roston Chase, who hadn't played Test cricket since 2023. Shea Hope back into the team for the first time since 2021. And it does suggest a clear intent to play a different brand of cricket as West Indians. John Campbell out of the Test team for some time as well. And they're all guys who play white ball cricket or play an attacking brand of cricket. Justin Graves recently in the team with that 100 against Bangladesh. You think he's earned his spot. But Darren Sammy and co, they've said they wanted to play a different brand of cricket and go up the rankings. They want to get in the top 6.
And that's his first boundary, and it goes all the way for 6. And that was absolutely smashed by Usman Khawaja.
Yeah, this one a lot shorter and straighter, so allow him to play that shot. Just rocks on to the back foot. And makes great connection into the stands. It seals. We feel a lot more confident after this one coming out the middle.
Yeah, Sugar, I don't think that there is any delusion from a West Indian standpoint, and speaking to Ruston Chase a couple of days ago at the hotel, he mentioned that they want to improve incrementally. Position 8th a couple of times, well, 3 times in succession in World Test Championship cycle, so they want to move up into that 4th to 6th position if all goes well under his leadership in this cycle, and then in the next one challenge the top 4. So they have realistic goals in mind. A good adjustment from Alzari. In the previous 3 World Test Championship cycles, West Indies finished 8th on all occasions, and in the first one they won just 3 Test matches, 2019 to 2021, 2021 to 23 they won 4 Test matches, and then in the last WTC cycle they won just the 3 Test matches. So they understand where they are as a Test cricket playing nation, and so they've sort of set themselves what I think is a realistic goal to get into the top 6.
Yes.
And Darren Sammy has picked a squad that he thinks has the resources to do so. 37 for 3. what a moment, what a year. 50 years since this happened. ICC World Cup 1975, the first of its kind, West Indies winning that one. Clive Lloyd with that century. I remember stories about that. West Indies in trouble. I think there were 3 wickets down quite early. And then he came out and he played so magnificently. Lance Gibbs, with his heroics and contribution to West Indies cricket. Nice to see that he's here. And so they have gold numbers and names on their backs in commemoration of that magnificent moment. Derek Murray and Sir Clive Lloyd, what he has done as captain of the West Indies team to galvanize a region and to take them to such dizzying heights.
Yes.
Yeah, that goes away for another boundary, so they're flowing a little bit more frequently now, Australia. Travis Head with the first, and then Khawaja with a 6 and a 4. He's so strong in that region, all along the carpet.
Yeah, remember, they started the innings by having someone just behind square on that leg side to stop him from scoring in that region. Now they've taken that fielder away. Change of angle. Goes over the wicket, Jaden Seals.
Yes, good.
Yeah, there was a gala ceremony a couple days ago commemorating that great team of 1975, 50 years anniversary. Sir Clive Lloyd, great to see him still around. What a moment that was. The first of its kind, World Cup, the first ICC World Cup, and West Indies claiming victory. Of course, history would show that they went on to retain the title some 4 years later in 1979.
Oh.
Playing a miss. Lunchtime today, during the lunch break, there'll be more commemorations of that great team. So you can stay tuned for that, and also during the tea interval, we'll continue remembering that great team. Another great of West Indies cricket in a previous era, Sir Garfield Sobers.
Oh.
So much history at this venue, Shakira, one that you are very familiar with. Coming to the venue as a youngster, what does that mean? What do you think that means?
Certainly. Every youngster dreams of coming to this venue and playing at this venue because of the greats that have gone by, the legends that Barbados in particular have produced. Many of the stands renamed after them.
Yes.
Another 4. So he's really finding his range now, Usman Khawaja. He's bided his time and he's reaping some rewards. 47 for 3.
Yeah, certainly this is exactly what Test cricket is about. Struggled initially, but he's spent enough time now that he can get his timing going.
Sir Gary Sobers, immortalised at the periphery of the ground here at the Kensington Oval. Just pulling it square, helping himself to another boundary. 21 runs in the last 2 overs. First 16 only produced 26 runs. So great contrast there in the flow of runs. Travis Head has brought a new energy to run scoring, as I welcome Greg Brewer alongside me. Again, maybe evidence of this surface drying out, becoming easier for batting.
Yeah, there's definitely been a momentum shift in the last 15 minutes, and no coincidence it was the arrival of Travis Head. He's only faced the 6 deliveries.
Oi!
He's had a little dabble at that. But Usman Khawaja, who really struggled early, I thought, has just started to get a bit of momentum across seam. That is really moved. That's what brought the smile from Travis Head, because I'm not hitting that. Wow.
I tell you what, I had a conversation with Winston Reid, the head curator here at the Kensington Oval, before the start of play. Did mention that there was extra moisture on this surface. It will be challenging for batting. There will be lateral movement. So I was a little bit surprised that Australia won the toss, elected to bat.
Right there, Naran!
You often see in Test match cricket preparation moisture featuring heavily on day one. Opening batters having to go through that process of buying time, self-preservation before getting into stride. And it's exactly the sort of approach we've seen from Usman Khawaja. Given a chance when he was on 6, now on 31. And Crafton in that yellow polo, West Indies consultant. Pulled away in front of square. It's another short delivery dispatched.
Yeah, this is definitely a shot that Travis Head has worked on over his career. Not a natural puller, but definitely in the last 12 months or so, we're seeing a lot more of it. A lot of teams have really targeted Travis with that short pitch delivery, especially from generally over the wicket. Tried to get up around his rib cage. New Zealand went hard at him on occasions, and a lot of teams haven't done that recently.
Yep.
It's just been manoeuvred into the onside. So, as we've said, just a little bit of momentum now for the Australians, which will probably be worrying the West Indies a fraction. There's that nice little pivot through the ball, which I like. Usman Khawaja, I think, in the Australian team plays the pull shot the best. Trying to get on top of the bounce. I think that dismissal of Josh Inglis, I think he was coming from low to high. So when there is a little bit of variation in bounce, then you can, if you're coming from low to high, then it's not exactly where you want. Ball's going to go straight up in the air, which proved to be the case.
52 for 3. Nice wind blowing across the ground here at the Kensington Oval. Those easterlies makes it very pleasant for players out in the middle, and too for the fans.
Well, I mentioned the Australians are playing pull shot recently. Just look at Usman Khawaja there, through the shot, and I love that pivot, and then finish off on the offside. Most good players of that shot will
end up with the ball on their leg side or over, in Usman Khawaja's case, his right shoulder. If you get stuck with the ball in line with your body, and if there is a variation in bounce, that's what forces the mistake.
More control with that approach and technique that you referred to, Greg Blurt. But the return of Shamar Joseph should bring optimism for another wicket for the West Indies. And a very good opening spell. His 6 overs produced 2 wickets for 12 runs, just 12. So Jaden Seals with 2 spells already. Over spell, followed by 3 overs. So Roston Chase just rotating his bowlers, allowing for sufficient rest too. McGregor, I really want to talk to you about the mindset from the Australians. You've played for this national side. I've spoken a lot to Matthew Hayden about that Australian mindset and that way, and he speaks about confronting your fears and that being a major part of the Australian approach to cricket.
Big Matty Hayden, hey? I've had a bit of dialogue with Matthew recently. He's been holidaying in Italy and he tore his hamstring tendon off his bone, slipping over somewhere. He probably had too many red wines, I'm not too sure. But, well, Matthew Hayden, I mean, he went through an interesting period in his career, didn't he? Really stop-start. And then, I mean, his last, 60, 70 tests in his career, he was, ended up as an opening batsman averaging over 50. And definitely international cricket, you've got to get to that stage where you're comfortable at the level. And I think what we saw from the Australian top order today was definitely all about nerves, I think. And you've got to be able to try and control your emotions. Everyone gets nervous, but there's big Mervyn Hughes. Big Tash. So, yeah, and you've got to, I think Matthew Hayden decided when he went on that tour to India that he was just going to, obviously adapt the sweep shot. But I think mentally, yeah, he really took the game on, and that doesn't mean, you go out there and try and hit every ball for 4 and 6. It's that mental approach where probably the most crippling thing at international level is the fear of failure. And if you can navigate your way around that, then, and I think that's exactly what's happened with Travis Head as well. It's just a little switch went off, and his last 2 years in international cricket have been superb.
Had to pull out on that occasion, Shamar Joseph. I had the chance of playing against Australia in 2000, 2001, and then in 2003. And the one thing I found when I played against Australia was their attacking approach towards the game, whether it was Steve Waugh and his captaincy, players who played the game and backed their skills in a positive way. That was a common strain across all the Australians. 53 for 3. Nice partnership developing here for Australia. 31 so far between Head and Khawaja. First time spin being introduced. It's the captain himself, Roston Chase. his the last 5 test matches here at Kensington Oval. Those pace bowlers, they've dominated with 126 wickets. At an average of just 21.7. Spin, only 48 wickets at an average of 36.2. So Roston Chase will have his work cut out. There is a limit on. The other things you have to take note of as a batter at Kensington Oval to slow bowlers is that extra bounce that a bowler can extract. Well, wouldn't turn that much on day one, but the bounce could surprise you as a batter.
Catch him though. Just a little bit of turn there already for Roston Chase. Thrown up wide of off stump. Travis Head letting it go, but you're right, a little bit of extra bounce there and some, more importantly too, some turn. Certainly appears to be one of those surfaces at the moment. It's been difficult, I think, for the Australians to drive on. We haven't seen too many crunching straight drives or cover drives. Only one from Travis Head comes to mind. They've all been sort of, you know, pull shots, really, most of the boundaries from the Australians. So that suggests just that surface has got a little bit of moisture and it's just holding a fraction, and it should turn a little bit.
I think when you look at the players and the batters in this Australian squad, generally they're back foot players. They love bounce, they love the ball coming on to them, so they're comfortable standing back and using their arms. One of the things you'll find in the Caribbean is that the trust for bounce is not something you could rely on.
Yeah, I found out the hard way. I used to rely on my pull shots and hook shots, but you're right, just the nature generally of the surfaces in the Caribbean are certainly not as true as the pitches in Australia. He's just got to adjust his line a little bit here. He's just been too wide. He's got to try and land the ball around about off stump.
That's it.
Tidy start by the skipper, 54 for 3. Four bowlers used so far by the West Indies, 3 wickets as well. Cut away. That's typical of Travis Head. He gets 4 more.
Yeah, another short ball that's punished. So they've got to learn a little bit quicker here, the West Indian fast bowlers. The chances generally have been from fuller deliveries, and at the moment the Australians are just feasting on anything short. Perfect shot from Travis Head. Not looking to hit the ball on the ground. Just going to get it over the gully region. And he's looking dangerous.
His leg side on that occasion. Well, Travis Head had a fair amount of time to look at how things unfolded at the start of the day's play. Usually that gives a player an opportunity to form an approach. And typically he's aggressive, but he's recognized the situation. That's what the better players in Test match cricket do. They can play the situation and take control of it in quick time.
Travis Head doesn't get a long way forward generally. You can see his back foot almost halfway to the stump, so he's really sweating on anything that length. He's a unique player, Travis Head. I mean, you would think the way that he plays that he's a bit of a flat track bully, but his strength really in the last 2 years for the Australian side is that he's a lot of the time made big runs in challenging conditions where others haven't.
If you missed the fall of wickets, 3 wickets so far, the first was a young opener, Sam Constas, and then Cameron Green edged one. Justin Graves was Shamar's second. Jaden Seals just induced this false stroke. And Josh Inglis being dismissed.
Yeah, that dismissal of Josh Inglis looks like he wanted 6, didn't he? I mean, he does actually play that shot quite well, but I think just the fact that he wanted to hit the 6 instead of the 4 probably cost him his wicket, because it just didn't quite bounce the way he wanted it to, and got towards the bottom of the bat, and he knew straight away. You know on the contact as a batsman, and you know the ball's gone straight up in the air, and you're just praying for a miracle that it might get dropped, but in that occasion that the catch was taken.
59 for 3. Fun part of coming to cricket. Local activities, always engaging with the fans, the spectators, the youngsters. Beautiful setup here at the Kensington Oval for the fans. Still a slip and a silly mid-on in play.
Oh, yeah.
West Indies will be thinking about another wicket before the lunch interval. That will be uppermost in the mind of Roston Chase, the skipper. I also think in Test match cricket, because of the intervals, it offers you a chance as a skipper to go on the attack just into a break, maybe just out of a break as well. Moments to seize.
Yeah, exactly right. I thought it was really good captaincy to get Shamar Joseph back into the attack before lunch, because if they can sneak another wicket now and get the Australians 4 down, then they are really dominating this game. Don't forget, Australia won the toss, elected to bat, so it's been the West Indies so far, but you just feel like the Australians are just getting a little bit of momentum. So bring your best bowler from the session back into the attack, and that's what they've done.
Why? Get it!
Just in the air for a while, but behind square. Through that onside.
Yeah, Usman Khawaja just playing for a little bit of spin there, and it just went straight on. So an inside edge, but it avoided a fielder.
Dot to end the over. 61 for 3.
Vehicle registration number PA147, parked on the compound of the QE building, designed to remove
excitement at the cricket here in the Caribbean. Australia 61 for 3, and there is a bowling change. Justin Graves around there in this West Indies test side. What a vantage point. The court's fan cabana, official retail partner, fans watching cricket in comfort and style. And with a little bit of a rhythm section there, Greg Blewett.
Yeah, you mentioned the crowds, Darren. They have changed a little bit over the years, must admit. My first tour was in the 90s, and it was very different. It was each test match was just the biggest party of all time. It was I loved it as well. It was just a great atmosphere to play in. But as things do, a lot of the grounds get developed and the facilities improved. But yeah, that was a real eye-opener, playing cricket in the Caribbean in the 90s.
Yeah, Sabina Park was a different Sabina Park in the 90s to what it is now. Fans were more intimate with the players on the field. Likewise for the Kensington Oval here in Barbados. Kensington Stand, always very vociferous and vocal. One thing you'll get in the Caribbean is fans that are knowledgeable about the game. Not only what happens in the Caribbean, the global game I speak of. Just a couple minutes before we break for lunch.
The two Australian batsmen out there at the moment, just trying to slow things down. They're desperate for this to be the last over. So hopefully the West Indies have seen that and try and get through this next delivery as quickly as possible and bowl another one. Still probably just over a minute to go, so they should get another over. Need to be aware of this.
Justin Graves, not express pace, but relatively accurate. Sometimes bowler with less pace can get you playing away from your body, getting your hands going into different positions. At the moment he's just suffocating Quadra a bit. 61 for 3. Shamar Joseph was excellent in his 2 spells. Chase. He's remained round the wicket to the left-handed Travis Head. Maybe a consideration of him going over, just changing the angle before the break.
Well, after that shot, don't change the angle, because he wouldn't have mind seeing that. That was a dangerous shot. I think Travis Head was just trying to get that into the gap and get up the other end.
Chance still for Ross and Chase to consider a silly bit off, but a little more pressure on Head. Not offside. Contented on playing back.
Nice, JC. Nice, JC.
Cunhill, West Indies women's player, offering autographs.
Well, close to the outside edge. Well, another thing they could do is bring, as we look at the replay of this, Travis said just playing underneath it, but they definitely bring long off up, leading into lunch.
Down the leg side, good tickle there from Head. He will get a couple of runs, maybe a boundary. 4 to end, so wins a mini battle with that occasion. And the break is on. First session done and dusted in this very first test match between the West Indies and Australia. Australia, after being placed in some trouble, just managing to get a partnership of 43 between these two. Usman Khawaja, Travis Head, working diligently to restore a bit of pride. And that's what we've seen in this session. 3 wickets to the West Indies, 65 runs to Australia. They had to work really hard for runs early on. Now things becoming a little bit easier for run scoring. West Indies will have a lot to speak about, more positives in this first session. And there's the evidence. 3 quick wickets for the West Indies. Australia electing to bat first, finding the opportunity very challenging at the moment. Khawaja was dropped on 6, he's well set on 32. And that partnership of 43 will give them a lot of hope and inspiration from the second session. For the West Indies, Shamar Joseph will be pleased with his effort. 2 spells, 2 wickets for 18. He got good support from his opening partner, Jaden Seals. Also took a wicket out of Josh Inglis, getting him to play that false shot, but the other 3 bowlers just creating the pressure necessary for wicket taking. So for now, we're just going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll have a little more analysis about that first session.
What a backdrop and what a card after the first session of play on the opening day of this test match between the West Indies and Australia. Australia choosing to bat first, 65 for 3. Usman Khawaja all the way through the session on 32 and Travis Head on 21. The bowling was led by Shamar Joseph with 2 wickets. He could have had more, to be quite honest, if the West Indies had caught better. And Jaden Seals with 1. And of course, we have 2 mountains and 1 valley with Greg Blewett in the middle. And the giant that is Carlos Brathwaite here with me. Gentlemen, thank you very much for spending some time with us. Just quickly, a reflection, Greg, since you're closest to me, on the morning session.
Well, West Indies to be very, very happy with how they went, especially early. The first hour, they were sensational. And as you mentioned, a couple of drop catches could have been a lot better as well. So after Pat Cummins, the Australian captain, won the toss and elected to bat, I think, 65 for 3. After that first session, I think West Indies will be very, very happy.
Carlos, in agreement, balance of power?
100%. Love Shamar Joseph's effort to begin with. First time with a new ball in Test cricket as well. He looked as though he's at home. That can be his role moving forward. And funny enough, he led the elder Joseph, Alzari, and the rest of that bowling attack.
Let's reflect on those wickets then for those who might have missed it. And the first one of Sam Constas.
Yeah, the 19-year-old Australian coming back into the side and got a pretty good ball, I thought. Was just looking to play down the line. It pitched and moved back in. You can see that and it was clipping the top of leg stump. It was given not out. The West Indians referred it, and a very, very good referral. You see a lot of the ball hitting the leg stump there. So I thought that was an excellent delivery from Shamar Joseph.
And my one concern as we go forward in this test match, and I'll converse with Greg on it, is that I've seen this dismissal before with Sam Constas, and coming into the test match, Carlos, it's what I'm sure the West Indies would have been planning, but we will move one forward and talk about Green.
Yeah, I loved it, and don't forget, Shamar Joseph had him dropped early in the piece as well, and it was constantly banging away. We've spoken about him being a tall man and not being the best on the front foot, which is unlike tall batters. But Shamar Joseph hammered away on this length consistently and eventually induced the edge again. And finally it was taken. Justin Graves probably the best slipper in the cordon, so he went to the right person on that occasion. But this is just reward for hard work, perseverance, good planning and good execution.
And of course, that's no stranger for Shamar Joseph, that type of dismissal to Green. It's happened before. And then the 3rd wicket in the session, that of Josh Inglis.
Yeah, Josh Inglis batting at number 4 for the Australians. So it's interesting, all the shuffles in the Australian order, none of them really worked. I mean, it was Sam Constas missed out, then of course Cameron Green at number 3, and then Josh Inglis being tried at number 4 in Stephen Smith's spot. He actually looked, I thought, reasonable while he was out there, and I think he was trying to hit that ball for 6, and I think it cost him his wicket, really. There was just a little bit of variation in bounce, and he got a bottom edge of the bat, and it went straight up in the air. So he'll be a little bit annoyed about that dismissal, but he'll also look forward to the second innings, because I actually thought he looked quite comfortable for the time he was there.
Yeah, the conditions will evolve as we go through the test match, but conditions for catching this morning, Carlos, it could have been much worse for Australia.
Oh, it could have been 12 for 3 if these catches had been taken. This is early in the piece from Cam Green again, once again hammering away at the length, pushing him back on this occasion. Brandon King, that's in the breadbasket. You'd expect that to be taken at this level. And then this one as well, Ross and Chase, the skipper. For me, the most concerning thing about these 2 drop catches are the positions that the fielders got themselves into trying to take the catch. So no one goes to drop a catch, but I want to see fielders being in the right position, hand and body, to be able to move laterally, or in the case of Brandon King, have a strong base and be able to allow and to trust your hands to take catches. And that for me is quite concerning.
On the positive side, though, for Australia is this partnership, Usman Khawaja, all the way through the morning session, and Travis Head.
Yeah, it was no surprise, really, that Travis Head has changed the momentum of this innings. Australia were in all sorts of trouble when Travis Head came to the crease, and then that flowed on to Usman Khawaja as well. And I think when Usman is playing well, that pull shot comes out, and we saw him play that a couple of times, and Travis Head played and missed a couple of times, but he plays the same way generally every time he bats now. He just looks to score runs. He looks to score boundaries very early. And I agree. I think Australia are just starting to get a little bit of momentum into their innings.
How do they break that momentum, the West Indies, that is?
Oh, they would love that lunch came at the time that it came at. It was ideal. I love to see Roston Chase getting into his work before Jamel Ward can. And he just wanted to stop the flow of runs and get a wicket or two in the back end.
Thank you very much, Greg. Thank you very much, Carlos. We leave it there for the moment. Well, the West Indies have another captain, 38th Test captain, and after this short break we will get up close and personal about his journey on the way to this breakthrough. Here is a little insight into what's coming up next.
Such a pleasure to have newly installed West Indies Test captain Roston Chase alongside me for a little chat. Roston, how does this song, what sort of emotion does this phrase evoke? Roston Chase, West Indies Test captain.
Yeah, well, firstly, it brings out joy. It brings out a proud moment for me. Feeling very proud about being Test captain for this region. I mean, many greats have come before me, so it's a very prestigious job. I feel very proud about it, so yeah.
Yeah, just to put it in context, close to 600 test matches the West Indies have now played. Over 340 players have represented the region, and we've been playing test match cricket for close to 100 years now, almost a century. But only 37 persons before you have captained this team. You will be the 38th. How significant is that?
Well, that just goes to show you the exclusivity of this job. It's only a select few, a chosen few that get to do it. So as I said before, it's a very proud moment for me in terms of the history of West Indies cricket. It's a privilege and an honor, and I really look forward to taking on the legacy.
Well, let's take it back a little bit, Ruston, about your early days and what made you fall in love with this sport. Can you remember that first encounter with cricket?
Yeah, well, from a small lad, 3 years old, 4 years old, obviously I couldn't really remember, but my dad always keep telling me that from the time I was small, I was just in love with the game. He said that I used to be crying all the time, and the only thing that could get me to stop from crying was watching cricket. So I guess I was just born for cricket. So yeah, I mean, growing up, I always loved the game, and then when I understood about the West Indies team and stuff like that, I would wake up early mornings to get out and watch the team play, rallying behind the guys, especially with the likes of like Brian Lara and Curtly Ambrose.
Yep.
Those guys were very entertaining to watch, so I would never miss a game.
Tell us then, to Ruston, about some of the institutions and perhaps people who have been instrumental and influential in your early sort of cricketing career.
Yeah, well, I would say my journey really started at the primary school level. I attended the Wesley Hall Junior School, which was known for being a rich cricketing school.
Right.
I mean, when I first went there, I didn't know that, but after spending a couple of years and then finding out about cricket, I told the coach I was interested in playing cricket, and he said, okay, he will give me a little tryout and see what I can do. And after I had my first tryout, he was very impressed with what he saw, and then he told me to go home and speak to my mom because I was quite young.
Right.
I wasn't, I was thinking in class 1 or class 2, so I needed permission from my mom.
Yes.
So my mom had to come down to the school to talk to the principal and the physical education teacher at that time, Mr. Edwards, for me to get the permission to go over, and that's where it really started. He told me I would open the batting for the team next year, and I was really excited. And then obviously that year came and I played, and then my next year I captained the team to the championship. And then we went back to the championship game again, but we lost in my last year. And so at this time I met Richard Clark. He was very instrumental in my early cricketing days, learning at the Passage Road cricket facility. And then after I set the 11+ exam, I originally passed for Queen's College, but Commonmere was the cricketing school. And also I had a big brother who was attending Commonmere at that time, so I wanted to be close to him, along with the cricketing legacy of Commonmere. So I asked my dad if I could have a transfer, and he was more than happy to make it happen. And I then went to Commonmere School, where I came under the wings of Roddy Esway. I had met him before because I always used to go and watch my brother play, and he was the coach. I think what he really instilled with me was the toughness and the discipline, because he's a real strict guy. So you could never slip it around him or not. He would give you some kind of punishment that you would not like. So I was always in line when it came to him. And I think that groomed me into becoming the player that I am at a young age.
I first met Ruston at Commonmere many years ago, and he showed tremendous leadership qualities. And what people doesn't understand, over a period of time, Ruston has captained the Commonmere School right through all the age group, senior cricket and all the cricket. He never lost a cricket game. And that's an unbelievable stat that a young man can have. You look back, you play on the 15s, on the 13s, on the 19s, Cigar Field Service competition, the Sajiko Shield, name the competition.
Never lost a game?
He never lost a game. Which is, you know, you're looking back at that now where you think, well, he's always been designed to be captain. So I'm really happy to see him get the opportunity.
What was it then about that institution, your secondary school, Kambame, and that period in time that allowed you guys to produce so many West Indian cricketers? Your predecessor, Craig Brathwaite, came from there, your vice captain, Jamel Warrican, and you can name so many others as well.
As a young guy, loving the game of cricket, Commonwealth was always the school talked about when it came to cricket. So I guess all the guys that really loved the game and were good at it wanted to go to Commonwealth. So I guess most of the guys put in the effort in terms of the academics to get there. I think what made us even better, it was the competitive nature to never fall behind your peers.
Right.
So you always wanted to say, well, oh, Craig made the under 15 team, I want to be there with Craig, or we can made the under 15 team or under 17 team. I don't want to fall behind Shane Dorrich.
Right.
You know, we had a lot of good players, and then we had some players that, I mean, they never played for the national team, but they were solid. So I think that's where, that's what put us above the rest of the schools in terms of our run of being victorious at that level.
I heard you mention your mother a little bit earlier. Tell us a little bit about that ultimatum that she gave you. A couple of years, you give this a shot. If it doesn't work out, you have to go back to school.
Yeah, because at that time it was a ticklish period for me, you know, transitioning from junior cricket into senior cricket. A lot of guys get lost in that transition because it's not easy coming in as a young player to get straight into a national team. I mean, usually it's the guys that go to the Youth World Cup and perform, gets a little kickstart, a little push towards going into that regional team, but I didn't have that. At that time, things weren't happening for me as quickly as I wanted, and my mom she was getting a little, you know what I mean, emotional and...
Understandably so.
Yes, so then she told me, Roston, I'm gonna give you 2 years. I don't wanna take away your dream, but I'm giving you 2 years, because I had already played for Barbados, but I wasn't a
mainstay,
a fixture in the team. I would play a 2-game one season, left out the next season, maybe a 3 this season. So it was up and down for me. So she gave me that ultimatum, and I think that's what really made me work towards getting back into the Barbados team and staying there. Because then now, what I would do, my father got a new car, so he gave the old car to me and my brother.
Right.
So my brother was working at that time, but he goes to work early, 6:30 in the morning, and I want the car to go and do stuff during the day, whether it be good practice or just, you know what I mean, having fun or whatever. So I want the car. So I said the only way I could get the car is if I move at 6:30. So I would wake up every morning, 6:30 with him, drop him off to work, go straight down to Kensington Oval, back for an hour with Henderson Springer, back for another hour with Emerson Truckman or Dexter Toppin, and then training will start around 10 o'clock. And then I would have a little snack that my mom would prepare for me, and then go training like nothing. And no one was knowing that I was training for 2 hours before, and then still training with everyone.
Russell was always positive, and like when he make a decision, you know, he wouldn't flip-flop. Like if Russell said he liked something, that's it. Well, of course, I'm very proud, you know, because I think most dads would like the sons play Test cricket, and to my mind, what you call the pinnacle now of cricket, because I like Test cricket. Test cricket is the ultimate in cricket, right? And to rise to the level of being, because the whole Boston whole, not village, we even call them villages nowadays, but all around where he lived and people and friends, everybody is almost like out of the minds, because we got somebody that we finally know to make it to Test captaincy.
Let's project then towards the current time. You last played Test match cricket in 2023, some 2 years ago. Did you always have that ambition of a red ball return?
Red ball cricket was always my first love because when I grew up, it was never any 2020 or anything like that. Red ball was the ultimate. All the legends were made from red ball cricket. So I always loved red ball cricket. But at that time, after being dropped out of the red ball team, I was more focusing on white ball cricket because, I mean, I was doing well in CPL. I got my debut in the World Cup, playing along the likes of Dwayne Bravo and Chris Gayle and those guys. So I really wanted to then venture on into the white ball cricket for a bit. So I didn't really mind. It gave me a little more availability in terms of my time to explore in terms of the white ball cricket, and I wanted to break out into the leagues. So it really gave me a chance to work on my white ball game. But then, I mean, I'm 33 years of age now, and Sammy had the conversation with me. So I said, what better time it is than now? I am 33 years old. If I come and play for another 2, 3, 4 years, I'll be, you know what I mean, at that age where I'll be looking to probably give up my cricketing career around 37 or so. I mean, you never know what can happen. I really thought about it. I had a conversation with my dad. He gave me that calming spirit and, you know what I mean, the confidence to accept the job if given. And because I told Sammy I needed a week or so to think about it, and then I went back and had the conversation with him and said, yeah, I would like to have a crack at it.
Give it a crack, yeah. As the West Indies team heads into the next World Test Championship cycle, Ruston, it seems to be a reset of sorts. New Test captain, also Darren Sammy will be taking the reins in this format for the first time. What are your expectations then, your realistic expectations of this 2-year World Test Championship cycle, and how can you, working in tandem with Darren Sammy, bring about and realize those ambitions?
Yeah, well, we had a meeting a couple of days ago, and we sat down and we, as you said, being realistic. Right now we're at number 9 in the rankings. So we don't want to say, oh, we want to be number 1 and stuff like that. We just want to improve in some areas that we sat down and talked about with the analysts, bringing up the stats and data and stuff. And realistically, we are looking at probably between 6th and 4th after this cycle. To realistically do that, we need to win 44% of our matches. And I think throughout this cycle, we have 14 matches. So if we could win, say, 5, 6 games and probably draw 2 or 3 games, I think we will be in the position that we want to be in terms of that 4th to 6th position. And I think that is a goal that is achievable.
Yeah, so that's sort of a macro perspective over 2 years. If we take this series then against Australia, who just played in that World Test Championship final and no doubt is one of the top test playing nations. If I ask you at the end of that series, let's say we are sitting a day or 2 after the 3rd test, what would satisfy you if this happens?
Well, obviously going into every series, the ultimate goal is to win. But for me, as I said, we had a meeting, we spoke about where we need to improve, the things that we need to do in terms of comparing ourselves to the top 4 teams and what the top 4 teams do in terms of batters and then the bowling side. And we had some data there showing us what we need to do. If we can improve on the areas that we spoke about, I think that we will be in a position where we could win one of the games or draw one of the games. So I could realistically see in it being 1-0 to us and drawing the 2nd game and seeing what happens in the 3rd game. Because the stats have shown that once we improve on those areas, things will happen. So it's just for us to trust the process and go out there and give effort. Like Sammy always says this to the team, it doesn't take talent, it doesn't take skill to give effort. So if every man can go out there and give 100% effort and concentrate on what he needs to do and not worry about what a next teammate needs to do or what the opposition needs to do, I think that hard focus
would put us in good stead in playing some positive cricket, and we can get a good outcome.
One of my most memorable moments from you, Ruston, is that not your batting though, it's your bowling. That 8 for 60 you picked up against England at the Kensington Oval. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's still something that I think about a lot. I mean, because I was talking to some of the guys about Kensington Oval relating to the pitch.
Right.
And I said, Kensington Oval is not really a spinner's wicket. They say, but Chase, you took 8.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, I took 8, but the pitch wasn't wagging, the ball wasn't spinning and bouncing. I just, put it down to that, and having the confidence in my ability, because I didn't even bowl in the first innings.
Yeah.
I probably bowled like a 1 over or something in the first innings, because the fast bowlers really scared them out. So I wasn't even really thinking about being a threat. And I came on, I got, I think Warwick Burns was my first wicket. And then I didn't really put down the ball from then. So yeah, Kensington Oval is my favorite ground to play at. Not because it's my home ground, but I mean, I get a lot of good results personally, individually. And I mean, we've had some great test matches here. I can recall beating England in a series, the first opening game of the series. We won against England. We also beat Pakistan here in another test match. So I mean, I have good memories here. And then obviously to do it in front of your home crowd, your family, your friends will be there watching. Then it's my 50th test match as well. I think it's gonna be emotional. But once I could channel that energy in the right direction, I think it will bring out the best in me to come up with a good performance for the team. And I'm just looking forward to it.
Ruston, I really want to thank you for your time and sincerely wish you all the best in the upcoming series, but more than that, as you continue along in your career. The 30th Test captain of the West Indies.
Thanks.
We are very pleased to welcome you back to Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados for session number 2, the post-lunch session on the opening day of this first test between West Indies and Australia. And it has been an action-packed morning with Brandon King earning his first test cap. And the West Indies bowling first after Australia decided to bat first. They found some life in this surface. Shamar Joseph struck early against Sam Constas.
Yes, certainly, and Shamar Joseph in particular was outstanding. Bowl areas in which he asked continuous questions of the batters, brought them forward, and then this, one of 2 drop catches. Brandon King, the debutant, he will be disappointed because it was fairly straightforward. Then Roston chased one low to his right. He put that down as well. Justin Graves, though, he held on to a very low chance offered by Cameron Green. Yet again, Cameron Green failing at number 3. Josh Inglis, compulsive hooker, goes from low to high, trying to hit that one out of the park. Good catch by Shea Hope, back into Test cricket. Travis Head, it took 15 overs before the first boundary was hit. But then they really got going, Australia. Pitch flattened out a bit, and they were able to time the ball a lot better. Placed it to perfection, and they were equally good every time West Indies erred a bit short.
Travis Head, as is very typical of him, tends to go after the bowlers to play his shots. The session that ebbed and flowed, very entertaining. The sun playing hide and seek with us here at Kensington Oval. For now, Australia positioned at 65 for 3, an ongoing partnership of 43 between Usman Khawaja and Travis Head. Hayden Seals with a wicket. He found some lateral movement, some swing, but it's Shamar Joseph, as you heard from Shakira Selman, the star. Usman Khawaja has been the star of the batting so far. Wonderful peace and utopia there for about 10 seconds. West Indies starting off this session with the bowling of Justin Graves, which is in itself interesting. Boundary to start things off.
Yeah, opted to end that first session with Justin Graves. Now they start with him again. Very interesting that they haven't gone back to one of their first choice pacers.
It is an interesting move from Ruston Chase, and he'll be hoping that it is one that pays off, because usually you're looking to start each session with 2 of your primary bowling options, particularly after only 1 session. So a brave and bold move, and we'll hope that it pays off. We've seen times where the ball has ricocheted off the bottom of the thigh pad onto the stumps across the history of this game. Almost happened there.
certainly would have been a disappointing way for Usman Khawaja to be dismissed. Yeah, another reason it's interesting that they've gone to Justin Graves is because he doesn't have a particularly good average against left-handers. He averages 53 with the ball. It was felt they would have gone back to Shamar Joseph, who's already completed 2 spells for a spell of 6 overs. Even if for a shorter spell, even if for a shorter burst. It may work though. Good turnout for this first test match of this series. Fans have come from all over the world to support both teams.
$69 for 3.
Wajan Head continuing to build. Partnership of 47.
He's a fascinating character, Travis Head. Very successful batter. You go back to the broken hand just before the 2023 World Cup in India, where they trusted that he would heal in time to participate. First game he got 100 against New Zealand, 100 play of the match in the final, 175 against the West Indies on their last tour of Australia at Adelaide. An aggressive batter. And he's had 2 specific journeys where he was dropped initially from the test team in 2020, averaging 39, close to 40. He was trying to spend time at the crease. I think the strike rate then must have been around 50. And he really struggled at a point and was left out of the team December 2020. Spent a year out of the test team. That's what he does if you miss your length. He's not afraid to go for his shots.
Yeah, 50 partnership coming up with that boundary as well. This is exactly where he was disappointed a few balls ago. He felt as though he missed out on another full way delivery. He's so important to this Australian side, especially batting alongside a player like Usman Khawaja, who will want to take his time. He is able to revert the pressure onto the bowlers.
And he said after they got dropped, he went to play some county cricket. And he stunk up the place. Those are his words, not mine. He said he stunk it up in county cricket until the very last innings of the season, where he got 49 from 46.
Yep.
And he said what gave him that propensity was that he was just fed up of trying to spend time at the crease, and he just thought, this bad form, I can't use the words that he used, but he said, to heck with it. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to have a go and have a swing. And he said once he got that 49, I think from 46, that when he came back into Test cricket, he said, that is the way I'm going to play. And since then, his strike rate has been over 80 in Test match cricket. Some players will be happy with that in ODIs. And he's averaged 43 since then. He's a type of player, you can talk about guys like Adam Gilchrist in the past from Australia, who will try to switch the balance of power in the contest. When he does score, he scores quickly.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
.74 for 3. That's a good indication as to the second coming of Travis Head in 2021. And the volume of runs he scored in Test cricket. But do not forget how impactful he is in white ball cricket. Still Graves. He's got a deep point in place for Travis Head. We see it a lot with teams against Ben Duckett, who had a match-winning 100 against India days ago. What they're trying to do, I'm giving you the theory, I don't always agree with it, but what they're trying to do is to stop that boundary shot that he hits square of the wicket, only allow him one, while they work away on creating pressure and trying to get him out. Now I see it differently. There are always a couple of options. I prefer to bowl my best ball, have that man up and ask him to hit it past the infield.
Yeah, and I think I agree with you, because what you're doing in essence is allowing him an easy single when you should be looking to dismiss him. West Indies already having taken 3 wickets. You think it's been a good day for them so far, but you want to break this partnership as well. Get Alex Carey out here as early as possible. Get into the bowlers as early as possible, as opposed to allowing the batters to settle and score easy runs. Then it becomes easier.
Oh my goodness. See, we've had 1 drop, that's 1 life, 1 up the tie pad past the stumps, that's 2, this one 3. How many lives? Obviously a cat has.
I don't suppose this is a plan by West Indies. For some reason, perhaps he's just getting tangled, trying to play that ball too fine. That one obviously not bouncing as high as he expected.
Here Justin Graves did nick off Khawaja in that test match at Adelaide back I think in December 23, caught a second slip. The delivery, I think it was something like that actually, if I can recall it correctly. Graves forced him to reach for a wide delivery and he nicked off.
Yeah, this one 2 deliveries ago. Off the bottom of that thigh guard, almost rolling onto the stumps.
$76 for 3. Zari Joseph. Very good. Just seemed to angle in and then deviate away.
Yeah, certainly explains why Kawaja was drawn into trying to hit that ball straight down the ground.
Such a great skill for some bowlers round the wicket. You'll see Alzari with the scrambled or wobble seam at times. That doesn't look like it. A repeat offender. And you notice how the feet stay together with Kawaja. Doesn't often get a big stride forward to the ball.
Yeah, loses his base as well whilst attempting to play that shot. Usman Kawaja. And this kind of backs away towards that square leg umpire, expecting the ball to continue to swing into him.
That might be the scramble seam this time, might. Yep, you see that one nip away. And so those are the little cues that you're looking for as a batter. When Mitchell Starc comes to bowl, you'll see Mitchell Starc do exactly the same thing. He'll hold it with the fingers running down the seam for his orthodox away swing to a left-hander. And then he will angle the seam position in his hand at the top of his mark. And batters are looking for it. You still have to play it. That's scrambled again. Fortunate for Alzari Joseph. And good for Kawaja.
Yeah, good first four deliveries by Alzari Joseph. I think perhaps that one was seam up again. And what that seam up ball does is go late. It does leave the left-hander a bit later than that wobble delivery. Not going to be overly disappointed with that though. That's what he's trying to get Kawaja to do. That's the mode of dismissal he's looking for.
think an additional slip fielder is going in. John Campbell now into third slip. It went down quite sharply that last drive, so maybe he has to come edging a little bit closer. Yeah, right, it was seam up 2 balls. It will look like seam up there again. So what are you looking for, Shakira, when you're into your coaching journey? When are you asking this batter, yeah, that went down, no third slip there. When are you asking the batter to start looking at the ball in the hand of the bowler?
I actually think it's quite different for some batters. Some batters try to watch through the run-up, but it's difficult with Alzarri Joseph, who kind of plays the ball, so you want to look for it in his coil. And just there, just as he gets into the coil, about to deliver it, you want to be keeping a close eye on that ball. End of 29, 80 for 3.
Graves. Even the deep point can't stop it. Jamel Warrican didn't throw himself at it either. Usually you'd sometimes see a fielder diving at it.
Just running to his weaker side on that occasion, Jamel Warrican. Evidence that even with that deep point, it's not going to stop Travis Head from playing his shots. He's still going to take on the fielder. Should have done better, Jamel Warrican.
Australia can ill afford to lose another one of their high-class batters with Steve Smith with an injured hand, Labuschagne out of form.
Where did that hit? Just jumped at him, perhaps at the little finger. I wonder if it came out on one of those patches. Well, it has behaved quite differently depending on where it's pitched on the surface. Just a few green patches causing problems for the batters.
Just on the point of where you're watching, you're absolutely right. Different batters do it differently. I had this conversation with the great Ricky Ponting, extended conversation about it back in Australia last year. And he said he was locked in from the time the bowler turned at the top of his mark, because he wanted an early cue as to what might happen, although it wasn't an absolute certainty. This is such a key session, such a vital session. Well, the West Indies having prized out 3 Australian wickets in the morning session. The fight back of Travis Head and Khawaja is on. Travis Head was strangled down the leg side in the World Test Championship, and he was strangled down the leg side against the West Indies when they toured there last time. So it's not unfamiliar to see him dismissed if the ball brushes the bat down there.
Yeah, last two deliveries seem to be a deliberate ploy. It's both been straight, hoping to strangle him once again down that leg side. I think batters are so unfortunate to be dismissing that fashion though.
When Shamar Joseph's time to return to the attack. 86 for 3. To the Caribbean is always a sought-after venue. Tourism hotspot. You can catch a bit of international cricket in between.
Yeah, previous over from Justin Graves. It was a loud appeal from Graves himself. Clearly no bat involved. Just off the outside of the leg.
A decision from Nitin Menon out of India. He's an outstanding umpire, always in the gym. Confirmation from our ball tracking. Yes, they're alive. There's a heartbeat pad. It's good. This is good from Joseph. Just keep probing. Shakira as well, as you well know, how often can you continue probing here?
Yeah, he should feel confident. Not just from reaching the bat, but because he was able to produce an edge the previous over. So it should keep him probing away in this area. Sometimes, though, the problem with Alzari is he loses his patience and then he bowls a bad delivery in between.
Well, he's got a good mentor to look up to if Sir Andy Roberts were able to mentor him, because we're celebrating the 50th anniversary, 21st of June, of the West Indies winning the inaugural World Cup in 1975 at Lord's in London. Sir Andy Roberts was one of the leaders of the bowling attack then, often looked to as the father of the West Indies fast bowling quartet. But in that World Cup, it was for his batting that I think he stands out. With that 63-run partnership for the 10th wicket against Pakistan, just prior to the semi-final, that won them that game. Along with Derek Murray, and Sir Vivian Richards actually said when we spoke to him the other day, he said they owe everything to Andy and to Derek Murray for that partnership, because it catapulted them through the semis into the final, where Sir Viv himself executed 3 brilliant runouts. Clive Lloyd's 100, look at the balls that he took to get to the 100 in 1975. A strike rate of 120 then would surpass anything now acceptable now. Lance Gibbs on the right of screen, former West Indies off spinner, was there as well. So I often say the West Indies then were a team ahead of their time. When you look at the career of Sir Vivian Richards and his strike rate in the 90s, coming through the 70s and 80s and into the 90s, whereas now the modern player is saying we have to strike in the 90s and higher to compete. So greatness personified. saw Joel Garner at that function, and he was sitting quietly, and we tend to forget his 5 for 38 in the final of the 79 World Cup final. Joel Big Bird Garner, Joseph bowling into his end. Very good from Alzari, 86 for 3 and maiden.
Sir Gary Sobers and Sir Wes Hall statues just out front Kensington Oval. These two were also very instrumental to West Indies in that era, just before. Yeah, keen to see if the plans have changed to Travis Head. Just at the back end of that previous over from Justin Graves, they've gone a lot straighter.
Who put those stumps there?
Yeah, it was a certain boundary raced off the face of the bat. Crashing straight into the stumps. It looks as though it took out our stump cam. Yeah, even though they still have that deep point employed, Justin Grace has gone a lot straighter since being struck for that boundary.
Analyst is probing me that since his return to Test cricket, scoring rate of Travis Head wide above stump 62, average I should say, the channel 57 on the stumps 40 and on the leg stump, or outside leg stump 27. As was the case with Khawaja to Alzari Joseph, it's the turn of Travis Head to squeeze one through the slip quarter.
A slight change up from Justin Grace. That one just outside our stump, not fully in control. Travis Head. Unfortunate for Justin Graves.
Chase sees it this way, and he has to back his instinct.
Yep.
My way and what I was looking at with Shamar Joseph is you can't be thinking too far ahead and thinking, let me give this guy a break and ask another guy to do a holding job. I'm sure he's not asking Graves to do a holding job. He's asking Graves to get a wicket. But my way of going at it would have been to have my two best bowlers on, even if one of them bowls just a short spell. As you rightly said, if you nick a couple out, you're into that lower middle order. This Australian bowling attack is relentless. When they come to bowl, they will be hunting. Round the wicket. 91 for 3.
Change of bowling, Jaden Seals. First time we're seeing him after lunch. The flashing blade of Travis Head, where Casey Carty's been stationed. Deep point. There's also a deep square leg. And we know quickly Travis Head scores, and I think this is smart. For his good shots, he gets one. Puts a little bit more pressure on him to find that boundary scoring shot. And it allows the West Indies to minimise the damage whilst they work away on a good length. Full on this occasion, Samuel Badri, good evening.
Hello Carlos, hello everyone. Yeah, we're just looking to see what the West Indies can do in this session. They started off the first session really well. That first 15 overs or so where they didn't concede a boundary and they were creating a lot of pressure. 65 runs. Australia ended that session on, so they got some runs to the back end of the first session. Jaden Seals has bowled all of his deliveries against the left-handers from around the wicket, so clear plan from him and from West Indies to sort of use that particular angle. First time since 2018, Carlos, Australia fielding a playing 11 without a Manus Labuschagne and Steve Smith, so they too are sort of in a transitionary period, looking to find some spots as they plan for this World Test Championship cycle, a format that they've dominated in.
He's trying to find a spot in his trouser apparently. Drying away.
Yeah, from a historical perspective as well, West Indies haven't won a home test against this opposition since 2003. Carlos, you remember that famous test in 2003, world record chase. What a moment that was, but it's been a long time since. Last time Australia toured for this format, 2015, a decade ago, so it's not often we see West Indies playing against this opposition at home. .94 for 3.
Beautiful Barbados. Water sports on the beach. Shot from Travis Head. He's been stewing. He's finally get a chance to free his arms in a vacant cover region.
Yeah, the wrist on that shot. Just look at how he snaps the wrist and gets his hands through the shot. Very strong through that region. Travis Head. Both batters into the 40s. Partnership now 76. Much needed after being 22 for 3. I mentioned that last victory, that last test match victory against his opposition, Carlos, 2003, long time ago. When you look at this Australian team losing in that World Test Championship final, no Manus Labuschagne, no Steve Smith, still finding their batting, their ideal batting lineup. What are your expectations from a West Indian perspective?
Well, as they have started, I expect them to be competitive. I think we'd be kidding ourselves if we expect West Indies to walk over Australia, regardless of them being in a batting transition of sorts. But if we look post 2003, this would probably be the best opportunity to beat Australia at home if West Indies are to get their act together. They started beautifully with the ball, and I think when you look at both bowling lineups, obviously the guys on screen, that is, in our modern era, a legendary bowling attack. The 4 guys who've played together from New South Wales all the way to conquering the world. West Indies probably, with these 3 youngsters, the captain as our spin option and Jamel Warrican as vice captain, have a very respectable bowling lineup as well. And I think in the past, you can think back to when West Indies were good at home. You think back to Shannon Gabriel, Jason Holder, Kemar Roach, blowing away Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. This unit has the ability to replicate and even surpass the efforts of that cohort, and no better way to start and to show that capability and against one of the better teams in our modern day era.
Yeah, certainly they'll want to improve their competitiveness in this format, in this World Test Championship cycle. Just 3 wins, 4 wins and 3 wins in the previous 3 iterations of this particular tournament. They've started off well in that first session. How long can they sustain that good work? Australia fighting back as you'd expect them to. Very good delivery from Graves to end that over. 99 for 3. Look at that rhythm, that movement. Something that's evident. Khawaja, on the other hand, his movement, his feet movement in particular, very indeterminate. Most of these shots, he's still on the move. Look at that front foot, his right foot, not in position. And so he's been caught at the crease on a number of occasions. Unfortunately for him, it hasn't really resulted in him being dismissed. Again, on the move whilst playing the shot. They're having a grand old time. 100 up for Australia. A massive touring contingent here at the Kensington Oval. As I look out from where we are, Carlos, I see 3 distinct groups: blue, yellow, red. And that's what I can see. I'm sure there are others in at the Kensington Oval. And that's the yellow contingent. I'm told that it's associated with nerve hues. This is another contingent here in maroon, it seems. And then the blue. So Jason Gillespie earlier today. It's really wonderful to see them here in the West Indies. It's been 10 years since Australia has played in this format. And what a place to be, Australia now in their winter or heading into that, Carlos. Yeah, they've got a famous face on their shirts. Dizzy.
Yeah, I love to see the Aussie fans adding to the colour. One thing you associate with the Caribbean and cricket in the Caribbean. You can see the seashells on the shirt, a little bit of, not a little bit, a lot of disease on the shirts as well.
Yes.
The coloured wigs are out. And some may ask how they're braving the heat, but in Australia they're well versed with some extreme heat as well, so they'd be feeling at home. So very, very long way for them to travel, so kudos to them. And yes, he's raising his bat. We salute you, sir.
Yeah, some of them no doubt would have journeyed to England for that World Test Championship final and then come across here to make the journey a little bit more palatable. There's protection in the deep. Just going back to Usman Khawaja though, and that indeterminate footwork. A deep dive in the stats show that that 5 to 8 meter length has been problematic for him in the last World Test Championship cycle, facing deliveries in that range. He's had an average of just around 22 and a significantly slower strike rate. So bowlers seem to be targeting that sort of length to him, knowing that he's a little bit unsure. Confidently played. 102 for 3. Yeah, that iconic statue that sits just outside of the ground here at the Kensington Oval. This is where we are at the moment, that 44 and 45, rebuilding for Australia, 3, 3 and 5, the others.
Interested to hear your take, Samuel, on the deep point, deep square. But for someone like a Travis Head, and we talk about losing the kite, Travis Head scores so quickly. Sometimes a single to him in particular phases of the game is as good as a dot to most persons. Some people are of the school of thought that, you know, it's a potential single that could have been a dot. What are your thoughts on that fielding position?
Yeah, well, he's in the deep for this very reason, to avoid those boundaries. Casey Carty, the man tidying up So I don't mind it too much because of the type of player he is. He loves to score boundaries early in his innings and gets off to a flyer. So at the start of his innings, I'd like to see opposition captains not giving him the easy single. If he wants to take it on, fine, because as you very well know, that's the most vulnerable time. But once he gets set a little bit, then certainly take away that boundary. If he has to score, let him take a long time to score. Have you got a dissenting view?
No, I agree. I think you appreciate the ebbs and flows in the test games. This is why we love it. And there are times when, as a bowling unit, you can be slightly more defensive or conservative, and you set yourselves up when you go on attack. Another example of not a bad delivery, cracking shot, but instead of it yielding a boundary, it being a single. So I think there are periods in the game, especially with someone like Justin Graves in the attack, who will be considered the workhorse out of the four seamers. Protecting one end with him, knowing how well he bowls and the potential to get a wicket. And if you do get that wicket, then you go guns blazing. Probably he comes off the attack, Shamar Joseph comes back in, and you'll be a bit more attacking. At this point in time, it's just a little game of cat and mouse. How can we restrict the scoring till we get that wicket?
Yes. What I like though is not an altogether defensive field. Yes, they are boundary riders, but they still have the fielders in the slip position, still searching for the wicket. So it's sort of an in and out field. You're looking to protect the boundaries, but at the same time, you're trying to take the wicket, particularly the wicket of Travis Head.
I think the lines have been very attacking as well. So you're talking to Usman Khawaja being slightly fuller, risking the drive, but cramping him, using the seam and the swing to cramp him for room. But Travis Head has been the odd short ball, but in a good area. Just about 4 stump on a good length. And he is good enough. He's good enough that he can thrash it backward of point. But there's fielders there. And if he gets it wrong, it's been reinforced now with John Campbell just in front of, just behind point, in a catching position move from second slip.
Yeah, into the action straight away. 106 for 3. Yes, square, because he usually smashes it in that direction, and if it's aerial, there's a catcher. If it's along the surface and it beats him, there's protection beyond him as well. You're not missing out on the water, even if you're at the cricket. They're here for the cricket, they're here for the sun and the sun and the water. Well, they're getting it all. Just cooling down. The cameraman as well. I wonder if his feet are in the water. What a job. What a job. Nah, he's too short. In there. Dropped. Wonderful effort. Opportunity created. Brandon King, the debutant, again.
Another chance created, another chance dropped. On this occasion, a more difficult one in the gully. You'd even say a very good effort. But there's an old adage about catches and winning matches, and West Indies have put down 3 so far. Khawaja twice now. Those are the catches you want to take. Those are the half chances you want to turn into chances and reward good build-ups of bowling.
Yeah, he'd have been very disappointed with that shot as well, Usman Khawaja. It really was a nothing shot, just hanging his bat there, looking to guide it, guides it straight almost to the fielder. Yeah, Brandon King, cap 343 for the West Indies, received it a few hours ago in real time. Good height, you know, and that's the sort of height that you like, diving away to your favored side. Just not able to hold on.
And only just now we were talking about building pressure, stopping the flow of runs, getting a wicket and then going on the attack. And Roston Chase would have thought, had that catch been taken, it would have been the ideal start to session number 2. Restrict the run flow, not let the game get away, and then there would have been an opening at one end that you could bring your strike bowlers back in. Jaden Seals is one of them, of course, but from the other end, you can go double strike bowler and try to eke away into the lower order and even into the bowlers. Catch dropped, and that will not be the case.
Marion Griffith, the fielding coach of the West Indies team, he's on his feet, just came to the boundaries edge to have a conversation. Mikael Louis, the man next to him, he'd be a little bit disappointed with the catching so far. Merchandise, if you want to get your Barbados merchandise, anything from the region, you can go across to the booth, get your souvenirs. I'm sure the Australians who have traveled to the region will want to take some gifts back. .108 for 3. Yeah, 5 bowlers use the 2 Josephs, not related, one from Ghana, one from Antigua. And speaking about Joseph, Shamar Joseph, back into the attack from the Joel Ghana end. He's been really good, should have had more than those 2. Half century for Travis Head, a second against this opposition. And so that Australia rather needed him to step up, and he has so far.
Good knock, under a bit of pressure as well. Always adds impetus to the innings. Good strike rate, only 57 balls.
Easy enough single, acknowledgement from his teammates, but they know that this is just the start, so does he. highest test score against this opposition. So he has that very good memory against them. And we've seen that from Khawaja before. I spoke about Rion Griffith, and he really prides himself and his team on their fielding. Today, though, Brandon King, Cameron Green on North, and then the captain himself, Brandon King again. You don't want to drop catches in any format, Carlos, but particularly in this one.
Yeah, and I have some experience fielding in the slips and the gullies, and when I look at the way that Brandon King approached that first catch, Roston Chase approached that second catch, it's a little concerning of the positions. Well, they say any slip catch is a good catch, and traditionally you don't consider a slip catch to be easy, but there are plenty of slip catches that should be taken, and I'd put those first two in that bucket. Have a look, especially at the Brandon King drop to begin with after this delivery, and see what position he gets his body into. He's at gully, you want to be in a strong position. He's already starting too small in my opinion with his base, and then he split steps and then can't react, especially at gully, which is a real reaction position. You're often looking to go left and right, as he had to do on the second drop catch. You want to be in as strong a base from the inception. There was a little bit too much movement in my opinion. Then once the ball came, your heads and your eyes are moving.
Yeah, nice, strong, athletic position. 109 for 3. It's time for a Dasani water break.
What a recovery from Australia. Good partnership of 87 between Khawaja and Travis Head. Travis Head started his innings with a boundary through the covers. That is the intent that he showed, and just played with real intelligence, played according to the conditions, pounced on anything that was a little bit short or full. Brought up his 19th half-century in Test match cricket. The partnership will just continue to grow. Remember, Usman Khawaja, he was dropped on 6, then on 45. But as pertains to the West Indian bowling, they've done a very good job collectively. Justin Graves, 7 overs, wicketless. And just a reminder that we're here in Barbados, beautiful part of the Caribbean. Lovely for its beaches and its tourism products. People are so friendly. It is the ideal place for holidaying if you're not interested in the cricket. Must visit destination in the Caribbean. Turquoise water, white sandy beaches all around this beautiful island. Island that has produced many West Indian cricketers. Right, back to the cricket. Roston Chase with the ball. Previously 3 overs. Nearly sneaked through the defense of Travis Head. Greg blew it alongside me. Greg, you're happy with this approach by the Australian batters?
Yeah, this is a very, very good partnership between Khawaja and Head. Khawaja's had a little bit of luck. And Travis Head, really right from the word go, looked really comfortable. I think a lot of the Australian batters so far today have looked really nervous to start their innings. I know the Australian team hasn't played a lot of Test match cricket in recent times, but I think that showed a little bit, especially with the top order. I do think West Indies just missed a trick after lunch. I'm always a believer in you start with your 2 best bowlers to start the session. Yes. And I know it's about, sharing the overs around, but I just thought that hour after lunch was going to go a big way in determining who wins the day. And I thought the West Indies' best bowler for the first session was no doubt Shamar Joseph, and it's almost taken him an hour to get into the attack in this session. I just can't believe it.
Took the words out of my mouth. Exactly that. And as a captain, formally, you want to start with your best bowlers, attack the session quite early. We'll talk a little bit more about that. On 11 for 3. Aerial shot of the Kensington Oval, the mecca of cricket here in the Caribbean. Shamar to continue. Hey Greg, just to build on that point, before him coming into the spell, his last over was in that first session, the 22nd over. Took him just about 16 overs for him to return with the ball. And you think of the fact that Australia, they were 3 wickets down, and there was a fledgling partnership with these two, especially after that lunch break. You want to seize that opportunity of batters having to start again, being vulnerable.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see there he's worrying Usman Khawaja, especially around the wicket. But I get the fact that he bowled 8 overs in that first session, and he was the most used bowler by the West Indies, and it is about trying to get him through the day. But I just think after a 40-minute break, it was worth giving him 3 overs after lunch, and then you worry about the rest of his overs for the day, because if the West Indies had cracked this partnership, they could be in a dominant position, but Australia have really fought back into getting into a solid position. So as the game stands right now, or this day, it's pretty even. It really is.
And the West Indies will be relying on their track record at this venue too. Last 5 test matches, 3 wins, 1 draw, just 1 solitary loss. That was against Sri Lanka. That's a bottom edge. So the wicket finally comes, and guess who the bowler? Shamar Joseph.
Oh, he really deserves that. Probably a little bit of luck. I mean, Usman Khawaja does play this shot extremely well, and shaking his head on the way off. Yeah, just that little under edge or off the toe. And he really did deserve that little bit of luck there, Shamar Joseph. So he keeps taking wickets. Really important breakthrough there for the West Indies. Usman Khawaja fought hard for his 47. 111 for 4.
Webster, new batter. An all-rounder in this Australian side. 3-dimensional type player. Yeah, because of this.
Yeah, short delivery from Shamar Joseph, and looked like Usman Khawaja picked it up really nicely, and for one reason or another didn't make decent connection, and all he could do was get a little faint under edge. There it is. They knew it straight away, the West Indians, and that is a big breakthrough. They've had to work hard for that.
He's a tall man, Webster. Plays for Tasmania. He's 31 years of age, considered another back-foot player. He's produced a lot of runs and wickets in first-class cricket back in Australia, so has that database of knowledge about the game in all departments. This is a different equation. Off the mark, nicely on top of the bounce. And away he goes. 112 for 4. Shamar Joseph sailing away in this test match with wickets. 3 already for 20 runs, just 20 runs. Continuing that form he showed against Australia. Last time these two teams competed in Test match cricket. And Zari Joseph follows suit. Still wicketless. Here he goes. Like this move by Roston Chase. Straight away with the new batter in. He's gone with Alzari Joseph.
Yep, me too. I like this combination. That one's just decked back a little bit off that seam, so still a fair bit in this pitch for the fast bowlers. So this is a really important little stage here for the West Indies and Australia. This game is really poised at the moment. So the new batter, Bo Webster, is vulnerable. I'd also like to see a good 20-minute spell of short pitch bowling towards Travis Head as well, because at the moment he looks as comfortable as anyone's looked all day. It's 51 off 61 deliveries, and he has been out to the short ball at different times in his career, and I just think it's worth just a different tactic to Travis Head. I think they can attack both ends.
I just want to amplify the point that you just made. I think because we've seen variable bounce from this surface and maybe a bit of two-piece nature from it as well, it makes that horizontal bat stroke a little more risky. And using that ploy, as you mentioned, Greg, against Travis Head, could be a wicket-taking option for the West Indian bowlers.
Yeah, it's a tactic that we see a lot in the modern game. I mean, it's always been around, but if a batsman gets in and set, quite often you see teams going to that sort of short pitch bowling. They set the fields accordingly. And as I said, Travis Head looks very comfortable, so why not? I've got Bo Webster there. So I like the field. 3 slips, gully, so an attacking field.
Sneaked in, Alzari Joseph just pulling the length back. Followed Bo Webster in his career, you'd know that he's very strong on the pull. Hint of inward movement there, foot not coming forward.
Yeah, he's just a busy player. Bo Webster looks to score all the time, busy, tries to keep the scoreboard ticking, but can be vulnerable. Like all batters when they first come to the crease, his technique's a little bit vulnerable as well. So yeah, the West Indies will fancy themselves here.
Clear one.
Just one from the over, 113 for 4. Travis Head has stood tall for Australia, 51 from 61. Maybe the only batter that has transferred the pressure back onto bowlers in this innings so far. 3 slips and a gully. Another play and a miss off the bowling of Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, Bo Webster, so the ball's bowled, really moving those feet around. closing himself off the fraction. Good pace from Shamar Joseph. Good areas there. Just outside off stump. May have just left him a little bit. They are right in it here, the West Indies. Can they get their fifth?
I think as a batter, when you're facing this bowling partnership by the West Indies, Shamar Joseph, both him and Alzarri Joseph, they bowl at the same average speed, you can say, 139, 140. But Shamar Joseph is a skiddy customer. Ball slides on to you. Not a lot of bounce as compared to Alzarri Joseph. So as a batter, you must make that adjustment. Don't expect too much bounce. Still try to get your hands a little bit lower when you're facing Joseph, not Shamar, as against Alzarri. Exactly what Webster has done on that occasion.
He thinks he was nearly through him there. You can see the reaction. That was a very good delivery. That just came in off the seam. A very similar delivery that he got the wicket of Sam Constas. But on that occasion, Bo Webster was good enough. Just adjusted right at the last second. Nice straight bat. Good cricket. Really good contest at the moment. Mentioned the Sam Constas wicket. I thought this was an excellent delivery. I don't think Constas could have done a lot different there. Looking to play straight, and it just a little bit of angle and just a little bit of seam movement as well. Was given not out, and the West Indies referred it, and they are glad they did.
And there was that bounce finishing on the top of the stump. That was a delivery from Alzarri Joseph. Might have bounced over the stumps because of Joseph's height. Just wonder what's the advice that Travis Head is giving to Bo Webster in this situation.
He might just be, coming down every now and then, just having a word. I'm not sure exactly what he's saying, but I think just anything verbal just might be just trying to calm him down. You can see Bo Webster's beans are going a bit at the moment. His feet are, that pre-movement for the ball's bowled quite large at the moment. And just short. So he's got the edge again, but just falling short of second slip. Excellent over. 114 for 4.
Yeah, creating more problems here, Shamar Joseph. Yep, just short of Justin Graves for that second slip position. Lateral movement still there, away from the right-hander.
Noticing where second slip was, to me, he looked about 3 or 4 metres behind the keeper. Just really deep there at second slip.
Very good spot. Those are the little 1%ers you need to get right as a feeling outfit. Ensure that an opportunity like this can go to hand.
I mean, he's almost level with first slip. He's not that far in front, so I'm just not sure they had that quite right there.
Let's take a look at his position. Very much in line with the wicketkeeper, so maybe a delayed adjustment. That's your guide. Second slip should be in line with the wicketkeeper, generally speaking. He's gone to third slip. Was in the air for a while, so Travis Head continues to go after the bowling when there's width and the length is full.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing with Trav Head. I think a different tactic, as well as maybe bringing your deep square leg up and just bringing him across to the offside and try and fill a few holes and leave someone deep and have a couple of catches square of the wicket on the offside, because Travis Head will not let balls go. You can throw balls out there all day and he'll keep playing shots at them.
Good fielding. Very good from Brandon King. Saved the short boundary on that occasion, moving to his left. That's the type of support bowlers expect from their teammates. Doesn't have the best of times catching Brandon King on Test match debut.
Yeah, dropped an easy one and then dropped a very difficult one. It was a second attempted catch, was a great effort.
No!
It's not the start that you want, though, in Test match cricket. Your first couple of catches that come to you, you turf them, and, you know, straight away I think that the confidence takes a bit of a dent. You want to impress your new teammates as well. That first one off Cameron Green was just straight to him, and unfortunately got himself into a bit of a pickle and dropped it.
Yeah, come on.
Nicely played. Firm push just in that cover point region. With 3 runs to the Australians. Advantage of being tall, still able to get on top of the bounce, to play with that vertical bat. Wasn't a half volley, he was hitting it on the up. And so there is a man in front of square. Rick Blewett, you spoke about using the bouncer against Travis Head. Maybe this is the delivery that Alzari Joseph will test him. Goes with the fuller length. So 5 from the over, 119 for 4. Inner basin of the Greenwich in Bridgetown here in Barbados. So picturesque.
Wide!
The great part of being successful at Test match cricket, Craig, is of course being able to seize the critical moments in the game, and of course both sides, with the score on 119 for 4, will know that this is a critical moment. A moment for either side to take more control of.
Yeah, I think the West Indies are doing most things right at the moment. You can feel the pressure on Bo Webster at the moment. I think Travis Head is looking comfortable. They could probably change their tactics a little bit to him, but generally at the moment you can feel the pressure, and that's what you want to be creating as a fielding unit. And Shamar Joseph is really leading from the front today. He's just got that energy about the way he goes about it. Runs in, and you can just a really good competitor.
From an Australian point of view, I haven't spoken about the fact that there's no Steve Smith, of course injured in that World Test Championship final at Lord's. He may return for the second test. Manus Labuschagne going out of form, but here with the touring party, so maybe external pressure on the 11 and the top order playing in this test.
Well, at the moment it's all about opportunity. There's guys in this team playing today that are getting a great opportunity.
Wide.
Unfortunately, few of the top order haven't taken their chances today, and Bo Webster, you see, just every now and then wincing the eyes, just not quite comfortable. He's trying to find his groove, get through this initial phase at the start of his innings. We are school players, always the tricky part, that first 20 deliveries that you face. Half an hour. And that's what I like about the West Indies at the moment. He's making Bo Webster earn his runs, and see his feet here. Well, as the bail comes off.
Driven nicely through that cover point region. He will get 4. It's an offensive stroke from Bo Webster.
Just slightly over pitching. And see those big levers. He can hit a huge ball, Bo Webster. Just got a little bit of width, and threw his hands through the ball. 4 runs.
Shamar Joseph conceded a boundary in the previous ball, but this was unplayable.
Oh, what a great adjustment from getting hit for 4 and then to get it back on a good line and length. Just have a look at this. Squares him up. Top of the bail. And that celebration with, well, the Australians are getting used to seeing that from Shamar Joseph. He is going through the Australians again. He gets his 4th for the day. Webster on his way, and the Aussies are 123 for 5.
Alex Carey, new batter, solid player in this Australian low order. Will have his work cut out in this situation. 123 for 5. The Australians comatose by Shamar Joseph. 4 for 25 so far in just 12 overs. Appreciate this. so close. A call to a no ball. It was a part of the boot behind the line, so a legal delivery. Many West Indians will enjoy this outcome. Scramble seam, ball just moving slightly away from Bo Webster.
Yeah, Bo Webster will be walking off. He'd be in the dressing room right now taking his pads off. And he'd be reflecting on that dismissal. And sometimes when you are out, you think, oh, I could have, handled that a lot better. But I think at the moment he'd be thinking, you know what? That's a pretty good delivery. You weren't that.
He was playing for that ball coming into him. It just held its line a bit. Just got past the outside edge. The length, perfect. Now how does that impact Travis Head and his approach to batting? Many will be looking at Alzari Joseph and the fact that he's gone wicketless, but appreciate the pressure being built from the other end alongside Shamar Joseph in this spell and bowling partnership for the West Indians. Alzari, his economy so far just 3 into his 12th over, so playing the ideal role alongside Shamar.
Well, Bo Webster hasn't played a whole lot of Test cricket, but that's probably one of the better deliveries he's got so far in his career. That's just an absolute beauty from Shamar Joseph. That's a delivery that he'll be reflecting on, I'm sure, after the day's play, and as he puts his head on the pillow tonight going, you know what? That was a decent delivery.
As I said, dust it off and return. That is what this game pushes you to do as a player.
Off the mark straight away, Alex Carey. Great point you made about Alzari Joseph as well, and bowling in partnerships, because it would be so easy for Alzari to get probably a little bit frustrated, thinking, well, I'm bowling okay too, but all the wickets are falling to at the other end. But when you look at the scoreboard and he sees his team's 125 for 5, got the Aussies, then, the team is in a great position. So he's just got to keep doing what he's doing, toil away, try and maintain some pressure from both ends.
.125 for 5.
Shamar Joseph. He's been absolutely outstanding. Again, and just a reminder for those who may not have been familiar with his start in Test match cricket. Five wicket hauls in Adelaide in his first Test match. 5 wickets plus in his second Test match at the Gabba. And 5 wicket haul at Providence against South Africa last year. Ruston Chase is asking the question is whether it's carried. Adrian Holstock.
TV umpire to the director. We have an umpire review for fair catch. I've checked the bowler's feet, fair delivery. Can I just go front on, please? Let's go to ultra just to confirm that there is bat involved. Thank you. Yeah, clearly makes contact with the bat. Just go to the best angle for the catch, please. Keep rolling forward. Just roll it back a frame for me, please. Can you just zoom it up there for a little bit for me, please? Do you have any other angle? Just go back a few frames and roll forward. Keep rolling forward, keep going forward. Just go further back for me, please. And roll it forward. Slowly, slowly. Keep going forward. Can you just do that in real speed for me, please, if you can? Just go back to the slow motion for me, please. Just roll it back a frame. And keep going forward, keep going forward. Just go back one frame, go back another frame, go forward one frame, forward, forward. There's no clear evidence that the ball's gone cleanly into the glove. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
That won't go down well. Certainly from the front angle, it looked as though they're surprised. They don't have a square on angle, which I think would be more instructive. It certainly looked as though it landed on the glove.
I hardly ever disagree with you, Mr. Bishop, and on this occasion, as usual, I agree with you. I think the pictures are quite clear. The fingers underneath the ball, but our opinion is a matter. Unfortunately, not out it is and not out it will remain.
Unfortunately, they don't have the side-on angle. Have another look. That looks as though it's landed on the glove. He's been terrific. He's been absolutely terrific. His test debut in Australia, and then coming off a lot of white ball cricket, IPL and T20 World Cup last year into England. He was short of red ball work. Better against South Africa late last year when he got a 5-wicket haul at Providence. But superb here so far in Bridgetown, coming off, I suppose, an 18 game against South Africa A. Fortune for Travis Head.
Travis Head flirting outside the off stump again, but flashing hard. You see, if you're going to flash hard, get it over the slips. I just feel as though in this period something will happen, something else. Travis Head won't die wandering. Shamar Joseph is tail up, hitting good areas, good pace, 140 up. This is Test cricket, 130 for 5. Yeah, Shea Hope having a conversation, no doubt asking a question. On screen, Kevin Anderson, prolific at first class level.
Nice shot from Alex Carey.
The game is definitely moving. Alex Carey jumping into a pull. Loved by all and sundry, especially the Australian fans.
Having a good year, Alex Carey, with the bat averaging over 70. 5 or so test matches that he's played this year, including the World Test Championship final, 100 in Sri Lanka. One or two other Australians had a love for AFL. had to make a choice, which I suppose a little bit of disappointment nudged him in the direction of cricket years ago. It's become a very important cog, as those numbers would suggest to you of late.
What West Indies will want to be wary of is how he marshals the tail. And we talk about Tail and Pat Cummins and Mitchell Stark have shown that they can bat. And when you have ball in hand, you consider them nuisance runs. Well, he is the man at the other end when most of those nuisance runs are scored.
It's a top delivery. The movement there, the inward movement, was very late.
Persisting around the wicket to the left-handers, almost sneaking through. Jaden Seals has been very good.
Yeah.
136 for 5. Shamar Joseph out of the attack, 2 for 12 from 5 overs after lunch. I suppose the question will be which way to look at it. If the break in bowling, where I favoured him coming on straight after lunch, allowed him to gather his strength to bowl that incisive spell of 5 overs, could he have sort of previewed and brought forward those 2 wickets if he started straight away after lunch? We will never know. Graves.
Well, this has been his day at the office so far. Filled with good length, movement, and success. He's been an absolute handful. That delivery itself has been a handful. We've seen that plane fly 4 times so far for today. Don't rule out seeing it more often moving forward.
Yep.
Loving to see the pulsing red deliveries between that 6 to 8 meter length. As a shorter in stature seamer, you want him to be hovering in and around there more consistently. So a nice pitch map with consistent length. What you don't see from the pitch map is the movement both sides as well. This was a potential 5th. I think if you are wearing maroon, you see clear evidence that it's 5, and if you're wearing the baggy green, you're unsure. Well, he thought it was 5. We thought it was 5. And the man that mattered disagreed.
I think it's just worth saying as well that Just for viewers who will be saying, well, Shea Hope wasn't sure, so therefore it should be. I've said for years, not all fielders are 100% certain whether they catch the ball or not. And so the old adage, you've got to take the fielder's word for it, long argued it should not have any implication on what an umpire thinks, because fielders, in the same way batters don't always know when they hit the ball. We've seen enough evidence of that. Similar to fielders. Obviously, Jen Holstock's reasoning was that there was no conclusive evidence that the fingers were under the ball. And that's fair to him.
And I was giving them credit for actually taking the review, which meant without West Indies having to use a review that they concluded it was an edge. Then where does the conclusivity come into play? Because it was not out. We continue next over. 137 for 5.
Just a stone's throw across the road from here. We're fortunate to live in the Caribbean for several reasons.
Do you think West Indies have missed a trick not going short to Travis Head?
I think it has to be somewhere in your planning a little bit earlier. Because when he gets set as he did in that 175 at Adelaide, he pummeled the ball into those square boundaries when they did decide to go short at him a little bit later. 100 off 125 balls. And he went to 175. But if you go to it early enough, it certainly has to be part of your plan. Where I sort of edge, and again, we're talking duality of the way to get players out. I'm a great fan early on of having a point in place for him. The reason I'm saying that I don't criticize those who have the point back. This was a shot that was played just after our stint was finished, and then the point came into play after. But when he actually played the shot, it went to the deep point. But had there been a point in place, it would have gone straight to the head of point. Got him! Excellent catch from Ruston Chase. He put one down earlier today, and good on Shea Hope not to put his gloves in the way.
Sensational catch from Roston Chase, going to his stronger right side and taking it behind him. No slip catch is easy, but that was a brilliant one. And much like us in the commentary box, in the stands they're celebrating, on the field they are as well. And it's Kerry goes for 8, Australia 138 for 6.
On the cusp of tea as well, which will make their tea be dissolved and absorbed a little bit better, given the opportunity created by Shamar Joseph that was ruled not out. That'll help to appease things. 3 wickets for 73 in that session, following 3 wickets in the first session. It has been a good day for the bowling group of the West Indies so far. And Seals and Joseph have been good. Shamar Joseph, that is. As Ari has probed, Ravi Paul will be happy. Yeah, good on Shamar Joseph.
There's been a nice bowling performance, well put together. Azari Joseph has been unsuccessful so far, but toiled nicely. No doubt about it. Jaden Seals, especially Shamar Joseph, heroes so far of this test. The Australia innings, a few early chances, but Kawaja 47, Travis Head 59 not out. The only 2 bright sparks in what has been a challenging start to this test match with the bat. 138 for 6 at tea.
As Carlos elucidated Seals with 2 for 35. He's been exceptional in Test cricket in the last 2 years, to be honest, and great to see Shamar Joseph starting the series with his best rhythm, 4 for 30 so far. Don't go anywhere. We'll have a short break and come back with some analysis and a special presentation.
Welcome back to the first test match between the West Indies and Australia. Well, at the end of the second session on day one, Australia 138 for 6. Travis Head unbeaten on 59 from 76. But the West Indians they played some exciting cricket. Been superb with the ball. And here is that confirmation. Shamar Joseph 4 for 30 continues to be a thorn in the West Indian side. 4 for 30, 2 for 35, Jaden Seals. And it's been a week of celebration too. Started on Sunday with a gala award ceremony where the West Indian legends who won that inaugural World Cup in 1975, they were feted. And earlier today, during the lunch interval, all the players present received a special memento at the Kensington Oval. The plaudits and appreciation continue for these iconic players. Take a look.
Legends. Today is special. We are on the heels of the celebration of the 1975 victory in what was then the Prudential World Cup, the first World Cup, which was won by the West Indies, led ably by Sir Clive Lloyd. It's a very special occasion. I know you have fond memories of being here, and it's a great honor and pleasure to welcome you to be here among us. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, for some further remarks, I'm going to invite the President of Cricket West Indies, Dr. Kishore Shallow.
Allow me to say how privileged it is to have our legends with us, and to the President of BCA and the members, the director, the entire board, all the members of BCA, we wanted to share this engagement with you. Hence we brought this to the President's box of the BCA, because we believe that this is certainly special to have those gentlemen who won the first ever ICC Men's World Cup in 1975 with us. It has been almost a week of celebrations. I can tell you that it has been truly special for every single one of us who have been engaging with these legends over the last few days. We are going to have a very brief presentation, and I'm going to ask my colleagues from Cricket West Indies where we're going to present framed shots to each of the legends. So Andy Roberts, can we welcome him please?
The next presentation will be symbolic. Alvin Fletcher. Mr. Lance Gates. And our legendary captain, Sir Clive Lloyd. Hollis King. And we will invite Sir Clive to say a few words.
Must congratulate the President, Kishore Shallow, for all the efforts that they're doing.
It's very memorable, and it's something that we will not forget. We were proud West Indies, and we still are proud West Indies. And we want to see, and yesterday, 2 days ago, the women won, and we were there to congratulate them. And I hope it continues. But I must say thanks again to the President and all his followers for what they did for us. We do feel very thankful and proud. And I hope that we will be around long enough to celebrate that 100 years that is coming up. So thanks again to everyone, and I hope that you really enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Such an inspirational captain, Sir Clive Lloyd, orchestrated that famous victory in the final in 1975 to win the inaugural World Cup for the West Indies. We'll be proud of what he's seen on the field on this, the first day of the first test between the West Indies and Australia. Shakira Selman alongside me as we reflect on the wickets. The first was the opener, Sam Constas, LBW to Shamar Joseph, and then Justin Graves taking a nice catch in the slip cordon. Inglis going for the pull shot, didn't quite get hold of it, and Shea Hope made no mistake.
It was a bit of a partnership between Kawaja and Travis Hay, but Shamar Joseph came back and took him, and then this Perla. Too good for Will Webster. Top of ball stump is what every coach wants. An excellent catch from Roston Chase. Captain Jaden Seals getting his second wicket. West Indies getting 3 wickets in that second session. 138 for 6.
And look at the batting card. With solid innings by Usman Khawaja. He stayed a long time out in the middle, 47 from 128. Couldn't convert into a half century. Travis Head played in an attacking style, 59 from 76. He will have to lead this batting lineup, but they will have to contend with the 5 West Indian bowlers. The best so far, Shamar Joseph, 4 for 30. He's bowled with real pace, control and accuracy. So as we await the post-tea session, we're going to take a short break, come back with more action.
Welcome back to the Kensington Oval in Barbados for the first of 3 test matches, West Indies against Australia. Pat Cummins won the toss and decided to bat first. Darren Sammy with a few bits of instructions and commendations to Shamar Joseph, who has been exceptional so far. Yeah, this is where things stand at the moment. Khawaja dismissed for 47. Head is still showing a lot of resilience, unbeaten on 59, identical almost in terms of the session. 65 for 3 before lunch and then 73 for 3 after lunch. Greg Blewett alongside me. Greg, what we've seen so far, we've seen some good stuff.
Yeah, Shamara Joseph has been the star, and we've got a couple of dismissals first. Sam Constas just nipping in a fraction, and then again the dismissal of Bo Webster. Both balls pitching in similar spots on the pitch, one darting in, one holding its line, and I think those 2 dismissals is a really good indication of how difficult it is to face Shamara Joseph today on a pitch that's just offering a little bit, and he's been the star of the show. 4 for 30 from 13 overs, superb.
Yes, 17 wickets in 3 test matches for Shamar Joseph against this opposition at an average of 15. It's the first time, too, in test match cricket that he has been given the new ball. And so we see the introduction of the Australian captain, Pat Cummins. Last wicket falling just on the cusp of tea, and so they took tea immediately. Australia have shown resilience in the past with their lower order, and they'll need to show that again today. Travis Head will be looking to get himself set once again. So a couple of deliveries remaining, and this seals over. Some aggression straight away.
I think that woke Pat Cummins up. I think he was expecting the bouncer first up.
They're jumping and ducking at the same time. And a smile, familiar from Pat Cummins. No doubt he'll be thinking, I can do the same. Yeah, will dribble away for 4, off the mark with a boundary. 142 for 6. Not a bad place to be. Neither is here. Justin Greaves. Yeah, we've seen this before, Greg. After the interval, West Indies opting to go with Justin Greaves. They did that after lunch. Now they're doing that after tea. Ravi Rampur, the bowling coach of the team. Your thoughts?
Yeah, they need to be really careful here, the West Indies, because they'd be ecstatic. 142 for 6 against the Australians. They need to be really greedy here for me.
Taken. Well, speaking about greed, Justin Graves, he wants one of his own. And it's the big one, the wicket of Travis Head, straight after the tea interval.
Oh, this is huge. Just a delivery that may have held its own a little bit, but Travis Head looking to drive square of the wicket on the up, and he's managed to just nick it behind. So the dangerous Travis Head played beautifully, I thought, today for his 59. He goes for 142 for 7.
Mitchell Stark, the best of 99. He'll have to get some today, or at least in this innings for Australia. They're tottering at 142 for 7. A wonderful start to the session for the West Indies. Justin Graves, the man getting them the wicket. And the important one of Travis Head. So Stark and Cummins, familiar duo with the ball, now they're with the bat.
Yeah, Graves around the wicket. Might have just moved a fraction away from Travis Head. Just got himself a little bit cramped. As I said, trying to go square of the wicket, and absolute bonus there for the West Indies.
Yeah, I want to get your thoughts, Greg, on the way you've seen this batting effort from an Australian standpoint. No doubt some good bowling, but in and amongst it, how would you assess their efforts with the bat?
Well, I thought the top 4 batters for the Australians all looked really nervous, I thought, at the start of the day's play. Just looked, short on Test match cricket. Of course, they played the Test match final recently at Lords. A couple of changes. Labuschagne out, Smith out injured. But yeah, just a nervous sort of start for the Australians. And then, Khawaja got going, Travis Head got going. But I think the pitch has offered something most of the day. There's been some swing in the air, and there's been some seam movement as well. So if the West Indies do bat tonight, I think it's going to be really challenging for the West Indies top order too.
Wicket maiden for Graves, 142 for 7. If you're a West Indian fan and you look at that scorecard, you'll be very pleased with the efforts of the bowlers so far. It's been a consistent and concerted effort from all of them. Haven't seen Jamal Orkan with the ball just yet, and perhaps rightly so, given the way things have gone, playing his 100th first-class match. Vice captain of the West Indies team. Edged and taken. Justin Graves with the catch. Another wicket for Jaden Seals. Another wicket for the West Indies. They continue their domination on day one.
Well, he can bowl, this young man. Takes his third wicket. Perfect spot, really. Top of off stump, making Mitchell Stark play, and all he could do was edge it to second slip. They're up and about, the Windies. 143 for 8.
My oh my, what a scorecard. Nathan Lyon, one of the two survivors from that 2012 test, the last test match between these two nations at this venue. Craig Brathwaite, the other, and this is why he's here.
Yeah, really good cricket from the West Indies. Beautifully bowled, and a nice sharp chance taken by Graves at second slip. It's been mentioned how good he is in there, and makes no mistake.
Celebrations all around. It's been an exceptional body of work done by the West Indies today. The two young prodigies of West Indies cricket, 23 years of age, Jaden Seals, 25 years of age, Shamar Joseph. Nice low catch. Good pair of hands, Justin Graves. This man just loves to play against this opposition. 17 wickets in those 3 matches. Eyeing up another 5-wicket haul. What have you gleaned from this surface from a batting perspective, Greg? If you're a West Indian top order batter, and what are you thinking, and how are you perhaps planning your innings if you are at this stage?
I think you're preparing for a bit of a battle, to be honest. I think, as we saw from that delivery there's a little bit of movement in the air, but there's also been some seam movement as well. So, yeah, the top order of the West Indies will be tested, no doubt. And it looks like they'll bat tonight. And I feel like, you know, Pat Cummins and Hazelwood are going to be very challenging. Also think Mitchell Stark's in just about career best form at the moment. He's just getting better and better. He really is. So, yeah, it'll be tough work. I just feel like the surface isn't maybe as hard as what the Pat Cummins thought. He won the toss and elected the bat, but it has challenged all the batters so far.
Competently played by Lyon. Gets off the mark with a couple. 145 for 8. popular attraction, and the inflatables out in the ocean. It really is appealing, isn't it? Just the 1 over for Justin Graves. Picks up the wicket. Shamar Joseph.
Fighting.
He's hunting down a 5-wicket haul, so changes from that Joel Garner end.
I love this from the new captain of the West Indies. Getting his main man back into the attack straight away. Probably would have been tempting to leave Graves on after getting the dismissal, but he's thinking ruthless. Let's try and knock the Aussies over as quickly as possible.
Should be another couple. A very strong action. He's rhythmic, quick approach to the crease. Everything in alignment and towards the target. Generates a lot of pace, converting that energy and placing it on the ball. And no doubt Ravi Rampal is applauding. In the air, Craig Brathwaite, can he get there? No, he can't. Just out of his reach. Short stuff, creating some problems for Cummings.
Yeah, just out of the reach. Pat Cummins is going to play some shots. Nathan Lyon at the other end. Josh Hazlewood, who's not noted for his batting, number 11. So I think we're going to see some aggressive play here from the Australian captain. And Shamara Joseph very close there to getting his 5th.
Yeah, Cummins wants 2. Gets 2. 150 up for Australia. Yeah, aggressive, as you said, Greg. Going after it. If you're going, go hard. Boundary.
Yeah, they'll take him. 4 more runs to the Australians. And Pat Cummins looking to go over mid-on. Big outside edge and flew away.
He gets a single to retain the strike. 156 for 8. Nice little partnership for the 4th wicket, but it's been all West Indies today with the ball. Just 3 batters getting into double figures before Pat Cummins. And we're West Indian fans who are in today, they'll be very pleased. Yes, proudly wearing the maroon. They were hoping, expecting something special.
Yeah.
The kids coming in. Cricket West Indies have made it free for children to come into the test matches. Opportunity to come and witness some of their heroes, and they're making use of the opportunity. And they're also ensuring that they have the merchandise to go with it. Yeah, the ODI t-shirt and the bucket hat flags being waved as well. National colors here in Barbados. Deliberate and skillfully played by Pat Cummins. So he's been dealing in a few boundaries.
Very nicely done by Pat Cummins. The bouncers do just sit there a little bit, just holding the surface, and that just sat there for Paddy Cummins, just leant back on it. So now he's 20 runs off 11 deliveries. And one of the slips has come out now after that shot. It's gone back in exactly the spot where Pat Cummins hit that last one. So third man's in.
Very good running from Pat Cummins. He wanted to immediately, wants to strike. He decided early. Good response from Lyon as well. He's not too fussed about being at the non-striker's end, I'm sure. What a shot. And that's wonderful timing from Pat Cummins. He has some acumen with the bat, and that's on display now.
That's a serious cricket shot, that. On the up, over cover. More or less a check drive as well. He's such a good cricketer, Pat Cummins. Tremendous bowler, brilliant in the field, and then offers plenty with the bat.
Yeah, confirmation. These are valuable runs. He'll know it. They'll know it. Good end to the over from Jaden Seals. 14 from it though. 170 for 8. 25 runs in the last couple overs. So just trying to fight fire with fire. Yeah, some aggression from Jaden Seals. Yeah, what a place to be the official retail partner courts. And the courts fan cabana, relaxing, looking on solid in defense. Nathan Lyon. And a couple of sofas and just relaxing as though you're in your living room at home. That's the courts fan cabana. Let's have a look at what Shamar Joseph has done in this innings before and after lunch. A little bit fuller before lunch, as you would expect with the new ball, looking for that swing and see movement, but generally a good conglomeration, and hence the success that he's had. He was slightly quicker after lunch as well. What have you made of him as you look at these wickets, Greg?
Well, he's just always in the contest.
Was at a good pace, and he's just able to move the ball both ways off the seam. Take that as a little bonus. The short one, Usman Khawaja, and then hit that. Though Webster seemed to state of shock.
Yeah, and what we didn't see with those wickets were the drop catches. So a couple opportunities went down off his bowling, so easily could have already registered a fourth 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket. So he's been a little bit unlucky, but brilliant. It's been an indifferent sort of performance in the field from the West Indies. Brandon King with an early drop, and then the captain himself. Those two should have been taken. And then Justin Greaves with a good low take. Brandon King again grasping another opportunity. Ruston Chase taking a blinder. And then a good low catch again from Justin Greaves. So it's been a real mixed bag from the West Indies. Man on debut, Brandon King. Well watched by Lyon, made an over, 170 for 8. First two sessions almost identical. 3 wickets for 65, 3 wickets for 73. And some aggression in the third, scoring at 6 and over. Already lost 2 wickets though, and only 2 more remaining.
I think Seals just got to not do too much different. I know Pat Cummins is starting to play shots and move around the crease a little bit, but I think he's got to remember that what he's done for most of the day is try and hit a good line and length, and the pitch is done enough for him, so it'd be no different to Pat Cummins.
Yeah, he too has been good. Wicket of Inglis, caught by Shehoop, trying to heave that one for 6. And then Alex Carey fleeing at that one wide outside off stump. A good catch from Justin Graves. That's his 3. Looking to add to his tally. He's been brilliant in this format and that last World Test Championship cycle, Jaden Seals. Youngest West Indian to record a 5-wicket haul, and his strike rate is above some of the greats of West Indies cricket. Malcolm Marshall, Colin Croft, Joel Garner. Look at those names. Colleague Ian Bishop features there as well. Strike rate really refers to the number of deliveries taken to get a wicket. So just around 38, 39 deliveries, and then he will strike, hence the term strike rate. Straight to the fielder, Craig Brathwaite completes the catch. Jaden Seals with a 4th. It's been Seals and Shamar show today.
Well, Pat Cummins absolutely smashed this one, but he's hit it straight to the fielder at mid-off. And Seals just keeps taking wickets. Excellent young fast bowler. And he's got his 4th for the day. And they're going through this Australian batting lineup. Paddy Cummins, the captain, is on his way. Good contribution, 28 runs off 18. It is 170 for 9.
Last man in for Australia, Josh Hazelwood. An average of just under 12, so doesn't inspire much confidence. But it's been brilliant bowling all day from the West Indies.
Yeah, Pat Cummins looking to hit it in a similar spot to where he hit the 6th the previous over off of Seals, and ended up hitting it straight to mid-off. But another 4 wickets to Seals, so Shamar Joseph and Seals both on 4 wickets.
Yeah, that should challenge the boundary. Off the mark with a couple. All right, Greg, it's the fight for the fifer, the 2 pacemen. For 58 for Seals, 4 for 40 from Shamar Joseph. Who's going to get it first? Real nice little battle between those 2, top 2. Fight for the fifer. Fine, the slip region, another fielder going in there, so 3 slips and a gully. Sees that one out. 172 for 9.
Shamar Joseph. Another one goes down, and it's Brandon King again. And it's Shamar Joseph again. How many has been put down off of him since the beginning of 2024? He must be up there for the most now.
Yeah, I think it was 8 before the start of this match. Make it 3 more. Yeah, disappointing. That one was fairly straightforward as well. Disappointing start to his Test career, Brandon King, and it could have been a fight for Shamar Joseph at the end of the Australian innings.
It's not the sun he's up. If he's looking the direction of the sun, it just looks again as if it's getting to him a lot quicker than he anticipates, and therefore not getting his hands in strong positions as the ball arrives at him and it's burst through. Welcome runs for Australia.
Yeah, just rubs salt into the wounds, really. Could have been dismissed. Yeah, but this is a really good shot from Nathan Lyon, just hitting through the line of the ball, straight down the ground.
Oh, you fucker.
178 for 9. Jaden Seals. Oh, Josh Hazelwood, well, he didn't actually get in line for that one, but don't forget that he batted for over 100 minutes in the second innings of the World Test Championship final at Lord's with Mitchell Stark. It wasn't enough eventually to stave off South Africa, but he showed great gumption and stickability. And I'm happy that they've got a third slip in now.
Yeah, 170 for 9 with Josh Hazelwood walking to the crease. You would have expected 3 slips and the gully. Thursday. It was only employed after that ball flew through for a boundary. Just want to see a bit more proactivity from Captain Roston Chase.
He was actually standing about 2 stumps outside leg stump when he actually played it.
He has to be careful he doesn't eventually collide with the square leg umpire. It's going so far leg side.
Stayed in the line of that one. Every run here is important because we've often talked about the lower orders in the modern game. If you can stitch together a partnership of 10, which they have now, 15, 20 runs, you never know how impactful it can be. So Hazelwood knows better than most, because he has to come and bowl later on, how important squeezing every run out of the innings is. There was a noise. There was a noise. The finger goes up belatedly. So it is a third 5-wicket haul for Jayden Seales in Test match cricket. He really has been at the forefront of the West Indies bowling in the last 2 seasons. He has been outstanding, and the West Indies have been outstanding with the ball. Dismissing Australia for 180, Roston Chase will be pleased with the bowling effort in the start of his captaincy of this Test team.
Certainly. Embracing Shamar Joseph, the person who started this collapse for Australia. Those 2 bowlers in particular have been excellent for West Indies. Almost unbelievable to think it's only a third 5-wicket haul for Jayden Seales. He's been excellent from the time he made his debut in 2021 for this West Indies side. Shamar Joseph, he deserved 5 as well. But generally, West Indies will be pleased to have kept Australia below 200 after losing the toss and being asked to bowl first.
Seales has been West Indies' leading wicket taker since his debut in 2021. He has had a strong focus on red ball cricket in particular. And Ravi Rampal and Darren Sammy and West Indies fans are seeing the benefit of that red ball commitment. And Shamar Joseph is outstanding.
Just the moment he took his third 5-wicket haul, Jayden Seales. Clever, following Joshua Hazelwood, knowing he was backing away leg side. Really good. Hazelwood walked immediately. Yeah, commendations to Jayden Seales. He deserved all the applause. He was excellent as a support bowler to Shamar Joseph. It was really a brilliant display of bowling in partnerships. Utilizing the new ball well, utilizing the wicket, getting the ball in good areas for consistent periods. One of the things ticked by Roston Chase and his team. Travis Head, some rear guard in the middle, 59 he made. Only batter to get to a half century, showed some aggression. Khawaja, he struggled across those 128 deliveries, got to 47 in the end before he was eventually held by Shea Holt. Shamar Joseph accounted for those first few wickets. Pat Cummins was good at the end, added some vital runs, 28 of them of just 18 deliveries. 180 though was all Australia could manage.
Seales with 560, his third 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket. Will back to 2021, his debut against South Africa, 5-wicket haul against Pakistan at Savannah Park, Jamaica, 4 wickets to Shamar Joseph. And he had so many chances dropped off his bowling, it seems unfair. A wicket to Justin Graves as well. But now comes the acid test. Australia's world-class bowling. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we have much more for you. Back here at Kensington Oval, Barbados, Australia have been dismissed for 180. The last time West Indies dismissed them for less than 200 was 2009 at Perth, Australia. 59 to Travis Head, the top score. Shakira Selman alongside me to talk you through the wicket, starting with Sam Constas.
Yeah, trapped on the crease, playing for one, going away. This one darted back at him, initially given not out. Eventually reviewed by Roston Chase. Shamar Joseph was the first. Cameron Green didn't last too long, given an opportunity before this, but only managed 3 runs, comfortably held by Justin Graves. A nice low catch, but he's excellent in that slip area. Justin Graves, generally a very good fielder. Australia immediately on the back foot. Just English wanting to hit this one out of the park, going from low to high, trying to hit it for 6. Just 5 runs, attacking intent. In the end, does not pay dividends for him. Jaden Seals got amongst the wickets. First catch today for Shea Hope. And then it was Joseph again. 12 overs before he was introduced after that lunch interval. And he immediately made an impact, getting rid of Usman Khawaja for 47, 3 short of another half century. And this is where the floodgates really opened up for West Indies. Yeah, beauty, a real beauty. This one held its lane. Nothing Bull Webster could do about it. Squared up, turned all around, ended up facing Shamar Joseph. Yeah, brilliant by the youngster. Then it was Jaden Seals again, and what a grab by Roston Chase. Would have been disappointed with the fact that he put down one earlier. This one though, this flew to him, and what a reaction. Good from Shea Hope to keep his gloves out the way. Really good from West Indies captain. Yeah, then Justin Graves coming with the big one of Travis said. This was the key wicket. This was the man that held the innings together. Too close, perhaps, for that flash. Easy for Shea Hope. Just start was the 4th wicket for Jaden Seals. Easy enough catch for Justin Graves again. This one a lot easier than the first one. You see another batter not in a good enough position. Yeah, I would say edge taken again. The pitch did do a lot for the West Indies seamers. Yeah, Pat Cummins trying to take the attack to Jaden Seals. Could only manage to find Craig Brathwaite position at mid-off. Good bowling again from Pat Cummins, and then this one really clever by Jaden Seals, getting his 3rd 5-wicket haul in international cricket, continuing his excellence with the ball since his debut in 2021. Josh Hazel with the final wicket to go.
Top man, the youngest West Indian fast bowler to get a 5-wicket haul at the age of 19 at Sabina Park in Jamaica. Jaden Seals, but Shamar Joseph, very unfortunate not to pick up a 5-wicket haul or more himself. Now the acid test though, Craig Brathwaite, the former captain with a half-century in his last innings against Pakistan in Test cricket earlier this year, and a returning John Campbell played his last Test match in 2022. Was out of the game for some time because of an infraction of missing a doping test, but over 500 runs in the domestic 4-day competition this last season against perhaps the most prolific bowling attack in the modern game as a group. 1,688 Test wickets between Stark, Cummins, Lyon, Hazelwood, Scott Boland in the reserves, etc. Test matches for returning John Campbell. Important to look at the averages. Craig Brathwaite, the only batter in this West Indies team averaging over 30. The only batter. Watch out for Mitchell Stark swinging the ball on the wind from off the leg. Usually he will pitch it up and look to swing it to start things off, usually. On target straight away. And Shakira, as I mentioned, with Mitchell Stark, will keep a close eye at the top of his mark. He will angle the seam position later in the spell. That's his orthodox grip for the one that comes back, and then he'll angle it the other direction to scramble the seam occasionally. Reese slips into gully. West Indies are away. Brathwaite off the mark.
And we'll start in this last World Test Championship cycle. Actually started bowling a lot fuller, searching for that ball to swing. It's gone a bit fuller than 6 meter length, which is generally a good length in men's cricket. So he's trying to give the ball every opportunity to swing. And we have seen seam movement as well on this surface.
Judge of off stump is something Campbell battled with previously. Full and swinging. And the previous journey for John Campbell. He battled to know what to leave at outside off stump and what to play at against the fast men.
Yeah, of course, John Campbell a lot more attacking than Craig Rothwick. The challenge for him may be playing each ball on its merit.
Take from Alex Carey. Gets away with it. Inadvertently, though, the first boundary of the West Indies innings.
Yeah, we did see a few fly over the slit cordon when Australia were batting. Extra bounce. Yeah, it's almost as though he tried to get the hands out the way at the very last moment. And good aggression from Mitchell Stark.
300s in the last domestic tournament for John Campbell. A step up with his bowling. Six for none. Hazelwood recommends the 300 Test match Wickets a couple of weeks ago. Hazelwood has overcome a lot of fitness concerns. He didn't have the success he wanted in the Test Championship final at Lord's, but he feels he's bowling perhaps as good as at any point in his career. That's what we noticed about John Campbell in his previous incarnation in Test cricket prior to 2022. Off stump judgment.
Yeah, clearly struggles to judge the line of deliveries, but also the length. You think that's not full enough for him to be offering a drive. He's just struggled with good length deliveries over that span of his career. Averages under 12 when the ball is pitched around a good length, John Campbell.
They're here for entertainment and fun, but serious business on field. He's with one of 3 Australians who played Test cricket in the Caribbean previously. Just under 30 overs remaining in the day's play. Challenge ahead of the West Indies is just confirmation of Brathwaite averaging 33. Has 100 against the West Indies a few years ago. I think it was at Perth. It averages 25 against Australia with that 100. No one else averaging above 27. His over has dismissed Brathwaite 5 times in Test match cricket.
His strength over the years has been his accuracy, Josh Hazelwood. Not one of the fastest bowlers going around, but he's deadly accurate. Constantly asking batters to play. And he has an impressive record against West Indies. In just 8 Test matches, he's taken 36 wickets at an average of 15.8. Remarkable numbers.
Without news quick enough, Shakira, he regularly gets over 147 without loss.
West Indies 7 without loss, trailing by 173 runs.
Let's keep an eye, as we talked about, keep an eye on the grip of the ball in the hand of Mitchell Starc continuously. It's the accentuated seam position that we talked about, where he scrambles it and generally asks it to hold its line or come back in, as a contrast to the one he's trying to swing away from John Campbell. I think he's accentuated it there again. And it is come back. It has come back.
Yeah, keep paying attention, folks. He may not be looking to dismiss him, LBW, or bold. It's all about the setup. A few scramble seam deliveries, and then he's likely to go seam up and draw John Campbell into a drive, expecting the ball to come into him again.
This is the one that is intended to move away. And it does.
Yeah, brilliant, brilliant. It's about the construction of overs just as much as it's about the construction of a batting innings.
Maiden over, very good from Mitchell Stark. Still 7 without loss.
Quiet start for the West Indies, 7 without loss. The fourth over of this second innings. Here's Hazelwood. Both West Indian openers quite watchful, as you'd expect. One of the hardest roles in Test match cricket. Opening the batting. In positions, having to face the new ball. It's high risk, generally attacking fields, and at times coming into bat after fielding and spending a long time out in the middle.
We've heard fast bowling, we've heard wicket keeping, but from our resident opener, we've also now heard that opening the batting is the hardest job in Test cricket.
One of the hardest. Correct you.
I do agree, and you talk about the mental side and being physically fit. The fitter you are, the more mentally aware you can be. And I can only imagine the challenge it would be when wickets 9 and 10 are about to fall and you have one eye on what's your main role, but there's a duty to the team to stay switched on to what's currently happening, and most batters and opening batters like yourselves are normally in the slips or the high traffic areas, so it must be a minefield mentally, not only facing those first couple of deliveries, but in the field when the tail is batting and you're trying to stay switched on and keep one eye open for your main role.
As an opener, multiple objectives that you're trying to achieve. One is, of course, lay a good platform for your teammates and those to come. And the threat of the new ball is something that you need to focus on. Maybe blunt that potency from the opposition bowlers. There are times like this when you have to face just about 28, 29 overs to end the day's play. You can't really organize your mind to play the long innings. Majority of the effort requires you to survive, to ensure that you can invest for another day as is required by your team. So there's constant adjustment in your approach. Nice quick single. 8 without loss. Ten wickets falling already on day one of this first test between the West Indies and Australia. More runs. So far, Craig Brathwaite, he's been very watchful, very balanced at the crease. In the past, at times, you'd see that head falling over to offside. Found himself into a lot of problems when that occurs, but not today. Good to see. It's even more important when you're right-handed and you're facing a left-arm seamer who will often swing the ball into you. You're required to be balanced, to play the ball through the onside and offside.
And just to pick up on what you were chatting about last over, how difficult, or you've alluded to how difficult it is. But when you mention surviving, I know there'll be a lot of young players listening thinking the modern day has gone away from surviving. It's all about being proactive with bat in hand, putting pressure back on the bowler. So if you could allude a little bit to what you would have done in your time, and I guess any suggestions for young openers, how to navigate that.
Outside edge farm and wicket. Very good catch. Third time dismissed now, Craig Brathwaite. And it's a very smart catch by Bo Webster.
Straight, just holding its angle, not swinging back as is accustomed to Mitchell Stark. It's been high quality seam and swing bowling, and Brathwaite departs for 4. West Indies 10 for 1.
Here's a talent, here's Hikati. 6 matches in this format of the game, highest of 42, so A lot of work for him to do.
And I love this setup from Mitchell Stark. He started swinging the ball back to Craig Brathwaite, changed the field to reinforce the leg side area, and then just seamed all the balls away from Craig Brathwaite, getting the edge on that occasion and getting the wicket. So it's not only good planning and good attacking with the field, but exemplary execution and backing of the strengths to keep 3 slips and 2 gullies. Just holding its line enough. And the grab from Bo Webster should not go unnoticed. Big tall man getting low, hands underneath the ball.
That's extra wide. Rightly called by the umpire, Menon. Yeah, but Carlos, just to answer your question, when I speak about survival, I mean that when you start your innings as an opener, the advantage is with the bowler. So that's why you have to understand that you need to put in the effort to then take that advantage as a batter and transfer pressure onto bowlers. That's not an exact science. Once again. And 4 more. Nice victory here for Casey Carty very early in his innings.
Good timing, good opening of the face. It was full enough. He didn't just tap it, he timed it. Got maximum value for it. Get back to the ball before Craig Brathwaite got out, and he just tapped it into the offside. He only got 2. When you're in that position to capitalize on an errant delivery, whether in length or in line, try to get the maximum, put that pressure back onto the bowler.
Look a little bit more about that approach as an opener. 15 for 1. Speaking, 26 overs remaining in the day's play. There's Hazelwood to continue. And just to elaborate a little bit more in terms of the approach as an opener, you must have a general framework in which you use as an opening batter. Again, as I mentioned before, with the new ball, it's high risk. Oftentimes there are 3 slips and 2 gullies, as we've seen with the Australians against the West Indians. And then you need to factor in the conditions, the opposition bowlers, their strengths, their weaknesses, and come up with an approach to score runs. Oh! That approach may require patience in the first 15-20 minutes. And then with a change in bowling, you might be able to target a particular bowler where you feel very comfortable that you can score runs with minimal risk. But it's a constant assessment of how things are unfolding.
It's interesting you mention, almost conceding the first 15 to 20 minutes and investing that time in wearing the bowlers down, wearing the ball down, and then capitalising. And you hear Ross and Chase alluding to wanting to bring back Caribbean flair. Or does Craig Brathwaite, the most successful batter in the side at the moment, longest standing, or does him and his batting nature play into that flair?
Yes, Hoffa!
And there will be fans that look across the pond to Baz Ball and the successes he's had. I think the pitches in the Caribbean are slightly different. Can we replicate that? I'm not so sure. But then for every Ben Duckett, there's a Joe Root. So for every Shea Hope, you have a Craig Brathwaite. So I don't think if we were to exact that science Ross and Chase is talking about with a little bit more flair, I think it can also paint a nice picture and tie nicely into investing those first 15 to 20 minutes with a Craig Brathwaite.
Well, for sure what we've seen from Craig Brathwaite is that approach which blunts the opposition bowlers, which ensures that the new ball doesn't bring wicket to opposition bowlers. And what it allows for the more enterprising batters and stroke makers to come in and to make use of the opportunity. Beautiful nice soft hands. An easy single to end the over. 16 for 1. Australia were bowled out for 180 on day one after electing to bat first, so West Indies with a real chance. Israel just leaving the field. Yeah, Carlos and viewers, of course, playing Test match cricket in the 90s and early 2000s. And part of partnerships where you had flamboyant attacking players on the other end, like a Brian Lara. And at times when you're facing bowlers who were very good with control, like a Hazelwood, you were pushed as a more technically sound batter to ensure that they don't prize a wicket in the partnership. And then there was a focus to attack the other bowlers. Brian Lara did that fabulously. Always found a good partner in a Jimmy Adams. If you look back in Test match cricket for the West Indies, when both Jimmy Adams and Brian Lara played, oftentimes you would see massive partnerships between the two. And there was structure and approaches that brought that success.
And that is batting in partnerships. It sounds cliched, but normally two different players dovetail well together, put a little bit of pressure on the bowlers. The more attacking one causes them to take the backward step. And if the more technical one, as you put it, is able to understand his role in the partnership, he can do great things. And you think to British John Haynes, and Desmond Haynes normally doesn't give himself enough credit, but he always says that if they get a 100-run partnership and he's on 12, that is a 100-run partnership. So he understood his role in the partnership, and we know how important that partnership was in West Indies cricket history.
Another one.
A little bit of impatience from John Campbell, and again fishing at a delivery outside the off stump. Not making good contact, so a second wicket now for the Australians.
Persistence from Stark. Beautiful length, enticing the drive. As he's done so many times in his career, finding the outside edge. And John Campbell on comeback, gone for 7. West Indies 16 for 2.
Debutant, Brandon King. That's his first-class record. Played a lot of white ball cricket for the West Indies, so he's very familiar with the international stage.
Yeah, there's been persistence outside of off stump from Mitchell Stark, and this one's slightly fuller. And quite late swing as well. Enticing the drive, and at that pace, you can't pull back the shot. He's out in front of the pad, he's away from his body, so technically he won't be happy with that dismissal, John Campbell. But Mitchell Stark has done this all over the world for a lengthy period of time. He's been the pick of the Aussie bowlers so far, both wickets. 12-wicket day, and an hour plus left.
Very attacking field deployed here by Pat Cummings. 3 slips, 2 gullies. There is a man short in that square leg position. Runs off the mark straight away. First delivery, 4 runs. Fortuitous, but he'll welcome it. Brandon King opens his account in Test match cricket.
Yeah, full in length and swinging back again, and just dropped the bat on it. He would have been imagined that being the way he got his first Test runs, but a boundary nonetheless. I don't think there are many players that would have hit a boundary of the first ball in Test cricket.
Inside the line, so a successful over for Mitch Stark. 20 for 2. Already 2 down, both openers back in the pavilion. Not ideal after such a brilliant effort with the ball. His batting lineup will be tested. Greg Blewett spoke about the Australians being a little bit nervous at the start of the day's play. I'm sure that Brandon King wouldn't have too many nerves because, as I mentioned earlier, he's tasted international cricket, albeit in the white ball format.
He's been around for a while. Not the best of starts, I must say. And here's evidence of what I was saying. He's played the most number of internationals before making his test match debut. 115 matches. Second on that list is Ravi Rampal, who's currently part of the coaching stock of this West Indies test side. There he is, Rampal, right of screen. Brendan King, 63 T20s, 52 ODIs.
Cap 343. Because cap 326. Don't you remember your cap number and who gave it to you?
I remember who gave it to me, Sir Clive Lloyd. Can't remember the number though.
It is a moment I'm sure he will look back on with pride. And regardless of where the other formats go, Test cricket is still the upper echelon of cricket.
Oh, it's a lowie!
Yeah, reflect on that dismissal by John Campbell again. As an opening batter, you can't be loose in your approach. There must be an organization in your mind as to which deliveries you're going to play at early in your innings. He was just reaching for this one. There's no need for him to go after a delivery with that line, that length. So that's an area of his game he will need to tighten up on. Sure, Darren Sammy, Floyd Reefer will take note of that dismissal. Ian Bishop alluded to the fact that in his early days in Test match cricket, he had a similar problem of not being able to judge the line of deliveries and be selective in which deliveries he plays at. Very solid in defense, Casey Carty, 20 for 2.
Bit stark. How have you seen it, this bowling performance so far, Greg Blewett?
Well, they're putting the West Indies under a lot of pressure, which I did expect. I mean, it's been difficult batting conditions today. It really has. And this Australian lineup is world class, absolute world class. So no wickets yet to Josh Hazlewood. He's beaten the bat a few times, but it's gone to his partner in Mitchell Stark, who's bowling beautifully again. And I think that's the worry for the West Indies. The best out of the three hasn't bowled yet, and that's Pat Cummins.
Apart from Nathan Lyon, has taken more wickets than Pat Cummins since he came back for his second journey in Test match cricket. I suppose it's a little bit of a toss-up. He's played a few games more. He's played more cricket than Kagiso Rabada. I think Kagiso Rabada is just behind him, but Rabada's average per wicket is better. But there is no more relentless bowler in the game than this guy. He keeps coming and banging away on a length or back edge of a length more than most. Hazelwood is up there. Scott Boland is up there with a shorter sample size. Got the whiff. And there were no half measures in the shot with the attacking field. Easy runs.
Yeah, full and wide from Mitchell Stark, and on that occasion, the hands were flashed at that wide one and good connection. Often those wide ones, Mitchell Stark can get the nick. It's you're expecting the ball to swing back and it just keeps going across, but on that occasion, King did well. Yeah, the big three for me in fast bowlers probably at the moment: Pat Cummins, Rabada, as you said, and Bumrah, who's probably number one. You'd have to say he's just unbelievable. Putting, you know, his average, his strike rate, but yeah, those three fast bowlers are absolutely at the top of their game.
It's a nice compact shot. King has jogged because he thinks it's going to go for four, and it does. So 2 fours in Test cricket for Brandon King, 28 for 2. Nice. The balance in the shot and the composure was good in the short term. King. Here he comes. Patrick Cummins, and West Indian viewers, of course every Australian viewer knows it. Lost a little bit of the tip of that middle finger through an accident where his sister squeezed the door on his hands when he was very young. Has not impacted his Test match bowling at all.
Last ball of Mitchell Stark's over was beautifully put away, and Brandon King just leant on it. Beautiful, beautiful shot. That'll give him some confidence.
Has accommodated it and done it actually, because for me, when I bowl, the edge of my middle finger pulled down on the back of the ball and the seam to the extent that it became bloodshot after a while, and he has lost a little bit of that top of that middle finger. And some argue that it's the reason why his seam position facilitates angling the ball in rather than away. No bat in it. It's good to see a short legging, with such a rare thing in the modern game.
It's actually really deep. Sam Constas in there. He's about 5 metres away from the bat, which is probably, yeah, 2 pitches over, just in front of square.
That makes him so uncomfortable, and you get it to hit and straighten.
Yeah, exactly right, Bish. This is what Pat Cummins does. He's got that angle into the right-hander, so he's always challenging the off stump. So yeah, you feel like the angle's always coming in, but just with that scrambled seam, he just gets the odd one just to straighten on that line as well. So you feel like you need to play him all the time, and he's difficult to leave, but he, like all good fast bowlers, I suppose, he threatens both sides of the bat. There it is, that scrambled seam, and instead of just the natural angle in, it just hits the right side of the seam and manages to just straighten up a fraction. And I think if you ask Pat, I think the honest answer would be, oh, I don't know which one's going to straighten or not. I mean, he just, you know, scrambles that seam and bowls pretty much the same ball all the time, and most of the time it angles in and sometimes it straightens.
Back to that actually, 29 for 2. Just joined us, the West Indies bowled out Australia earlier today after Australia chose to bat. 180. Start coming round the wicket, still 3 slips and 2 gullies. Sometimes he'll angle the ball into the stump from that way and then sometimes get it to straighten. Just going back into your career, you played against the West Indies, home and abroad, 2 tours here to the Caribbean. Did you find Courtney Walsh a similar sort of challenge with Pat Cummins angling, moving away or not?
Yeah, but I thought probably Courtney bowled a little bit shorter than what his natural length was, a little bit shorter, I would have thought, than maybe Pat Cummins. I don't know whether Courtney threatened the stumps as much as Pat. But you're right, similar angles, definitely. His mate up the other end was he's a different proposition altogether. Curtly Ambrose. Wow. What a bowl. I got a bit of you too, Bish.
That's the first thing that came to my mind. YouTube. There was a delivery, go on social media and Google Greg Blewett, Curtly Ambrose, Perth, Australia. He got one from Curtly that never left the floor from short of a length, and the expression when it rattled into the stumps about 2 inches up the base of the stumps, and Greg's face was gold.
I think I might have got the teapot out as well, Bish. That was the game that there was the huge cracks in the pitch, and I think I made about 18 off about 50 deliveries in the first innings. I just was going nowhere, and I thought in the second innings I had a good chat to myself, and I thought I'm going to be a bit more aggressive in the second innings, and then I got the grubber. That was very first ball too. Oh, golden duck.
It's a shocking delivery. It was one of the hottest test matches we've ever played in, and the cracks opened significantly. West Indies are hoping, though, that Casey Carty in particular can make a fist of test match cricket. He's been very good in ODI cricket for the West Indies at that number 3 position. Magnificent since they moved in from the middle order to 3. Test cricket hasn't been as kind yet. Stark and his variety, that wobble seam or scramble seam on the left, and then more upright seam on the right for the outswinger. The little things you're looking for with the deviation, and he really has perfected that later in his career. Second of the gullies is pushed back to point. Nathan Lyon, who was warming up a little while ago. Again, another boundary for Brandon King, throwing the hands at it. 36 the 2. He loves flashing through the offside. All 3 boundaries have come that cover to cover point area, enough for a Dasani drinks break. .36 for 2, Carty on 7, King on 16.
2 wickets have gone down.
Both to Mitchell Stark. Good catch. Bo Webster at second slip, low down to his left. Braithwaite had to go. That was the opening dismissal for the Australians, and the second, John Campbell just flashing at one that just left him, looking to cover drive, and that just a little bit of a way swing from Mitchell Stark, and Alex Carey did the rest.
Getting into their work start with 2 for 32. It's a good bowling group. The chance to catch up with the Australian coach, and he talks about this bowling group and how outstanding they are.
3 out of the 4 in terms of Nathan Lyon added to that 4 have taken 300 plus wickets, and Josh Hazlewood's not far off that. So their resilience, their longevity, and ultimately their high skill level. It's a relentless bowling attack that's every day stands up, and it's won us some games over time, and we'll look for more of that. If we can keep them fit, who knows how long they can go for. But yeah, I'd say resilience and high skill.
Yep, very good combination. It's pretty similar to the bowling figures that we just saw there. I mean, Mitchell Stark's more of a strike bowler, probably goes for a few more runs, Bish, but Hazlewood just so consistent, so skillful, and Pat Cummins probably the leader of the attack. And then obviously Nathan Lyon has just bowled so many overs, which does protect those 3 fast bowlers as well, particularly as the games go on and the series goes on. And if they can get Cameron Green fit, I'd imagine he'd go back to number 6, and Bo Webster would have to make way. But yeah, it's been a very, very good bowling attack from the Australians over a long period of time.
Best bowling groups in the history of the game, given the numbers, and so long, and I can't remember how many test matches Michael Holding, Andy Roberts, Joel Garner, Malcolm Marshall played together. It wouldn't have been a lot. That was an outstanding 4 for the West Indies historically. My mind is just bubbling, Greg. It's bubbling for one reason. And the reason is this: Pat Cummins is into his 30s, Josh Hazlewood is 35, Mitchell Stark is probably 34, Nathan Lyon is 37. So I'm starting to think in 2 years' time, or maybe a year and a half, this bowling attack will not look the same in Test match cricket. So who are the guys coming behind them? The Mali Beardmans and the Callum Vidlers are too young, just played in the Under-19 World Cup last year. Scott Boland is 37. So there has to be a group coming behind these guys that will be ready. I would speculate in a year and a half, and I don't think it's the Callum Vidlers and Mali Beardmans. That's something, Sean Abbott is here as well. That's something Xavier Bartlett, Spencer, Johnson, all those guys. We'll talk about that tomorrow and get some names to you. So compact from Casey Carty. Minimum of movement.
It's a very nice shot just to push down the ground. The other thing about this bowling attack, Bish, is that they're all great mates, all from New South Wales, and they are as thick as thieves. So I don't know whether that's got anything to do. I mean, the skill level's the main thing, but away from cricket, they all hang out together. They were all played golf yesterday afternoon at Westmoreland, I think. the over. 39 for 2.
Mitchell Stark. I was enthused and falling over in laughter with something Alyssa Healy, Mitchell Stark's wife, said on a podcast the other day. Of course, the niece of the legendary Ian Healy, who played in our time. And she said they often have the argument at home, her and Mitch, about which art is harder, bowling or batting. And she's of the view that the batter has one chance in nick and they're off. And he's saying, well, sometimes that can sort of be relief, but the bowler is getting smacked for 4, 5, 6s. They still have to continue bowling. So he thinks bowling is harder. There's no hiding place when you're bowling badly. As a batter, you nick off, you can hide in the confines of the pavilion, which is an interesting way to look at it.
Well, I thought you were going to say something about the keeping as well, because, of course, Alyssa is a fantastic with her gloves, and her uncle Ian was brilliant as well. And I think that's the hardest job in cricket, personally, when you're standing up to the stumps on a spinning pitch, which I think this one will be. I reckon that's, personally, I think that's the hardest skill in our game.
It's good news that I think Alyssa makes her return to competitive cricket, if I'm not wrong. She's had some injury concerns of late. She was injured during the T20 World Cup in the UAE at a crucial time. Didn't play in the final. I wish her peak of health. You Amazon Warriors fans in the house. If nothing happens, you get Nathan Lyon into the attack or not?
I think so, with the amount of, I think he'll get some good bounce and some turn, a couple of right-handers out there, so no doubt there'll be a short leg in for Nathan Lyon when he starts his spell, but he'll be pretty keen, I'd imagine, to get that ball in his hand. Mitchell Stark, I'd be very surprised if he bowls another over after this. He's nearly got through 7 overs. The other option for the Australians, Bo Webster, bowls some seam up, coming from a decent height. He'd be just bowls a nice line and length and just does enough with the ball, so he might be a bit of a handful, so they may go with him, but I'd be surprised if they didn't head straight to Nathan Lyon.
And then King battling, 42 for 2. Wickets. Pat Cummins. Kensington Oval to the top of your picture where the action is taking place. Great to see the young ones in. Shamar Joseph was outstanding and unlucky, inspiring the next generation. Excellent to see.
Is that went past the outside edge, but didn't carry to Alex Carey. So just again indicating just how much there has been in this pitch. It's swung in the air all day. There's been some seam movement and there's been some variation in bounce. Who was your pick of the bowlers today, Bish, for the West Indians?
Well, I think Shamar Joseph, for me. I'm happy for Jayden Seales. I thought Shamar Joseph did the bulk of the work at the top of the order, had drop catches early. And sometimes your figures don't necessarily reflect exactly how good you were in comparison to someone else. So I'm not begrudging Jayden Seales, love him. And I thought Shamar was truly outstanding. You agree?
Yep, I'm with you. Exactly right. Got the jitters going in the Australian top order.
Again.
Yeah, he's very, very good today. Shamar Joseph. There's the first one, Sam Constas. Was seen in, and then Cameron Green again batting at number 3, outside edge. Usman Khawaja dismissed in his 40s, under edge, and then the absolute seed to get rid of Bo Webster. Top of off stump.
Whoa!
Yeah, the Australian selectors have got some thinking to do, Bish, because as you mentioned, the bowlers, the Australian side's going to evolve, I think, quite quickly. There's Usman Khawaja's 38 years of age, but he's basically a lock-in for the Ashes coming up in Australia in our summer. Very important series. So yeah, there's a lot of debate going around at the moment what Australia's top 3 is going to be.
Good one to end the over, 42 for 2. Jayden Seales was superb. His 3rd 5-wicket haul in Test cricket. And because we said that Shamar Joseph was perhaps the best, it doesn't mean that Jayden Seales was bad. Just how good Shamar was. There's some good catching in the end, but some of it early in the day was faulty, the catching that is. Very good from Jayden Seales.
So Usman Khawaja got dropped a couple of times in that 47, but he battled hard. Travis Head easily, I thought, the player for the Australians, 59, but everyone struggled. Good contribution from Pat Cummins, but it was really hard work, and as we've been talking about, Seales and Joseph, very, very good.
Talk about enjoying each other's success, and I thought this was good. They do enjoy each other's success. Jayden Seales prepared to share the limelight with Shamar. Good composure again. Casey Carty easy on the eye. First international cricketer out of the island of St. Martin. Challenges: for how long can you consistently do the right things against a relentless bowling attack?
Beautifully bowled by Josh Hazlewood. Yeah, that's the challenge, isn't it, Bish, when you come up against these really good bowling attacks. It is relentless. I think when you do get the weaker attacks, there's periods in the game where, you know, you can really cash in and you get through the most dangerous bowler, and you know after that, you know, there's a bit of a respite. But when you come up against someone like the Australians, the South African bowling attack, so good too. I mean, it's just, as soon as there's a bowling change, there's someone fresh coming at you.
Another 23 minutes or so, light permitting, for day one. It's a lovely punch shot again. Again, a minimum of fuss. It was in the air for a while. But he's a real touch player, Casey Carty. 49 for 2.
Yeah, Josh Hazlewood, you could see just throwing it a little bit wider, maybe searching for an edge. But Carty good enough to just a nice push through the covers. And a bit of a teaser there for Travis Head.
Wonderful overhead view of the shore here in Barbados, one of the many shorelines, the idyllic shorelines in this island nation. Yeah, but this partnership between King and Carty has been really good. 34 now. West Indies was 16 to 250 up for the West Indies. But it's at that or this time of the day when it's always a bit tricky for the batters. 15 overs remaining after this one. We won't get anywhere close to that given the time. That's a good leave. Once it doesn't hit your stump, it is a good leave. Hello, Shakira.
Hello, Badri. Yeah, I think he left that one on length. Casey Carty. Yeah, just about 22 minutes remaining. Just to add to what you were saying, this time becomes quite tricky for batters because sometimes they're thinking survival and go away from the mode of batting that was working for them. Yeah, the Australians scratching their heads, trying to figure out just how they can get another wicket.
Good timing again. What he's done well there is keep the face of the bat facing down as best as he can and not trying to play too square. Casey Carty. Sometimes you look to turn that ball square leg and you get into some problems. So he just stayed with the face of the bat facing down the ground for a little bit longer. Very well played. Yeah, we've seen quite a few balls passing close to the outside edge, inside edge, some edging and not carrying through. Shea Hope took one off head that was deemed to have fallen short. So the variable bounce on the surface. There was a first-class game played here earlier this year in March. Barbados Pride were bowled out for just 86 against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And we've seen 12 wickets fall so far on day one. Edged and taken, there it is, and another to those 12. It's the 13th wicket of the day, and that man again, Pat Cummins, how good is he? Another one for Australia.
And you did mention this is a tricky period for batters, just trying to survive this period. And Casey Carty, I think, will be disappointed with this. We saw him leave a few deliveries on length. This one, he could have left. Yeah, good from Pat Cummins, though. He's been relentless in the last few overs. Carty walks back for a pretty good 20. He'll be disappointed. 52 for 3.
Surprise, surprise, the vice-captain of the West Indies team, Jumel Warrican, given the responsibility of just seeing these, 18 minutes or so out. And this is the reason why he's here, as you mentioned, Shakira, very relentless in terms of line and length. And I wonder if batters are thinking that on this surface there is a delivery with their name on it. Yeah, the passion, another one. Can they take someone else with them for dinner tonight? And what's the ideal situation now that Jumel Warrican has come in with these, 17, 18 minutes left? Is it that he should ideally face the majority of the deliveries? What's the thinking here?
Yeah, it's just going away from his body slightly. Casey Carty. But yeah, Jumel Warrican's one job is to protect Brandon King. They don't want to lose any more wickets, West Indies. Ideally, you're hoping for Brandon King to get a single and allow Jumel Warrican to face majority of the deliveries left.
He has proven to be stubborn in the past, Jamal Work, and he does have a good enough technique. Top three gone for the West Indies. It's been a day for the bowlers. Newly installed West Indies captain Ruston Chase in his 50th Test match. There's that single. Brandon King on debut, he's looked real classy and competent as we've seen him before. He's played a lot of international cricket before, Brandon King, so he's not new to the stage, new to the format. 115 international matches before. I expect a few of those in Jamal Orkan with the field set, leg gully, silly mid-on.
Yeah, and a deep fine leg as well. Set fairly wide, almost a deep backward square in Mitchell's start. Of course, there's still three guys waiting at slit and a gully. So they may just look to push him back, and then a fuller delivery.
Clean him up. That's Josh Hazelwood for you. The night watchman doesn't last. Workan goes without scoring. The West Indies now in further trouble.
Yeah, it's what you like so much about this Australian attack. The construction of overs, the build-up to wickets. The previous delivery, Sharp pushed him back, and then this one, Fuller hitting the top of all stump. Too good for a night watchman. Excellent from Josh Hazelwood. Workan walks back without scoring. 53 for 4.
Captain of the West Indies walks out to bat in his 50th Test match here at home at the Kensington Oval. Will be very familiar with the conditions. Will not be familiar with this responsibility though, leading for the first time. What a peach of a delivery from Josh Hazelwood. What do they ask of you bowlers, you fast bowlers, top of off? That is perfection. Just clipping the bail on the way through. Yep, they know it, don't they? A bit more boisterous now, the Australians. Wow. Successful over from Hazelwood, 53 for 4. Inside edge. Yeah, their tails are in the air, Australia. Sam Costas has a word of advice or two for Brandon King. Into the part of the inner portion of the bat. Anxious moments here. 11 minutes for the close of play on day one.
Yes.
14 wicket day one of the first test match. Shakira, could you have anticipated this?
If anyone tells you they expected this on day one, especially with Australia batting first, they would be lying. The bowlers have been excellent today, of course assisted by conditions, but they've put the ball in good areas consistently. West Indies, 3 wickets in that first session, 3 in the second, and 4 in the third. And so Australia already getting 4 wickets this session. Another 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Ruston Chase making a return, having last played in 2023, so he missed the entirety of the last World Test Championship cycle. He's back in the team. Not only is he back in the team, he's back in the team as captain. He's had some excellent returns in his limited appearances in domestic games, though. He's featured in 3 games for the Barbados Pride, scoring over 300 runs, an excellent average of 75 with a couple of centuries. So Darren Sammy has sort of headhunted for him. Can he survive? It's going to be a very testing last few minutes or so. Yeah, the Australians will let him know exactly where he is, what time it is, and the responsibility that rests on his shoulders.
.54 for 4.
Some hope remaining for the West Indies. Shea at 7, Graves, Zari Joseph, Shamar Joseph can bat, Jaden Seals, they all can contribute. Hazelwood continues. This man is just so good. Metronomic action, so he's very consistent on that line and length. Brilliant performer.
7 minutes remaining. One thing West Indies will be thinking about now, surviving whatever is remaining these last few minutes.
Yeah, what a performance from the West Indies with the ball firstly. It's the Last time West Indies dismissed Australia under 200 in Test was back in 2009. There's a deep backward square position on the boundary now for Brandon King, so perhaps having him think about a short delivery. Should be 2. Yeah, Australia were similarly good with that new ball. Craig Brathwaite in familiar style. And John Campbell as well on his Test match return. Casey Carty was looking good. That one just caught him by surprise, and then Jumel work, and that was too good for him. Peace and bounce.
You're testing. So accurate, even with that shorter delivery. Gives the batters so much to think about. This Australian trio. Looks very solid in defense. Brandon King, 56 for 4. Just about 3 minutes, I make it for the end of play. So can the West Indians make this the final over? In all likelihood it will be. And they keep him out. Pat Cummins. Even in this over, have 56.5 overs the West Indies bowl. This will be the 20th over from Australia, and there's still that movement off the surface. A little stat for you here, Shakira. 14 wickets lost today, which represents the most on day one here at the Kensington Oval in the last 11 tests. Last time that happened was way back in 2011, India versus the West Indies. That really just tells you how good the bowlers have been on day one of this first Test match.
Yeah, just to also show you how the wicket has behaved. This is the wicket of Jomel Work, and that ball hitting and jagging in, seaming in. Similar line, similar length, but going in the opposite direction. The first ball to Ruston Chase. So that's 2 balls in succession from Hazelwood. Such a skillful bowler. I suspect, Shakira, that is something on this surface you have to be very good at and willing to do. To trust your defenses, to understand where your off stump is, and to leave. I think too many dismissals have been to batters chasing those wide deliveries.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly, those last 2 points. Leaving and knowing where your off stump is. Many batters have just finded out deliveries they didn't need to play out.
What a day, a gripping, enthralling and captivating day of Test match cricket. And it's the first day of the first test. We still have a couple test matches to follow. And if today is anything to go by, this would certainly be an entertaining series. Final delivery of the day. Just making him wait a second or 2 more. Wily customer. Final delivery, day 1. Chase gets off the mark on his captaincy debut. West Indies will close on 57 for 4. 14 wickets falling on day 1. A magnificent bowling performance from the West Indies team led by Jayden Seales. Another 5-wicket haul for him and Shamar Joseph. It's been the Seales and Shamar show today at Kensington, and then the Australians, they fought back strongly, as you'd expect from Australia. And Brandon King on debut as well. Another little story amongst the others on day 1. He's unbeaten on 23. Yeah, they'll reflect on their batting effort. Maybe a bit disappointed as to what they did, but not that man on screen, Jayden Seales. And let's just reflect then on what's happened in the West Indies innings. Brathwaite, Campbell and Carty all falling in that final session. See the West Indies at 57 for 4. Warrican being sent out as well as a night watchman. Only lasted a couple deliveries. That meant Chase had to come out. He was able to see off those 10 deliveries. Still some batting in the tank for Australia. The 3 bowlers used all of them amongst the wickets. Stark with another couple. Hazelwood and Cummins with 1 apiece. Yeah, so Australia, they won the toss earlier today. They decided that they wanted to have first strike, thinking that there'll be some turn later on. As was stated by Cummins, Head and Khawaja put on a very good partnership, but the bowling of Seales and Joseph really stole the show. West Indies, though, they had 57 for 4. It's a good fight back from the Australian fast bowling battery. King and Captain Ruston Chase, the unbeaten batter, still trailing by 123. Let's head pitch side to Darren Ganga.
I'm with Jaden Seal, the star with the ball for the West Indies. Your third fifer in Test match cricket, 5 for 60. How special was this one?
Yeah, this one was pretty special for me. I've played against Australia once and I was pretty much injured during that series. So to come back here and to play against them now and get 5 on the first Test match on the first day was pretty special.
You opened the bowling. Talk us through your approach with the ball through the different sessions of the day's play.
Yeah, with the new ball, it was to bowl a bit fuller because we knew how the pitch were going to play. We knew that the batsmen would come hard if we gave them any width. So the plan was to be a bit fuller to both batsmen and on the stumps as much as possible.
To what extent was the pitch and conditions helpful for your bowling success today?
Yeah, it was a bit slower than the Australians would be expecting, especially. And it worked in our favour with them playing a lot at balls that they didn't have to and playing with hard hands so the edges would carry. And yeah, it worked out pretty well for us.
Your bowling partner, Shamar Joseph, picked up 4 wickets. A word on him and how he contributed?
Yeah, he was special today and I think he's been special throughout his career. I think he has a love for Australian batting team and he did really well for us today as well. And he contributed a lot. He got through the top order and then made it easier for us in the middle and in the end.
Projecting to the second day's play, you still trail by 123. What would be your advice to your remaining batters?
Just be yourself, back your skills, play the ball on the merit. I think there's good balls in the pitch as we saw earlier today. And it's just for the batsmen to wait for the bad balls and put back the ball when the time comes.
Jaden, well, thank you for your time. Congratulations again on your bowling effort.
Thank you.
Yeah, just continues to excel in this format, Jaden Seals. We'll take a short break, but do stay with us. On the other side, we'll have some analysis of day one, lots of them. the Australian innings after they won the toss and opted to bat first. Khawaja and Head, the two standouts there. Cummins with a little cameo at the back end. They got to 180, but it was Travis Head who sort of held the innings together and was looking good, really promising, and shaping up for something special. That partnership with him and Khawaja, they were looking threatening, they were looking very solid. It was some good bowling from the West Indies to get them dismissed to 180. But whilst he was there, Shakira, he looked, as he always does, quite positive and aggressive.
Yeah, certainly staying committed to his plan to be ultra aggressive and not wait for a ball to come down with one on his knee, and particularly good square of the wicket as always. Yeah, he crunched a few in front of square as well. 9 boundaries, striking at above 70, Travis said. The only batter who seemed quite comfortable on a tricky surface.
Yeah, the last time West Indies dismissed this opposition under 200 was way back in 2009, and that was because of these guys, the Seals with a fifer, a third 5-wicket haul. But it was Shamar Joseph who did the bulk of the damage up front.
Certainly got the early wicket of Sam Constance, one that jagged back at him, initially given not out on review, and then it was a good catch by Justin Graves after 2 had been put down off Joseph. Yeah, and after a bit of respite by the Australian batters, he got rid of Usman Khawaja, and then that one, the best one of the day, deserved 5, but he'll be pleased with 4 for 46.
Yeah, this is where things stand, 180, and West Indies, well, they had a tricky period to bat in that final session, and they ended up losing 4 wickets. Australia with a fight back, a familiar fight back from them. The first wicket to go, former captain Craig Brathwaite, Shakira.
Yeah, we've seen that too often from Craig Brathwaite, but really good from Mitchell Starc, getting the ball to swing both ways, angle across the right-hander, and then swinging away from John Campbell, enticing him into a drive that was not there. Yeah, and in the last half an hour, Casey Carty getting to 20, not carrying on, and then Jamal Warrican could not last as night watchman.
Yeah, some smiles. They would be happy, I suppose, with their bowling effort. Bowling coach Ravi Rampal, performance coach George Bailey. But stay tuned, we have a lot of action coming your way tomorrow, 9:45 a.m. local time. We'll be on air for what we expect to be another high-octane day of Test match cricket. For viewers in Australia and West Indies, don't leave us, stay with us. We have something special coming up. ESPN's Around the Wicket, a lot of analysis and discussions there. So stay tuned for that.
Yes, welcome everyone. Day one complete of this first test between the West Indies and Australia. If you are just waking up in the early morning in Australia or just coming in from work here around the Caribbean, welcome to Round the Wicket, ESPN Round the Wicket, where we review this day's play. So to update you as to where the test match stands after the first day's play, Australia won the toss, elected to bat first, and they were bowled out for 180, the top score coming by way of Travis Head with 59, 47 to Khawaja, and Jaden Seals was the star numbers-wise with 5 for 60, and Shamar Joseph, I thought was very impressive, 4 for 46. West Indies, 57 for 4 at the end. And of course, the wise men to my left includes Greg Blewett, the former Australian batsman, Carlos Brathwaite, who is looking down on all of us in the middle there, and a smiling Shamar Joseph, as he should. Shamar, just show some patience with us, I ask you, as I go to Greg and Carlos about reviewing this day's play and how you think it went.
Well, I think that the thing about today was the pitch. I think it did a lot more than probably what maybe the Australians thought. Pat Cummins won the toss, elected to bat first, but it really did move around most of the day in the air, off the pitch. It was a little bit up and down as well. So really the ball dominated the day's play. And I think West Indies would have been really happy bowling Australia out for 180, but the Australia were able to bounce back late on day one to take 4 wickets, so that the game's evenly poised.
Yeah, Sam Constas went first, Carlos, and then Can Green.
Yeah, and I love the build-up of balls before the wickets. This, again, Josh Inglis built a lot of pressure. Jaden Seals, Alzari Joseph and Shamar Joseph. And then he tried to pull one, not quite there. Same with Usman Khawaja after tea. That was a build-up from Justin Graves, and an absolute peach from the man to my left, Shamar Joseph, angling in and hitting the top of middle. A brilliant grab by the skipper, Roston Chase. And as we watch these wickets, look at the consistent length, line and movement. Something we've not seen from our West Indies fast bowlers as a cohort consistently, but it was definitely on show today, and it was a beauty to watch.
Big test, Greg. Big test.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first day's play in the Test match series, the 3 Test matches, is always important. So really is an even day's play for me. So another big morning tomorrow, day 2.
Let's continue reflecting then, and let's get it from the man himself, Shamar, and how you felt about your bowling today.
As for me, I just think that over the past couple of weeks, leaving from England, coming to St. Lucia for the first 18 game, I asked to get some work in before the test match because my body needed it. And we're here for a 12-day camp, which was good for me also. I had enough time to get my work in, hit my area consistently. And yeah, it was good for me out there.
Are you happy with the length that you bowled today?
Yeah, I'm very much happy because that is what I was working on, even in the practice games. I was working on that a lot. Being consistent, that is our word throughout this tour. Consistency is a big word for us.
And that delivery there to Bo Webster, what are your thoughts on that?
I probably think that one of the best delivery I've ever bowled in my life. So far, I was just trying setting up my over, trying to get the ball in the back into him because it's something that I play with his mind, looking for the ball to come back through his gate there. And that was something that, you know, we talk about a lot, planning our overs out as a young bowling group. And I'm just there trying to be consistent. Ravi, I must give credit to him because he was there with us, trying to make us do something that and get both towards it. Bowl a lot of balls in good areas, and that worked out well for us.
Shamar, how did you handle the drop catches today, the emotions around that? Not much fun when you're running in really fast and trying to take the wickets, but a couple of chances went down, but you seem to handle that pretty well.
Be careful now.
As for me, I always learn one thing. Bishi's here as a witness. I always talk to him a lot, seeking advice from him. And one thing I learned about Test cricket is patience. And me running in, bowling, nicking batsmen off, getting drop catches, there's nothing that I could do about that. All I need to do is just go back to my mark and see I could do it again.
I just want to Carlos, and you can chime in here as well, Shamar, because Constas, as he was dismissed and set up today, how much background work was done with his technical proficiency or lack thereof and these deliveries?
I mean, we put up the day-to-day for us and send each video of each batsman to us that we may able to have enough time to look at them and see where the weaknesses are. But I think this over, I think I set it up perfect towards him. A few outswingers and then get the ball to net back because, you know, he's just looking there, get beat outside off, and then get one to net back through the gate.
Impressive, Carlos.
Yeah, I don't have a question for him. I just want to commend yourself and the bowling group. From the first over, we saw Usman Khawaja. If you want to elaborate on it, you can, but there's 2 test matches and another innings, so you don't have to. But the field setting around the corner for Usman Khawaja, it told me that this is a better planned team, and then you backed it up with the execution. You alluded to Avi, the data analyst, on that occasion. Do you feel as though it's a little bit, or you can be a little bit more funky with your fields because of how much better planned, or are you better planned?
Yeah, well, as for me, I'm looking to come down on the wickets. There are 3 stumps there that I'm looking on, focusing on. And I think getting him to play more ball, because he's about to looking to feed the ball out there and get into, he loves bat and ball. So I just think bowling as straight as possible to him. I don't think I need enough field plans or players here and there. I just need to be consistent, hitting those 3 stumps.
Shamar, there was plenty in the pitch today, I thought. There was a little bit of swing in the air, and it seemed as well. Australia won the toss and batted, so I thought they might have thought it played a little bit better than that. How did you guys read it this morning when you first saw it?
Well, that was our plan in the toss also. We were looking to bat first also because of the wicket. We look at the wicket and it was a bit dry, not much moisture there. But, I mean, things work out well for us that they win the toss and bat first and give us the opportunity to get a ball first.
I want this recorded. Where's my camera? I want this recorded, right? Because whenever I do a pitch report and things don't turn out as it should, I get a lot of stick on social media. Bishop, you don't know anything about reading pitches. Even the players don't sometimes know what's happening. So that's a joke. What was interesting today, and you touched on it, Shamar, the catching. There was some good catching and some indifferent catching as we reflect on how things went here. Carlos and Greg, 2 guys who feel it close in the challenges.
Yeah, for me, technically, and I want to have a word with Brandon King, especially at gully. When you're behind the stump, there's no need to jump set as though you were point or cover. Because the ball flashes off the edge or the blade so quickly, you don't want your head in a situation where it's bouncing up and down. If you're at point, if you're at cover, you try to get into that position with your toes, you bound so that you can then spring left or right. When you're behind the stump, the ball comes at a pace. You want to be as set and level with your eyes as best as possible. And I hope we get to do a little piece on it tomorrow, looking at Cam Green, who's one of the better fielders at gully, and comparing it to Brandon King, who I think is quite new to the role, and just see how they approach it. So we look at the end goal, the drop, but is it a technical flaw? Can we look at the process when the bowler is running in? Where is his eyes? What does he look at? Ball versus edge. And I mean, you can have a go at this. I know from first slip to gully, 2 different viewpoints. Certain guys like to look at the ball from the bowler's hand, some like to look at the edge. So I just want to understand his process, his experience, and see if there's something in there that you can tweak, which would allow him then to be in a better position to catch the ball. We know he has good hands, Brandon King, but if your eyes are not where they should be, if they're not stable, it then puts you at a disadvantage to use those good hands.
The final question for you, Shamar. I know it hasn't been a long day for you. You've had longer days. As you look forward now, Shamar, your partnership, there was a lovely moment as Jaden walked off, obviously had 5 wickets, and you were there, and he allowed you into that spotlight, brothers in arms kind of thing. What's that relationship like?
For me, myself and Jaden, we have a lot of conversation, especially during practice. And as for me, I'm so happy for Jaden getting his 3rd 5-wicket haul. I mean, there is a lot of four for in his career so far. Since I'm playing with him, he had a lot of 4 during his short time of playing. And I always provoke him, telling him that, come on, get another 5-wicket haul. I have 3 5-wicket haul already. You need to come up there. So I mean, I'm so happy for him. I'm really so happy. I mean, there are a lot of drop catches go down, which I don't mind with that. As I mentioned earlier, I just want to turn back and go there and come back and bowl again. And he did well today. coming and hitting his areas and coming at 5-5. I'm really happy for him.
Well, I know you would have thought you had an extra 5 for when that ball went into the gloves of Shea. Well, we assume that it went into the gloves of Shea. Anyway, stay away from trouble. Thank you very much for your time, Shamar. Please go ahead and put your feet up. Thank you very much to Shamar Joseph. We'll go to a short break, but stay tuned. On the other side, we will talk a little bit about the Australian batting and hear from the Australian batting, the Australian coach in general. Welcome back to ESPN Round the Wicket, where we continue reviewing the first day's play of this first test between the West Indies and Australia. We've talked about the West Indies bowling. Now stay with us because we'll get some thoughts from the Australian coach on his star batter who's not involved in this game and those new faces that have come in.
Oh, it's always a loss when you lose one of your generational batters and arguably one of, if not our greatest batter. So there's going to be a little hole there, but we're excited by who fills that. We've got Cameron Green coming in at 3 and Josh Inglis gets his opportunity. He's been waiting in the wings for a while. So anytime we have an injury to a senior player, it creates an opportunity, and we're excited by the 11 that take the field and the opportunity for those younger players that have been waiting. And Josh Inglis has been waiting. He got 100 in Sri Lanka. He's a bona fide test match batter, and albeit he's a keeper as well. But we're excited for the opportunities to present for others in amongst that, and we hope to see Steve back potentially for the second or third test match as well.
Andrew McDonald, the Australian coach, talking about the absence, Greg Blewett, of Steve Smith and Sam Constas coming in. Obviously, David Warner made way a little while ago, Josh Inglis. So your thoughts and assessment on how you think things shaped up today?
Well, certainly didn't work, did it? I mean, Sam Constas came straight back into the side. I think everyone's really intrigued in how this young 19-year-old's going to go about his test match cricket. Today didn't quite work out for him, but I think in the small sample size that we saw, we didn't see any ramp shots or we didn't see any real funky stuff that we saw in his debut against India. We saw a young guy, you know, looking to go about his test career or a test innings in a more orthodox fashion. I thought he got a pretty good ball today. I really did. It just nipped back in and took the top of leg stump. The other thing is, I think leading into the Australian series at home is how is the top 3 going to shape up for the Australian side. Steve Smith obviously comes straight back in at number 4, but who's going to bat number 3 for Australia? To me, Cam Green at the moment isn't the answer. Marnus Labuschagne's been dropped. There is some Shield cricket leading into the Australian summer. So there's just a little bit of playing around at the moment with the Australian order. And yeah, Cam Green, Bish, you were at Lords for the World Test Championship final. Nicked off both times there as well. Nicked off again today. Got dropped second ball. So at the moment, I just think batting at number 3, he's showing his nerves. Really, he just can't. I think once he gets into the flow of his innings, he's a really good player. But so yeah, there's some things for the Australian selectors and the coaches to work out with how Australia handle this transition. Usman Khawaja's 38 as well, so there's going to be some changes in the Australian top order.
And we could dive deeper into it, Carlos, because Josh Inglis came in for another test match today, 100 on his debut test in Sri Lanka earlier this year. I know it's a short sample size. You touched on his dismissal today.
Yeah, I think he's a fantastic player. Played against him a couple seasons in the Big Bash. And granted, as T20 cricket, but we've seen it manifest itself in first-class cricket. We've also seen it on debut as well. So he's a very good player, and he's done it for a consistent period of time. However, these conditions are slightly tricky. He's someone that you cannot bowl short to at all. Even that length in Australia, he'd be hitting that miles back. That's the way he plays. That's his game. Short in stature, cuts and pulls nicely. But in the Caribbean, you just have to be a little bit more watchful. And I think a fairly inexperienced test batting lineup at the top of the order was found out today in what's tricky conditions.
Yeah, and I think it's important that we emphasize it's only one innings of this test match, only one in this series, and so there will be more opportunity now. Travis Head, he's done so much in the game already.
Yeah, he's had a dynamite couple of years for the Australian side. Won the Allan Border Medal at home for our best player. And again today, under tricky conditions, he was the standout player. He really was. And he's done it time and time again. I said in commentary, Bish, I think I was on with you, that you would think the way that Travis Head goes about his batting, that he would only really score runs on really good surfaces, but it's really the opposite. He's in challenging conditions. He's been the standout performer for the Australian side now for a while now. I think about the Gabba, down in Hobart where it seems around. He's played some really good innings, and I thought today as well, when the ball was seaming around, he changed the momentum and got Usman Khawaja going as well. So that was a really important innings, and he would have been disappointed to get out the way he did.
And when we talk about what he's done on return to the World Cup 2023, 100 in the final of the World Cup, World Test Championship, all sorts of hundreds flying left, right and centre. So he's given us enough to talk about. So it's time to take a short break. On the other side, though, we will have the Australian bowling. Now, right? As we're talking about West Indies using 4 wickets, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. When the bowlers are in the game, I'm happy. I think some of them are happy. Welcome back to ESPN Round the Wicket, our last segment. We've covered the West Indies bowling, the Australian batting, and now we can move on to Australia's bowling. The West Indies 4 down at the end of day 1. Carlos and Greg still here with me. We expected the Australian bowling to be relentless. They didn't disappoint.
No, they did it again, didn't they? They've been so good for a long period of time, this Australian outfit, and it's exactly what they needed to do to get back into this game after being dismissed for 180. And I don't know what you guys think, but I think Mitchell Starc, at this stage of his career, is bowling as well as he ever has. His pace is dropped a little bit. He's still, you know, around about 140, but he's just, with that scrambled seam that he bowls now, it's just giving him, I think, a little bit more confidence that he doesn't have to rely on his swing bowling all the time, and he can just mix it up a little bit. And he got that second wicket with the outswinger. So I just think he's got a little bit more variety, and Paddy Cummins is a class act.
Yeah, 100%. A little bit full and a little extra bouncy ball before this actually almost rolled through. So you could understand why Casey Carty would be playing at that length, although he left one earlier that just missed the stump on a similar length. And then Jamel Warrington hasn't bowled the ball as vice captain and got a duck. But again, quality bowling, top of off, that is what all bowlers aim for. And these 3 guys, they've done it all around the world for an absolutely long time, and they've done it here again today. And if you look to the strength of both teams, you'd have to think is the bowling. You have a young, good bowling attack on the West Indies side, but this is the best attack that we've had in our era.
And this is not going to change throughout the Test match of a series. This relentlessness will continue. If I might venture to say, the thing I like, and I might be wrong, about Mitchell Starc and why he's bowling as well, if not better than at any time, I think he's doing what I think is holding his length better. He would attack sometimes, and even when the ball wasn't swinging, he'd still go full. But now I think he's following in the footsteps, so just trying to hit that length, that scramble seam that you talked about. So that's something that you have to pay great credit to Mitchell Starc about.
Yeah, I don't think he's as erratic as he used to be. So I think his control has definitely gotten better over the last 12 months or so. And I think that's come down to just a bit of confidence as well. Sometimes you can see it in his run-up, Mitchell Starc, and at the moment, over the last 12 months or so, his rhythm is so good, which is a great indicator for Mitchell Starc. So yeah, I think he's bowling as well as he ever has in his career.
Like a good wine gets better with age. So that's something that we'll keep an eye on. And I did tell a little bit of a fib. I said this might be the last session, but it's going so well, we're going to take a short break and we'll come back with a look forward in this Test match on the other side. Don't go away. back here on ESPN around the Wicket Kensington Oval, ground zero for the start of this test series. I just want to shout out a good friend who should be standing here actually, Nerily Meadows, my good old buddy who usually hosts this program. Hello, Nerily, missing the Caribbean. I feel for you.
Doing a great job, Bish. Great host.
Greg is here, though, and so is Carlos for what I think we can reflect now on maybe something the West Indies can look back on and smile with their batting. Is smile too strong, given Brandon King's test debut and he's into his 20s?
I think he'll be happy to start. He comes back tomorrow to restart, but I think he handled the pressure of the situation and the timing. Obviously, this is the perfect time when you receive your debut. You think of unicorns, and it's all sunrise and sunshine, and first ball in Test cricket of 4, streaky. But ever since then, he's seemed in control. He spunks on anything full. We know he loves his drive, and even in a spot of bother on debut, he hasn't shied away from playing his strokes. He hasn't been reckless. So I've loved the quiet authority in which he's gone about his play. He's gotten a start, but the big job is tomorrow, to get another start and then to go all the way.
Yeah, and sometimes we talk about batters feeling he's in the red because he's put down a few catches and he has some making up to do. But Ruston Chase, a new captain, not a new test player, but a new captain for the West Indies. Any thoughts on how he went today? He's still at the crease.
Yeah, I thought his captaincy, that the bowling, couple of bowling changes were a little bit strange, but I thought some really good ones as well. So I think he's had a reasonable day. He's at the crease, and he needs to try and get some sort of partnership going in the morning. I mean, if they can get somewhere near the Australians, I think they'll be pretty happy, because I think, you know, tomorrow morning it's going to be tough again, I reckon. You know, a night under the covers, and I think it might just, you know, nip around again in the morning. So the captain tries to lead from the front first thing in the morning.
We know that Australia won't change. They'll continue being relentless. What does Brandon King and Ruston Chase and those to come have to do to try to combat this bowling attack tomorrow?
I think the most important thing is to trust your defence. If you believe that whatever is thrown at you, you can block out, then you know your scoring areas. Ruston Chase's scoring areas will be slightly different to Brandon King, but if it comes too full, hammer away. What I've loved is that when it's been too full, they haven't just patted it into the offside. Brandon King has gone full-fledged and got full reward for boundaries. I would love to see them start to walk down the track as well, try to get the Aussies off the length. We've seen it. If they get on a roll and they hit that length consistently, they don't ever move. The word used was relentless. So how, as a batting unit, can you be proactive, take them off the length, and then force them to try something else to take you out of your comfort zone? So trust your defence and be proactive.
Good day for Australia with the ball. Right decision not to go to Nathan Lyon so far?
Yeah, I think so. I think the quicks, you know, dominated the day. So I think that was the right move. No doubt he'll get a bowl tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Greg Blewett. Thank you very much, Carlos Braswith. We'll hear more from these gentlemen across the series. Just a reminder as to how this match is poised. Australia bowled out for 180. Shamar Joseph with 4 wickets. Jaden Seals with 5. And the West Indies 57 for 4. Brandon King still there on 23 with Ruston Chase. Mitchell Stark with a couple of wickets. West Indies still trailing by 1, 2, 3. So tomorrow we will be on air at 9:45 a.m. local time here at Kensington Oval in Barbados for day 2 of this first test between the West Indies and Australia. A series of new beginnings for many. So we thank you very much for joining us today. We look forward to your company tomorrow. Hopefully the weather is clear. Until then, it's goodbye for now. And what is this about? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, remind me how that goes again? Right, okay. All right, okay. Yeah. If you want to what? Yeah. Yeah, looking. Australia chose to bat first, and West Indies were on the mark straight away with the wicket of Sam Constas by virtue of a review after initially. We're hearing sound on tape here.
Mitten, I need you to reverse your not out decision.
Hearing sound on tape.
The on-screen signal now.
Right, so it was Cameron Green also failed to impress again at that number 3 position to the impressive Shamar Joseph. Travis Head, though, had his say with a typical half-century, which was shared with some of the aggression by Usman Khawaja, who started to look a little more fluent once Travis Head joined him at the crease. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Da-da-da. Yeah. Well, how long is it? All right, okay. All right. What was the partnership between, it's a half-century partnership, right? Khawaja and Head. All right, let's go. So it's just a generic pickup or not? All right, so don't run it too quickly. Give me a chance to watch it, to see. Welcome to highlights. Huh? Ready? Finish what quite the highlights, finish the action and let the quote go. All right, so just remind me when it's coming. Ready? Welcome to the highlights of the first day's play in this first test. Australia won the toss and elected to bat first, and they were in trouble almost immediately with Sam Constas given not out. It was reviewed and overturned, and the first wicket of the test match to Shamar Joseph, who has an excellent track record against Australia. The work continued for Shamar Joseph with Cam Green again struggling at that number 3 position. 3 wickets fell quite quickly until Khawaja and Head got together, and they played in quite an aggressive manner. It was no surprise that Travis Head was blasting boundaries on his way to a half-century, but Khawaja fed off of it, and he himself switched gears and was able to find the boundary ropes on quite a few occasions. The partnership was a fluent 89 between the two southpaws. The driving was imperious from Travis Head. And he got another well-deserved half-century in tricky conditions here at Kensington Oval in Barbados. Eventually, the wicket of Khawaja was breached. Alex Carey fell just before the tea interval, and after tea, Travis Head was dismissed as well. The wicket started tumbling on the back end for Jaden Seals and Shamar Joseph, and when the West Indies started, Craig Brathwaite could not keep Mitchell Starc out of the action. Neither could John Campbell. Brandon King, though, on his test match debut, flexed his muscle for a few boundaries once he was given the width. Both himself and Casey Carty managed to put some pressure back on the Australian bowling until Pat Cummins got rid of Casey Carty, and the night watchman Jamel Warrican was felled by Josh Hazelwood.
Yeah, this one was pretty special for me. I've played against Australia once, and I was pretty much injured during that series. So to come back here and to play against them now and get 5 on the first test match on the first day was pretty special.
Yes. Yes. Yes.